Allow me to introduce myself. Who knows what dastardly crime might perpetrate next?
He's a very clever arch criminal who must be put away. Another innocent victim of suicidal mania.
Let me tell you something about Horus. What I say I'm talking about now? Horus. Horus was born of a virgin.
Yes, sir.
Her name was Set or Isis.
Jesus Christ is the original Son of God, and believing in him is the only way to make it to heaven. I love you, but I gotta tell you the truth. I gotta tell you the truth because you need to know it. The story of Jesus Christ is a European corrupted version of the African story of Asar and Horus, that the Europeans call Osiris, Isis, and Horus. Horus was the prototype for the European version of the immaculately conceived child.
And here we see the earliest immaculate conception. Immaculate means clean. That means she has known no other man. No other man has entered her body. She will have a clean conception. Fortunately, this one is here telling of the first virgin birth resurrection story, where the goddess Aset forms herself into a bird and descends on top of Asar's penis. But Isis is going to take the seed from his body to impregnate herself. And this is the earliest concept of the Immaculate Conception, long before an angel of the Lord and Gabriel coming to Mary and said she's going to be with the Holy Child.
But let us first start, as I said from the beginning. Where did the story of Jesus start? It started 4,100 years before Jesus. It started with the story of Isis, and who became pregnant by an immaculate conception, gave birth to her son Horus by a virgin birth.
And so today I'm going to be looking at just more of survey. It's not that in-depth, a history of Christianity in Africa before the transatlantic slave trade, actually before the Catholic Church, all right, which people think is the mother of the churches, and before the Eastern Orthodox Church. Before any of these churches existed, what we are now calling Christianity in terms of form and belief existed in Africa for many, many, many thousands of years. And this one, now we get into the concepts, principles, and ideas that we are more familiar with. And the first Madonna and child worship along the Nile, Aset, the Holy Mother, and Horus, the child born of Immaculate Conception to Asar.
I want to talk about how Christianity comes out of ancient Africa, so that you understand that most of the characters the stories, the mythos, even some of the settings are directly influenced by ancient Kemet. So let's talk briefly about Heru, so you get an idea of how these Kemetic concepts go into the Christian church. Understand that Heru is born of a virgin and displayed in a crib outside of temples.
A lot of spewing of rhetoric, like the Bible, like the Quran, like the Torah. You understand? That is rhetoric. But this is Isis in the form of the falcon. She's receiving the holy sperm from Assad. You understand? This is through Ra. He didn't have one. So a spiritual phallus had been put in place so she could receive the sperm, and from that union came Heru. The Immaculate Conception. Right there. Fucking up your goddamn Christmas.
So now, going back to Christianity, white people, as we all know, destroyed Egypt. They destroyed our civilization like they did all of them. And what they did was they went to the pyramids, took the stories that was written in the hieroglyphics and remixed the shit out of them and gave them back to your ass for slavery. Now, black people, you identify with these stories so much because they're your fucking story. They just perverted. Isis and Horus became Theotokos. This is a picture of Theotokos. Theotokos became the Virgin Mary. And when you look up the definition of Theotokos, it means virgin birth. Okay? So all of your religious deities is Greek.
If the Bible's authenticated, how come no one snapshots, took pictures, and did all these praises and crosses?
Speak the truth, speak the truth.
People need to understand this.
Straight shot, no, I can't miss.
Or you just talking.
Never, I do this here often.
One of the biggest mistakes you
ever can make is
disrespecting the
greatness.
You may have never heard this before.
One more for the playlist, tell them what to do.
This is what we gonna do.
Speak the truth, speak the truth.
People need to understand this.
Straight shot, no, I can't miss.
Or you just talking.
Never, I do this here often.
One of the biggest mistakes you
ever can make is
disrespecting the
greatness.
You may have never heard this before.
One more for the playlist, tell them what to do. Cool, thanks, kudos, real talk, not for the pseudos. Trust the kid, real talk, I debunked the myth, sit still. Don't run from this. That's a wise man told me, watch for the fakes and the phonies. You gotta be cautious, listen and open your conscience. People be talking that nonsense, chattering, that's when the daggers are stopping. Okay,
this is what we gonna do.
Speak the truth, speak the truth.
People need to understand this.
Straight shot, no, I can't miss.
Or you just talking.
Never, I do this here often.
One of the biggest mistakes you
ever can make is
disrespecting the
greatness.
You may have never heard this before.
One more for the playlist, tell them what to do.
This is what we gonna do.
Speak the truth, speak the truth.
People need to understand this.
Straight shot, no, I can't miss.
Or you just talking.
Never, I do this here often.
One of the biggest mistakes you
ever can make is
disrespecting the
greatness.
You may have never heard this before.
One more for the playlist, tell them what to do.
Years, and this is the only show that I know on YouTube where, and the reason why I say only because some people are scared to have conversations with people when they have a difference of opinion, and I'm not scared. If I don't know, I'm man enough and old enough to say, yo bro, I need to go back and look at that. I don't know. But what this is why I'm on Clubhouse every day, because on Clubhouse it's all about ego and winning a quick debate. And I learned this from even the Hebrew Israelite brothers who are humble, like a priest, Daniel Allah. He'll say, yo, I got to go back and look at that. This is another way he may have gotten daggered, but he'll say, I'll go back and check it out. I'm not familiar with that. Captain Tazaryach is one of them. A couple of Hebrew Israelite brothers, Divine Prospect. They'll go back. But you have the egomaniacs who have to always know everything and always have to be right for the audience. Those are the people that are scared to come on this panel. They'll be in the chat and they'll troll me all day. Boom, 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 boom. And I'll time them out because I have a rule here in my chat. If you're going to troll me and talk shit in the chat, I'm going to time you out. Every time I get the chance, I'm going to time you out. All right. So let's do a quick roll call. We got my brother Vyasa in the building. Asiatic 777, Cameron, Sister Mika, the queen, the lady that's in charge. Dasha Rob, peace and love. I don't know about no Hotep, brother. It's the wrong person. I ain't no Kemet guy. James Corvus, my West African brother. Mike Jackson. Tehudi Mayat. Fontaine Logic. Who else we got? Who else we got? Chris Isaacs, my brother. Alex believes in the Messiah because of One West now, period. Throwing shots, huh? No sound. All right. Sahulian Hooligan. That must be a Jamaican. Kian White, peace and love. Maurice. Goffy, you done putting up your Christmas tree. My Christmas tree is right over there. I put it on camera. I have no problem saying I celebrate Christmas and put up a Christmas tree. I ain't no hypocrite. By the great Chuck Morgan, peace and love to you, my big bro. All right. Yeah, son. One West is done. All right. So today we're going to do a review of a video that Lexx did with Shar Asharala from this new camp, this guy that left Sikari. Then we're going to do a little talk about it back and forth. If anybody want to jump on. If Zion want to jump on, he could jump on. Then we have the FBA Wars, Tariq and Professor Smalls Part 2. I'm going to go back into that conversation and talk about that a little bit more. Tazaryach and Godlogic had a conversation recently. And One West dead? That's supported with my view. Now, let me just say this. You're a hypocrite if you're celebrating Christ's supposed birthday. I'm not celebrating no birthday. It's a holiday in America. I mean, I am in Rome or I'm in America and Christmas is a holiday. So I'm celebrating a holiday and I have a tree and I'm actually going to put gifts under the tree. So if you think I'm against Christmas, I am not. I am for all holidays. Thanksgiving in Jamaica, we remix Thanksgiving. It ain't got nothing to do with no Indians. In Jamaica ain't got nothing to do with no Thanksgiving. But we take that holiday, remix it, just like how the black church remix the racist white Christianity, remix it. I have the black church today. Come on. Y'all, hey, listen, I keep it real. I ain't no fool. Oh, I don't celebrate this. I don't say, yeah, you can play all you want. Do whatever you want to do. I don't give a damn. In my house, it is what it is. You do what you do. All right. Now, is One West dead? You got a few brothers. Listen, you got to understand One West before you talk about One West. And before we even go there, I got to play this old video. It's so coincidentally with Zion Lexx against the Kemetic community. Shout out to Zion Lexx. Because Zion Lexx, for those who don't know, would face the community by himself. On Ron Shields, yeah, posted. That's me in the corner right there, right here. See that shirt to the right? That's me looking like I weigh 400 pounds. Right there.
Which I agree when I say yes. Then he made a statement in the form of a question, which was good. He said that nothing in the Torah applies to the original man or what the original man was. The word Torah itself entails the original man is the one who's following morality and principles on this earth. There are aspects of the Torah that represent those principles that can be found in every speech and others. So you have to bring this but the second part was a bit low. Your assumption was that the Torah is not based on morality and principles. That the universal While sitting in this computer, come on, Senator, you up next. We waiting on. That's the other one. Y'all gonna get it. Y'all gonna get it. Okay, now, in regards to what you put up there on the screen, right now, I understand it's not an international voice. Okay,
between Samaria. Saying Samaria is open, is that correct?
Good.
Okay. What committed documents did you examine to make that determination?
The very first statement that I said, as I posed in the form of a video, was we took you into the 5th and 6th dynasty of the Pyramid of Ten. In the Pyramid of Ten, as you can see in the video I'll give you the name of the video as well. The video was Lashawan breaks down Moses' art and the principles in it as relates to Kemet. In that video, Lashawan says the very first.
You know what? Let me take this down because we can't even hear the video correctly. We can't even hear it correctly. What Zion was trying to challenge them and say that who has the oldest writing system? Was it Sumer or Egypt? Just for those who don't know. All right. It was a good conversation. This is me talking about all the DNA tests that I'm taking. Boom, 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 boom. And this is a book by David Charles Mills, The Unholy the Slave Bible. So this is what they took out of the Old Testament. So it shows the comparison, the slave Bible. So in the unholy Bible, this is what they had in the unholy Bible. So they didn't have everything. They didn't have all the chapters of all the books. So it's a good book if you want to look at it. The omitted books include Leviticus, Numbers, Joshua, Judges, Ruth, 2 Samuel, 2 Chronicles, Ezra, Nehemiah, Esther, Psalms. But one thing I noticed about the unholy book, though, they only had chapters 19 and 20 in Exodus. That's very, very interesting. In Deuteronomy, they had Deuteronomy 28. Remember, they like to teach that, oh, they don't have Deuteronomy 28. Yes, they did. Yes, they did have Deuteronomy 28 in the unholy Bible. Well, anyway, that's another conversation for another time. Come on up, Mika. What you want to drop for us today? Let's see your DNA test. If you want to see my DNA test, no big deal. No big deal to me. She said she don't want no bullet flying her way. But before every Sunday, I try to do a topic. Last week was circumcision. This week, I'm going to talk about something that might gross you out as a man. But the power, I'm going to put it on the screen so people could see it. I don't want to say it and then have you run off. This section of my presentation, I talked about what's universal identifiers. So we're going to get into the topic of the show, the Lashawan Qadash stuff. But I do want to point out, these are universal identifiers you find in every, and let me repeat, in every culture. Not just one, in almost every culture. Not say every culture, in almost every culture. So, hold on, Mika, let me do this. And if you look on it, it says, when you find these things in the cultures, human sacrifice or even animal sacrifice, worship of multiple gods, levirate marriage, circumcision, separation through menstruation, we notice a lot of folks that say, well, they're Jews because they're doing it. No. So, but that doesn't make someone a Jew or even a part of a Jew. Look at these homosexual deities in the Native Americans. I'm sure we wouldn't claim, oh, they was against God's law. So they did that because they're Israelites and they're against the law. Craziness. But I want to talk about something. This is a part of the Native American culture. And this is a worldwide thing when it comes to separation when on menstruation. And it's something that people don't talk about, but they think that's like a sign. I, as a man growing up, whenever I was with a woman and she was on her period, I wouldn't want to sleep in the bed with her. That was natural. I didn't need a law for that. I just did that because I don't want to be beside you when you're on your period. Period. And you could jump in Mika if you're there, boy.
Yeah, I'm laughing. Well, yeah, who want to be next to somebody in that time?
Exactly. That's natural. I never knew there was even a law for that growing up, to be honest. I just, whenever I had a girlfriend and if I was living with a woman and I would go on the couch and sleep. I'm like, I'm not beside you with you, lad.
Yeah, and that's probably where you feel the most want to do something.
Exactly. So this book here, Blood Politics, Race, Culture, and Identity in the Cherokee Nation of Oklahoma. Cherokee believed past tense that a woman's menstrual blood was a powerful substance. It was not dirty or polluting, but it was a destructive force and a source of feminine strength. The Stoneclad story from James Mooney's Myth of the Cherokee is telling in this regard. Stoneclad was a cannibalistic monster who was virtually indestructible because of his impenetrable stone skin. But Stoneclad had one weakness. He could not bear the sight of a menstruating woman. See, the woman is God, man. Although no Cherokee warrior could stop him, Stoneclad finally met his demise in the presence of 7 menstruating virgins. One by one, they stood naked in his path, sapping his strength until Stoneclad finally crumbled into a heap. In addition to having such symbolic power in Cherokee mythology, menstrual blood was also a force to be contended with in everyday Cherokee affairs. And by the way, I'm not trying to gross out the men or even gross out the women. I'm just telling you, when we make claims that people are Israelites, we need to give them some respect and actually look at the culture instead of just listening to people because we believe what they believe. For example, the destructive power of menstrual blood could be channeled against an enemy and thus was often evoked in sorcery, at war, and in ball games. In recognition of this power, Cherokee women were isolated in menstrual huts far away from family friends during their menstrual period. So now, when they see that the women are isolated, you see, yeah, they are the rule. They follow Leviticus or Deuteronomy or Numbers. They're isolating the woman during the period. We did that as Israelites, so that makes them Israelites. They're trying to correlate that action to what the Torah says. That doesn't prove that, bro. It don't prove it. It don't prove it at all. Let's look at this. Menstruation, childbirth, war, hunting, any activity that involved blood required strict rules of behavior on the part of the Cherokees. Always a powerful substance, blood took various forms, and Cherokees made distinction between its different types or states. Blood could be fresh and healthy with a bright crimson color, gigaji, or it might become spoiled or exhausted, at which point it would be described as wadi, meaning it was dull brownish red, the color of clay. To keep their blood from becoming exhausted, Cherokees would engage in periodic rites of bloodletting as a prophylactic measure against illness. Yuck! For example, a young ball player before a game or a warrior before battle would be subjected to ritual by scratching over much of his body. This rite not only purified and strengthened the recipients, it also provided a deeply symbolic means by which Cherokee men could appropriate the fearsome power of menstruating women. Through episodic bleeding, Cherokee men, I think I cut it off there, but anyway, let's look at some other cultures. Again, not trying to gross my brothers and sisters out. I'm just giving you information. What are these book sources? It's on the screen, beloved. All the sources are on the screen. All right. All right, let's get back to this. Mythology and menstruation. True lunar mythology is first and foremost represented by the Kechi myth of sun and moon, first studied by Eric Thompson. It makes the moon goddess the daughter of the earth or mountain valley. She is wooed and finally captured by the sun. They sleep together. When this is discovered and the couple flees, the angry father reacts by having his daughter destroyed. In all likelihood, this patriarchal punishment of basic infraction of the rules of alliance represents the origin of menstruation. The evil blood of a disobedient daughter, coloring the water of sea and lake red, or sinking into the earth. The menstrual blood is stored in 13 jars. In the jars, it is transformed into creatures such as snakes and insects, a transformation leading up to the origin of poison and the diseases caused by it. However, some jars also hold medicinal plants. The 13th jar is the lunar jar. On being opened, the moon is reborn from it, the creation of her vagina, on instigation of or directly by her husband. By her husband represents the origin of human procreation. Subsequent episodes make the moon goddess cohabit with sun's elder brother Cloud and with the devil in the shape of King Vulture, thus connecting her to rainfall. And that's from Egg Balance Canoe, the origin of the poison Quechi, May and Hummingbird myth, and the moon goddess in Middle American deities by Eric Thompson. So, again, And look at the side, look at the left-hand side, you see all the sources where this is coming from. Magic in the Roman world, the joy of family rituals, blood politics, man and woman, a study of human secondary sexual characters, iron, gender, and power, exploring gypsiness. In some historic cultures, a menstruating woman was considered sacred and powerful with increased psychic abilities and strong enough to heal the sick. According to the Cherokee, menstrual blood was a source of feminine strength and had the power to destroy enemies. In ancient Rome, Pliny the Elder wrote that menstruating woman who uncovers her body can scare away hailstorms, wind, whirlwinds, and lightning. You see how powerful a woman is? If she strips naked and walks around the field, caterpillars, worms, and beetles fall off the ears of the corn. Menstrual blood is viewed as especially dangerous to men's power. In Africa, menstrual blood is used in the most powerful magic charms in order to both purify and destroy. Mayan mythology explained the origin of menstruation as a punishment for violating the social rules governing marital alliance. The menstrual blood turns into snakes and insects used in black sorcery before the Maya moon goddess is reborn from it. So, as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, this whole thing about separating from women because of menstruation, you have to understand the culture and the context of why they're doing it. All right? I just wanted to talk about that for a quick second as the lesson of the day. Last week was circumcision. This week is menstruation with a woman. All right? And women got to go through this every month. You have his number. Is he good? That's enough, Garfield. Stop this nastiness now. Good thing I already had my breakfast. Probably got bloodletting from the Europeans. Cherokees never heard of that. Look at this guy right here. The Cherokees never heard of that. I just get, unless you tell me that the source said that is a lie, then I don't care. See, this is my number one troll. I love having him in the chat because I don't like everybody agreeing with what I'm saying. You need oppositional talk. Anyway, Mika, the floor is on yours. The black woman is God. What's popping?
No, what's your first topic going to be?
I'm going to talk about whatever you want to talk about first.
No. Okay, name the topic. Let me see.
Zion Lexx destroys Lashawan Qadash. FBA wars Tariq and Professor Small. Tazaryach versus Godlogic. Is One West dead? I'm going to be honest with you. I wanted to do the Zion Lexx first.
Okay, that sounds good.
Because I was impressed. I was impressed.
Yeah.
And he was being a jerk, but people don't know Zion. He was. Right. Yeah, he's an asshole. He's from Brooklyn.
Y'all all talk. Y'all all talk.
But I'm going to say this. He did good. I don't think anybody else in the community could have done better than what he did. And what happened is it's going to hurt people's feelings because One West on a whole is under attack from a lot of angles, from internally and externally. So you have the Genesis camp, which broke away from Sicario, who broke away from GMS. So I'm saying to myself, there's a lot of breaking away going on. What are we going to do as far as this group is concerned? So the first video I'm going to play.
Yeah, which one is first?
No, I'm not going to play any of these videos first. I got to play my special video that I play when it comes to these cults.
Okay.
What's the name of this guy's channel again? I forgot the name of his channel. Hold on one second. I'm gonna find it right now. Hold on. Because I should play this every Sunday because what happened is, hold on there. Hold on one second. And by the way, shout out to all the Knicks. Shout out to all the Knicks fans out there. Shout out to all the Knicks fans. Watch the Brooklyn Talk, Coconut. Hey, Truth Store, what you got to say about the Knicks now? Remember you went on me with Kevin Durant and the Nets? Where's the Nets at? But anyway, I got to play this video before I start every Sunday so that people understand. I was in a cult. If you're a Nuwabian, you're in a cult. If you're in the Moorish Science Temple, yeah, you're in a cult. If you're in the Nation of Islam, yes, you're in a cult. I was involved with that cult. If you're part of the British Israelites, you're in a cult. If you're part of the Black Hebrew Israelites, you're in a cult. Let's take it out.
And I grew up in a cult. If you're a regular follower, hi, my name is Matt, and I grew up in a cult. If you're a regular follower of this channel, you'll know that two things that interest me are, number one, royal family trees, and number two, the Bible. The main reason for this is that the cult I grew up in connected these two things in a very strange way, based on an idea called British Israelism. And even though I left the cult as an adult, rejected its ideas, and have since converted to a mainstream branch of progressive Judaism, it was this particular theory that sparked my lifelong interest in charting history. So in this video, I'm going to tell you a little bit about what British Israelism is, and because this theory unfortunately still comes up from time to time in discussions about royal genealogy, I'm also going to tell you why British Israelism is wrong. The cult I grew up in was called the Worldwide Church of God. It actually no longer exists, but several offshoots from it do. Collectively, the ideology of these groups is called Armstrongism, named after the founder of the Worldwide Church of God, Herbert W. Armstrong. In this video, I'm not going to go into great detail about the differences between a cult and a religion, but generally speaking, cults have the following four characteristics. 1. A single charismatic leader who is the ultimate authority on all things. And
so Genesis has a leader, Hakar. One with camps, Priest Daniela is the leader over Lands of Israel, and he's also an elder for a couple of these new camps. Tazaryach's leader is General Yahana. These men are the ultimate authority in their camps,
whom the cult members follow unquestionably. 2. Almost perfect uniformity when it comes to beliefs and behaviors. Critical thinking skills and differences of opinion, even on minor issues, are actively discouraged, usually by means of strict rules, a rigid hierarchy, and subtle brainwashing techniques. 3.
Now, this is very important. Almost perfect uniformity of beliefs and behaviors. That means when Genesis says that some Gentiles can be saved, or they're guaranteed salvation, I'm not going to get into that, whether they can get salvation like as the Israelites or not. I'm not going to get into the intricacies of all of this stuff, but this is what I'm saying. I heard Captain Tazaryach say something the other day. One day, he said Malcolm X was wrong because, I'm paraphrasing, because he left the brotherhood. The brotherhood was more important than him leaving his leader. If Malcolm thought that he outgrew his leader or he changed his mind, that does not work in a cult. Because you have to think the same way. I can't say Dagger Squad can't be a cult because I can't tell Mika how to think. You could be a Christian, you could be a Jehovah's Witness and be Dagger Squad. You could be a Hebrew Israelite and be Dagger Squad. Hey, you could be whatever. It's a study group. There's no main character leader with no ultimate authority. It's just a group that studies together. There's no uniformity of beliefs and behaviors. If for example, why they're mad with Genesis, because they are going against what the elders taught. But remember, the elders did teach Cornelius was a Gentile originally. The elders didn't teach King James was black until later on. All these things are changes that were made. So are you saying that the current One West camps are hypocrites for not following that Cornelius is a Gentile? Duh. So the argument is wrong. What happened with One West? It's held on pillars that are dropping off one by one. If Gentiles can be saved, They're no different than the Christians that they talk about. But that's what the Bible says. I don't agree with Hassan and them. I'll go further and say all Gentiles can be saved according to the biblical text. This is Garfield talking, not a camp guy. And what happened is, because we grew up in a country, whether I'm in Jamaica or in America, where slavery was the law, it was lawful to have slavery done, there is in the subconscious of white folks and black folks that there's some revenge factor in there. The revenge factor for us is the teachings that some white guy is going to be destroyed or be our slaves. The Nation of Islam talks about the mothership, which y'all see in Independence Day. That's the mothership, the UFOs, whatever, that they've been built in Japan or wherever, and they're solid and they're going to destroy the US government and all that stuff and kill off white folks. And guess what? Yahweh Shai is returning to ultimately kill off the white folks and enslave them in the kingdom. So there's some revenge factor with the belief. Because technically, I'm going to be honest, nothing is going to happen. Nothing is going to happen to these white folks. Because if you study every religion, study Taoism, study Buddhism, there's salvation for all if they follow some direct rules within all these cultures. In Zoroastrianism, the evil people are going to be okay. Even in Egyptian religion, they talk about the pharaoh coming back during the Greek time period. There's always salvation through Osiris. Everybody could get it, the mummification. I'm saying to you that's listening, just because you don't have to follow the uniformity, what happened is, look at Captain Tazaryach. I'm not speaking ill of the brother, but without the One West teachings or the One West culture, he's a nobody. He is. He would be a nobody. Nobody would care about Captain Tazaryach if he wasn't a part of ISUPK, and he'll tell you that in a minute. But the issue is, how do you determine if somebody is wrong? And what do you do if somebody is wrong? What do you do? I'm going to give a quick example. On Clubhouse, they are scared to talk about Second Esdras, because Second Esdras is the ultimate book that provides them with a place called Arzareth, which they believe is the Americas, hence the 12-tribe chart. So what we find is, and I hope my brother Lexx tap in or email me when he decides to do the 12-tribe chart, because I don't think anybody ultimately can defeat the 12-tribe chart but better than I can. I don't think anybody can. What's up, Sam?
No, I was going to say, I hope he does the 12 chart, because that would be interesting to see.
The issue that people have when they hear it from Garfield, because I'm a non-believer in what they believe, they think I'm doing it out of anger or vengeance. When Zion does it, they listen because he believes in the same spooky book as they do. Plus, he believes in the Old and the New Testament. He's not an OT only anymore, so they don't look at him as an enemy of the New Testament. Very interesting. But if your beliefs change, and not to talk about Zion, I'm not talking about him disparagingly, but I'm being honest. Remember, he was an OT only, and he had discussions with some One West brothers, and he had to go back and study, and he now changes his mind, and he now believes and accepts the New Testament. So now he's no longer a part of that OT only cult. He has left that belief, that uniformity of belief that they have, because they don't believe Jesus is real either. They think Jesus is fake. This is why Mika hold on to it, because she was a part of that OT only stuff too. So like, that Jesus is fake.
You started?
I'm throwing you under the bus. All right, but family and friends, listen. Share the show to 10 people. Yeah, when your beliefs change, and remember, family, I have experience. I believe Master Farad Muhammad of the Nation of Islam teachings was God. I used to literally pray, clasp my hands, close my eyes, and pray to Master Farad Muhammad. I used to do that. I know what it's like to be in a cult and say, this is it. Plus, he was the leader of the organization, was the most prominent and is the most prominent black leader even today. Minister Louis Farrakhan is the guy. And he would talk with venom, and he would make prophecies, and they would act like the prophecies came true. They made this man divine. So I had to fall in line with uniformity. Then I started studying outside. I don't know why they introduced me to the Kemet community. Actually, the the Kemet community actually helped to get me out, because it was Phil Valentine, Bobby Hemmett, and all them guys and their movements and what they used to talk about and break down the belief system. That's what actually got me out of it. Although I think Phil Valentine and Bobby Hemmett is who they are, you know what I'm saying? I put them in their box where they are. They actually helped me, along with Professor James Smalls, especially Professor James Smalls, because he used to break down, he used to join every belief system. Y'all don't know that about Professor James Smalls. For the people who know Professor James Smalls, like a true historian, you know that dude was a Yoruba, he was an Igbo, he was an Ashanti. He joined all of them. He said you can't speak about them unless you join them. That was one of the biggest influential moments in my life, hearing that man talk at City College and breaking that down. So now I had to leave my cult slowly but surely. I had to leave my cult because I got wiser. Look at what this brother Tahuti Maya put in the chat. This is wisdom right here. This is wisdom. When your beliefs change, that means you are learning / growing. So now I am not saying to everybody who believe in the Bible, don't believe in the Bible. That's where you're at. Because there's levels to this shit. You at level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4. I was at level 1 with the Nation of Islam. Then I had to move to another level, grade 2, grade 3, grade 4. And if you notice something about when you're in school, right? And you're in Jamaica, they got prep school, they got primary school. You have first grade, second grade, third grade, fourth grade. You never heard your second grade teacher say, your first grade teacher was crap. Or your fourth grade teacher say, your third grade teacher never teach you enough. She prepared you properly. You never hear the teacher above saying, hey, they didn't prepare you right. It's the same thing with your growth as a human being. You're going to have cultural beliefs. You're going to have what's called gods of the land. The God of this land is Yahuwah or Yahweh, the Most High. He's the God of this land here in America. When the Assyrians came and got them in the 8th century BC, you know what the Assyrians did? The Assyrians had to bring back the priests that they had exiled and bring them back and say, no, you got to come back because you got to teach us how to worship the God of the land. That's one thing these ancient Near East cultures did. Uniformly, they respected the beliefs of the cultures that they took over. So if you worship Yahweh, we're going to make you worship Yahweh continuously. We're not going to let you forget your God, but you're going to be under our yoke. You're going to be under our yoke, under our rulership, but you're going to worship your God. Very, very interesting. America's God is the Most High Yahweh. So growing up in this culture, in the Caribbean especially, remember I showed earlier the books of the Bible that took place, the unholy Bible they used to give us. They took a lot of things out. And I'm saying to you, America is saying the Most High is God, but it's very hypocritical. All right. But at the end of the day, the Most High God of the Bible is the God of this particular land that we're in Jamaica, in Guyana, anywhere that was colonized. The Most High God of the Bible is the God of the land. Now, was he the God of the land originally? No. It was the God of the indigenous people, the Arawaks, the Caribs, the indigenous people of the Caribbean, the indigenous people of the Americas. They had their own God. So what happened now, family, because we grew up with this religion and this belief system, we feel we have to be a part of it. But what we're going to do is, what's the word I should use, Truth Story? I'm going to blackenize it. So we learned under the white church. But when we left the white church, we started our own African Baptist church, African Episcopal church, African Methodist church, African Zionist church, because we knew where we were from originally. We didn't hate on Africa. That came later once we started to adopt the system of the deity of the land. That's when we started learning that we Hamites, we Shemites, we Japhites, whatever. And what happened is the colonizers, especially when they went to Africa and they were teaching a religion, the colonizers, our historian, our anthropologists would call black people Hamites. This is when the racism started to touch us once they got there, although racism existed before that. But the issue that I'm having is that what happened when you realize that this God that you're worshiping is ultimately not the right God for you? What are you doing? Yeah, the Taino. All right.
Garfield.
Yeah, but anyway, let me play the video. Let me stop preaching.
3. An elitist attitude combined with separation from the larger society. In other words, there's the belief that the cult is right and everybody else is wrong. Even in cases where the cult members don't actually live together, they are usually encouraged to spend most of their time doing cult-related activities and to limit time spent with outsiders.
Facts. When I was with the Nation of Islam, I used to work security details, Source Awards. I was at that Source Award with Snoop Dogg saying, y'all on the East Coast ain't got love for Snoop Dogg? Well, fuck y'all then. I was right there at the stage. I was right there when Biggie was coming on to celebrate with his wife. He said, man, if I was you, I'd move out the way. That's what Biggie said to me at the Steers, at the Source Awards, 1995. I'll never forget that. I was at Coney Island when the two gangs were having wars or whatever they were having, and the Nation of Islam drew up a peace plan for them in the projects. I was right there. I was at Spike Lee movie in the projects, Bodyguard and Spike Lee ready to take a bullet for Spike Lee, who I actually didn't even like at the time. But at the end of the day, I was doing security. But everything I did was based on the Nation of Islam. I was around the brothers at work at 152nd and 8th Avenue. I was working in that building right there. At the movie set, I'm around the Nation of Islam. R. Kelly's video that he did, nah, 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 with Puffy and the other dude in the video. I was right there doing security, and they accused him at the bus van of dealing with little kids. I was right there because he had little kids in his bus, R. Kelly. Looking hindsight right now, I'm looking back and do like, yeah, he used to always F with little kids. That was facts. I was right there again around the Nation of Islam working. We stay around each other. I was in Far Rockaway projects. I was in this part of Queens projects. I was over here. Now, ladies and gentlemen, listen, family. Listen, it was a job. And it was an easy job. When them dudes came out in Queens, to all the Beamers and the Benz, Freaky tying them. I was right there security in that club in Queens. They was there every Thursday night. I knew them before they even came out. Queen Pen, I knew Queen Pen. She was a part of my organizational group. What I'm saying, family, the Nation of Islam had me around the Nation of Islam in the most of my life and time periods. So cult members hanging around cult members to keep the cult going. So that's what cults do. So when Tazaryach is hanging out, he's hanging out with his other bro. I'm in Texas with my brothers. I'm in Jersey with my brothers. I'm in New York with my brothers.
Garfield, brotherhood.
Yeah, the brotherhood. Because people who think alike, that's what keeps it going. And then when you step out of line, they gang you up and say, nah, brother, the Bible is saying this. Minister Louis Farrakhan was called the apostle. He was called Paul. He was called whatever. So at the end of the day, I was around the cult all the time. All the time. I was around Khalid Abdul Muhammad. I was around Farrakhan. Ready to take a bullet for these men because I believed in the cult. So don't think I'm talking from someone that's not experienced. I know what it is to be in a cult. All right, let's carry on.
Finally, 4. Weird or wacky beliefs that fall outside of generally acceptable societal norms. Now, for some people, any kind of belief in God is considered to be a weird or wacky belief. But regardless of your position on that, believing in God is in fact a generally acceptable societal norm, as is going to a place of worship, praying, and singing religious songs. But cults tend to go beyond this sort of stuff. For example, my cult believed that God was going to destroy the world very soon, that a European superpower called the Beast was going to appear, and that we, the chosen few, were going to hide out in Petra. But one of the other weird and wacky beliefs that the Worldwide Church of God promoted is something called British Israelism. The idea first became popular in the 1800s, and today it is still being promoted by groups such as those that follow a white supremacist ideology called
Hey, Mika, you know how I know that the elders in One West took from British Israelism? You know how I, Garfield Reed, know that?
How?
Two things. The 12 tribe chart. And the second thing is how they got to the 12 tribe chart. Genesis 49.
Wow.
Genesis 49, right? For those who don't know, they got a breakdown. And I'm going to show y'all on the screen real quick. This is what I should have brought out in my debate with Gorilla. If I debate Gorilla Hebrew now, I would destroy him. I would destroy this 12 tribe chart. Because the brothers that was helping me with the scriptures, I didn't really want to read scriptures. I was dealing with history. He was debating scriptures.
I think he's already destroyed.
Technically, yeah. I'm going to show you something right here. In Genesis 49, right? They have a breakdown that says, say, for example, the KJV reading, here are the issues with incorrectly assuming Genesis 49 is talking about Dominicans and Haitians. They're saying that ESV reading, the KJV reading is that the Levi, Simeon and Levi are brethren, instruments of cruelty are in their habitations. All right? So they say they are Dominicans and Haitians based off of this. This is where the Levi went, where the Haitians went, because they're the priesthood, and they would use Genesis 49 and different verbs or whatever they're using. They would say, hey, this is the reason why they're this. But if you wanted to make the erroneous translation, so they would break down which each tribe is, right? But the joke, this is the joke about the whole thing, right? Watch this. Genesis 49, they said that the people went to Europe. That's where the Israelites are. All where the white folks are, right? Because, of course, it's a racist cult. Black Hebrew Israelites say they went to the Caribbean and Americas, where mostly black people are who went on the slave trade. So one is based off of white folks and one is based off of black folks. So all they did was shift the color of the people. So if Zion is going to do the 12 tribe chart, he has to document this Genesis 49 part, because I could give him the books where the British Israelism is breaking down Genesis 49, and I could give him the whole thing about Hebrew Israelites breaking down Genesis 49. He could find it out himself. That's why you know one is from the other. So the elders read a lot of British Israelism, because I don't know if you guys know this, but James Adair, this guy James Adair, who wrote the book about them coming from, James Adair saying that the Cherokee and all of this stuff, the Native Americans, he believed a lot of European cultures were Israelites. He believed almost all the red people, the indigenous people of the world, are Israelites. He said most European cultures are Israelites. So so this is why they now use British Israelism, because even when Priest Daniel, I was doing a rebuttal of his work. You see their work and they're talking about Anglo-Saxons means such and such from Isaac, and this, I mean, all of that is British Israelism. All of that stuff. Using Second Esdras comes out of British Israelism, although people before that used it. So the writers, the people who are doing it, all they did is change the skin tone from white-skinned Europeans to dark-skinned Caribbean and South American people and American people. That's all they did. That's how you know they got it from British Israelism. Let me carry on.
Christian identity. But during the second half of the 20th century, which is when I was born, and today God promoted, is something called British Israelism. But one of the other weird and was going to appear, believed that God was going to destroy the world very soon, that a European superpower called the Beast was going to appear, and that we, the chosen few, were going to hide out in Petra. But one of the other weird and wacky beliefs that the Worldwide Church of God promoted is something called British Israelism. The idea first became popular in the 1800s, and today it is still being promoted by groups such as those that follow a white supremacist ideology called Christian identity. But during the second half of the 20th century, which is when I was born, it was primarily associated with the Worldwide Church of God, due to a short book written by Herbert Armstrong called The United States and Britain in Prophecy. So now let me give you a brief overview of the theory. In my biblical genealogy series, I talked about how Jacob had 12 sons and how the descendants of those sons eventually became.
One point of clarification. Remember this. I'm not going to play the video today, but remember they talked about they would destroy the place in Petra, right? Didn't One West teach that the year 2000 the world was going to be destroyed? Weird or wacky beliefs that fall outside of Y2K was going to be the end. I'm not going to play the video. Weird and wacky beliefs.
And this sort of stuff. For example, my cult believed that God was going to destroy the world very soon, that a European superpower called the Beast was going to appear, and that we, the chosen few, were going to hide out in Petra. But one of the other weird and wacky beliefs that the Worldwide Church of God promoted is something called British Israelism. The idea first became popular in the 1800s, and today it is still being promoted by groups such as those that follow a white supremacist ideology called Christian identity. But during the second half of the 20th century, which is when I was born, it was primarily associated with the Worldwide Church of God, due to a short book written by Herbert Armstrong called The United States and Britain in Prophecy. So now let me give you a brief overview of the theory. In my biblical genealogy series, I talked about how Jacob had 12 sons and how the descendants of those sons eventually became the 12 tribes of Israel. Well, around the time that the biblical story moves from legend to real history, the ancient Israelites lived in two separate kingdoms. The southern one was called the Kingdom of Judah and was comprised of two tribes, Judah and Benjamin, whereas the northern one was called the Kingdom of Israel and was comprised of the remaining 10 tribes. The northern kingdom was conquered first by Assyria, and a portion of the population was carried off and settled elsewhere, whereas the southern kingdom was conquered a bit later by Babylon. Some of the Judahites were carried off too, but they were later allowed to return under the Persians, who called their land Judea. Eventually, the people living there became known as the Jews, and history is pretty clear about what happened from this point on. There was the Maccabean revolt, the wars with Rome, and then eventually the Jews became scattered throughout Europe and the rest of the world. But British Israelism is mostly concerned with what happened to the other 10 tribes, those that comprised the northern kingdom of Israel, and who supposedly became lost to history after being conquered by Assyria. There have been numerous theories about these so-called lost 10 tribes, with British Israelism being only one of them. Other theories include one in which the Japanese are the descendants of the lost 10 tribes, and another, mostly associated with Mormonism, in which certain Native Americans are the descendants. But according to British Israelism, the lost 10 tribes migrated north and then west around the Black Sea, eventually ending up in northwestern Europe, where, for example, the tribe of Reuben became the nation of France, and the tribe of Dan became Denmark. But British Israelism is primarily concerned with 2 out of the 10 lost tribes, Ephraim and Manasseh. This is because Ephraim and Manasseh were the 2 sons of Joseph, Jacob's favorite son. According to the Torah, Joseph received a double inheritance, and that's why his descendants formed 2 tribes. So instead of a single tribe of Joseph, we get a tribe of Ephraim and a tribe of Manasseh. Now, according to British Israelism, the British people are the modern-day descendants of the tribe of Ephraim, and the European settlers who ended up in the United States are the modern-day descendants of Manasseh. This is all based on a verse from Genesis where God tells Jacob that his descendants will become a nation and a company of nations. They see the nation as representing the USA and the company of nations as representing the British Commonwealth. However, also according to the theory, the British monarch is not actually from the tribe of Ephraim, but rather from the tribe of Judah. This is because whereas the northern kingdom of Israel had several reigning dynasties throughout its history, the southern kingdom of Judah only ever had one, the house of King David. And it was this dynasty that was supposedly meant to rule over all of Israel. According to British Israelism, when the kingdom of Judah fell to the Babylonians, the prophet Jeremiah secretly escaped with one of the Judean princesses named Tehatefi, and he traveled with her all the way to Ireland, where she then married an Irish king. The royal line of Judah therefore continued in Ireland until it was then transferred over to Scotland and then finally over to Great Britain when the thrones of Scotland and England were united. So according to the theory, Queen Elizabeth is a direct descendant of the royal line of Judah and the most senior heir of the biblical King David. Okay, so that's the theory. And like I said, it pops up from time to time on websites about royal genealogy.
Now, you see why it makes sense King James is black?
Wait. Let's big up Chuck Morgan for the donation.
Oh, I didn't see that. Shout out to Chuck Morgan. Thank you for the donation, beloved. Peace and love to you. Appreciate it. I got to respond to this guy right here. Look at what he said. James Adair did not believe Europeans were Israelites. Rather, he was a prominent proponent of the theory that Native Americans were the lineal descendants of the 10 tribes of Israel. Okay. Let's see what his book says on page 16. Let's see what his book actually says. You see, this is why I don't mind him trolling me, because I know he's easily debunkable and he does yapping at the mouth. Adair identifies specific European nations that he believed still practice the Hebrew customs. Here are the nations he lists. The Irish, page 9, the ancient Irish, and he talked about the rites and customs that are entirely Hebrew. He talked about the Scots. On page 11, Scots and Highlanders have preserved the ceremonial usages of Israel. Preserved, obviously talking about the indigenous people there, that's still there today. The Welsh have traditions plainly showing their descent from the Hebrew nation. Descent from the Hebrew nation. Isn't Welsh Wales in Europe? The Gauls, who is the Gauls? The ancient Gaul retained the rights of the Hebrews, divisions into tribes, modes of purification. He said several nations of Europe. That's what he said on page 16. Even to this day, retaining the Hebrew rights. How do you retain something if you weren't a part of it? He's trying to say that there are several nations in Europe, and he names some specifically, the French, where the Gauls are. He talks about the Welsh, the Scottish, the Irish. I didn't make that up. He did. He also said, let me tell you exactly what he said also. He talked about other European nations retaining the Hebrew ritual forms. He says all Native Americans, all red nations of the earth, and various Asian peoples and some Africans. So he's saying pretty much almost the entire world is full of Israelites. That's what he said. James Adair said that, not Garfield. James Adair said that in his book, not me. It's 1775, the first edition. He believed half the world descended from ancient Israelites, pretty much. So you saying that by Googling something just to disagree with Garfield, I don't mind you disagree with me, because that's why I don't block you. That's why I have you here all the time. You are my brother. I got love for you. My appreciation, God, for the great many shows. This is going to debate on various topics. Lunch for you and your son and me. Oh, I appreciate it, brother. Appreciate it. Now, as far as this now, King James thought he was a king of Israel. He thought he was Solomon reincarnated. At his funeral, they're calling him the Solomon and comparing him to 16 things with Solomon. This, again, is what influenced people saying, hey, you know what? We're going to follow this. All right. But anyway, family, let's get back to the video, and then I'll be on to the video with Zion.
Many people come across the idea that the British royals are the direct descendants of the House of David and simply assume that it is true. Some even use this fact to try and connect their own family tree all the way back to Adam and Eve. But if you know anything about history, you'll know that British Israelism makes absolutely no sense. Let me tell you why. First of all, the lost 10 tribes were never really lost. According to what we know from archaeology, after their defeat at the hands of the Assyrians, the vast majority of the northern kingdom's population simply migrated south and joined the kingdom of Judah. This is why the Southern Kingdom's population suddenly exploded at this point, and why the priests living in Jerusalem at that time started to compile, write, and edit what would eventually become known as the Torah, or the Pentateuch. Although the details are still being worked out, biblical scholars have known for well over 200 years now that the so-called 5 books of Moses were not actually written by a single author, but are rather a collection of several older documents that were edited together over time in an effort to create a unified story. And the reason why a unified story was needed had to do with the fact that what had originally been 2 separate kingdoms suddenly ended up becoming one kingdom, and the northern Israelite traditions had to be integrated into the southern Judahite traditions. This is a topic that I will be returning to in a series that I plan to do on who wrote the Bible. But for now, let me just say that it is clear from several textual sources that the people who lived in Judea during the Second Temple period considered themselves to be comprised of members from all 12 tribes of Israel, not just 1 or 2. Consider this verse from Ezra chapter 6, verse 17, which says, "And they sacrificed for the dedication of this temple 12 goats as a purification offering for all of Israel, according to the number of the tribes of Israel." On top of all of this, there's a total of 0 sources and 0 archaeological findings to indicate that any of the northerners taken captive to Assyria maintained their tribal identities after that point, or that they migrated as a group to Europe. So, in short, there were no lost tribes. And speaking of Europe, the archaeological record is crystal clear on the fact that during the Bronze Age, let's say around 2000 BCE, which is at least 1000 years before the fall of the Kingdom of Israel, the Celtic peoples and the Germanic peoples were already living in northwestern Europe. And we know from modern DNA research that aside from more recent immigrants, these Bronze Age peoples are the direct ancestors of those who currently live in these same areas, and of the majority of those Europeans who went on to settle in the United States and Canada. In addition to this, there is absolutely no evidence in the archaeological record or in DNA studies to indicate that a group of people from the Middle East entered this area, replacing the previous inhabitants during or after the Iron Age, which is when the so-called Lost 10 Tribes were supposedly lost. In other words, there is an archaeological and genetic continuity in northwestern Europe that is very, very old. On top of all of this, we also have linguistic evidence. Linguistically, Celtic languages and Germanic languages, which include English, are part of the much larger Indo-European language family, whereas the ancient Israelites quite clearly spoke a language that was part of the Semitic language family, which also includes modern Hebrew and Arabic. There is absolutely no evidence that English in any way developed from ancient Hebrew. Then there's the whole idea of the British royals being the descendants of the house of King David. That entire part of the theory hinges on a claim that a Judean princess escaped around the time of the fall of the Kingdom of Judah and traveled all the way to Ireland. As you might have guessed, there is absolutely no evidence that such a thing ever occurred. In fact, the earliest mention of Tea Tephi is in an 1861 book by a Reverend Glover, and it would appear that Glover simply made the whole story up. All of the Irish manuscripts that later British Israelites offered as evidence were proven to be forgeries. And then finally, there's the elephant in the room. What's the motivation behind the whole theory anyway? Well, the whole thing is centered on the idea that white Anglo-Saxon people living in the United States and the British Commonwealth have a special God-given destiny, and that they have been given a special birthright from God to the exclusion of all other groups of people. So not only is the theory wrong, it's also very, racist. Herbert Armstrong likely picked up the idea while living in Oregon, a state that was a hotbed of white supremacist activity in the 1930s and 40s, which is when he left his previous church and established the Worldwide Church of God. Anyway, like I said, I left British Israelism behind a long time ago and have never believed in it as an adult. But unfortunately, several of its ideas are still floating around in discussions of royal genealogy. So that's why I thought it would be a good idea to give you a heads up and let you know what it's all about.
All right, family, we're back. And let me get into the Zion video right away. Mika, you want to say anything before we get into the video?
No, I don't know what video you're playing now. So you can...
I'm playing Zion video.
Oh, okay.
Let me say this before, and I'm very biased. Listen, Shah Ariala, a dude I met because of Guerrilla Hebrew years ago. I met him in Harlem. I was trying to set up a debate with somebody in One West and Professor Brown or Dr. Brown, who Guerrilla Hebrew debated, right? I suggested Shah Ariala. Somebody suggested him, so I went to Guerrilla, his leader at the time, and he asked him, and they declined. Let me say this right now. I am glad he didn't take that debate. He would have been embarrassed. Zion wasn't his regular Brooklyn self. But at the end of the day, I will say this. He looks real crazy. Just like I pause right here. Because this guy, Ariella, is really an asshole. If you know this guy, how he interacts with people. He's very strong. Right. He's very, he has an attitude. He acts like he knows every damn thing. Da-da-da-da. Let me tell you something, family. He was extremely humble with Zion. He was like a little church mouse. He was like a church mouse. It's like a mouse against a lion. You see, Mika don't know him, but I know this guy. I've heard him on Clubhouse. I've seen him in person. I know what this guy is about. And I'm telling you straight up, he looked like a damn mouse.
Be nice, Garfield. Be nice.
You ever watch Tom and Jerry? And it's Tom and Jerry. Who's Tom? Tom is the cat and Jerry is the mouse.
Garfield going in.
It would be like the Lion King. Yeah, I'm giving Zion Lexx his props. His name is true today. Zion Lion is true today. For this specific conversation, he's a lion. I ain't going front. Dude was a lion. This dude was like a damn Jerry in Tom and Jerry, yo. And the thing is, when they're not talking to somebody who knows a little Hebrew or know how the grammar works or a little something, they don't have no argument. But when he's talking to other brothers like who ignorant to the Hebrew, he's going to be all loud and vociferous and talking all bold. He sounded like Jerry. That's how he sounded like. I ain't got nothing personal against Ariella. You know, I believe he's nuts, but at the end of the day, bro, this, what do you call it? The Lashawan Qadash. I like the idea of creating your own dialect. I like that. And as a matter of fact, I have a video when I said it. I said, I thank these brothers for creating their own dialect. It's just like the Nuwapians created their own little dialect. In Jamaica, we used to talk Gypsy, so that the slave master wouldn't understand what we're saying. Although the white man, the police officers who were watching Dr. York knew Nuwapian better than the Nuwapians. They could speak the language better. But it's always good to communicate where the person who is in charge, the government, can understand what you're saying. It's always good. So Lashawan Qadash, if it was in that sense of dialect that people can't understand, only them, then I would like, oh, this is dope. But bruh, the meanings of the words changes with Lashawan Qadash if you go by what they have. But anyway, let's take a listen.
We would refer to as vowels as consonants, and again, that is brutally changing the meaning.
So, question to that: how would you spell Jerusalem with Hebrew characters?
Easy. Yerushalayim is spelled Yod, Shin, Resh, Yod, Lamed, Mem.
You said what now?
Yod,
What the
Shin,
hell?
Resh, Ayin, Lamed, Yod, Mem.
Well,
And also to be clear, it varies in scripture. Sometimes the changing switches. So for instance, even King David's name, all throughout the book of Samuel's and Kings, David's name is spelled Daled Wav Dalet. In the book of Chronicles, and only in the book of Chronicles, apart from I think 1 or 2 Psalms, David's name is spelled with additional letter, the letter Yod. So sometimes variation in spelling exists, but that's the general spelling that I just gave you.
Gotcha. So I'll be honest. I've never seen it. I've never seen Jerusalem with the Yod Mem at the end. I'm looking at it and I see, okay, that makes sense, right? But I'm seeing Yod Resh Wav Shin Lamed Mem, and then Yod Resh Wav Shin Lamed Yod Mem. Those are the 2 variations. So you mentioned the book of Hebrews. Can you show me? The book of Hebrews is translated from Greek. The same thing with the book of Revelation, not Hebrew. But again, I do see that. I've never noticed that, so that's very interesting. With that said, I think if you were looking at a text where it spells it one way versus another place in the text where it spells it the other way, you would vocalize it based on what you're seeing. And so I would vocalize it.
You see why I like having this guy in the chat? Look at what he's saying. Lexx is using an 8th century AD Hebrew. When in the video, the brother showed how the Dead Sea Scrolls matches what the Masoretic text is saying. A lot of people don't realize the find of the Dead Sea Scrolls is one of the most important finds in the history of the Bible. Because remember, before the Masoretic text, there was no main Hebrew text that was in that tradition that you could hold to. But when they find the Dead Sea Scrolls, you found it Greek, you found it Hebrew, you found it, what else did you find? I don't remember what else you found. But the bottom line is they match the Hebrew on the Masoretic text with the Hebrew in the 10th century or whatever. So that's not, nobody's saying that, man. What is wrong? So you know what? Let me not argue in the chat. I tell people don't argue in the chat. But my favorite troll, I like to respond to my favorite troll.
As Yerushalayim or Yerushalayim.
This was a dumb spot. I don't want to play the spot.
Is my God, and then how would you vocalize the phrase? Oh, well, not the phrase. Then
is an ascent. When a plane goes up, the plane is making an elite.
I agree that we'll probably go another 10 to 15 minutes. Then we jump into the presentations.
It depends, because I know Ariella said.
Yeah, we can go into the presentation right there, but I just wanted to ask you. So I just wanted to respond to that. So the word for to see in Hebrew, ra'ah, right, where we get the even word seer from, right? Even Reuben's name, right? I'm assuming you would say Reuven, right, or Reuben for Reuben, right? We would pronounce it Ra'awaban, right? Ra'ah, right, is spelled different than evil, which is either Rai with the ayin, or depending on how you're looking at it, the word wickedness is Rashai. So again, looking at how I'm vocalizing it versus how you're vocalizing it, we're looking at it from a different perspective. And again, I see that as the same as how the Samaritan gentleman, yourself, as well as even the Yemeni, so-called Yemeni Jew, is going to vocalize the Hebrew language completely different.
All right. I think the presentation is really going to spell out the major differences, but I'll add one more feature. So if we're going, and this is my last question to you before the presentation, if we're going by Lashawan Qadash, right? You have the word, I noticed on your Facebook page, you call yourself the Goyim Killer, right? That
was old. That was very.
No.
I don't even know how to change that, John. But yeah,
I like the term. I dig it. I like the term. But I noticed that you wrote it in Lashawan Qadash. But that's not my point that you wrote it there. But I know Hebrew, so I knew what you were saying. You were calling yourself the Goyim Killer. So on the note of the word for killer, Ratzak, which you would say Ratazak, right? Going through the Hebrew verbal system, how would you say in Lashawan Qadash, he killed, she killed, they killed? Based on grammar, how would you differentiate between who's doing the killing? Him, her, they. How would you pronounce it, or how would you spell it? What would you do to change that meaning?
Yeah, so For he killed, from my understanding, and I'll tell you this, right?
By the way, just to spoiler alert, this kills Lashawan Qadash. He killed her, look at him. He can't answer it. Remember, this is a guy who actually rewrote the Bible. I don't know if Zion knows this, or Zion is holding that back in case he got smart at the mouth. Because Zion be having like a book with all his daggers for you. He be having that shit in his left pocket ready for you. So he didn't get nasty at the mouth, so Zion didn't have to pull it out. This guy rewrote the Bible. This guy on the left-hand side right here, that's promoting Lashawan Qadash, rewrote the Bible, y'all. But can't look at that. Listen to the question and listen to the answer once more. This is nuts.
Right. It's spelled different than evil, which is either Rai with the I-N, or depending on how you're looking at it, the word wickedness is Rashai. So again, looking at how I'm vocalizing it versus how you're vocalizing it, we're looking at it from a different perspective. And again, I see that as the same as how the Samaritan gentleman, yourself, as well as even the Yemeni, so-called Yemeni Jew, is going to vocalize the Hebrew language completely different.
All right. I think the presentation is really going to spell out the major differences, but I'll add one more feature. So if we're going, and this is my last question to you before the presentation, if we're going by Lashawan Qadash, right? You have the word. I noticed on your Facebook page, you call yourself the Goyim Killer, right? That
was old. That was very.
No.
I don't even know how to change that, John. But yeah.
I like the term.
He still call himself that. Don't run from it now because Zion is here. Yes, you do call yourself the Goyim Killer. Yes, you do.
He looked very sad.
Now you punking out because Zion. Let me tell you something, man. Zion had this nigga purring. He had him purring the whole time, man. Let's stop playing. I don't listen. I'm no respecters of nobody at this point. This guy rewrote the Bible, y'all. He rewrote the Bible and was selling it. I think he was selling it. I could be wrong. Correct me. So you are expert. You rewriting the entire Bible. This is nuts.
Yeah, it's crazy how people got their own Bible.
It's crazy right now. This is nuts.
I dig it. I like the term. But I noticed that you wrote it in Lashawan Qadash. But that's not my point that you wrote it there. But, I know Hebrew, so I knew what you were saying. You were calling yourself the Goyim Killer. So on the note of the word for killer, Ratzak, which you would say Ratazak, right? Going through the Hebrew verbal system, how would you say in Lashawan Qadash, he killed, she killed, they killed? Based on grammar, how would you differentiate between who's doing the killing? Him, her, they. How would you pronounce it, or how would you spell it? What would you do to change that meaning?
Yeah, so for he killed, from my understanding, and I'll tell you this, right? So it was a few weeks ago. I had made a post about
answer the damn question,
how
man. I hate
when we here in the One West community we haven't looked at it from more of that grammatical side, right? So this is something that I've been diving into, is understanding the different roots, the different stems, like how to, like, because like for instance, I studied Spanish in school, right? So I know if I have an AR verb, an ER verb, an IR verb, I'm going to conjugate it a certain way in this given tense, right? As I'm looking at Hebrew and trying to figure out, right, looking at verbs and how to properly conjugate them, given the stem. So you have the stem, and then you also have the what's the face, Salakia. Is the term is evading me right now, right? You have the stems like Hefel, Hofel, so forth and so forth, Kital, right? I haven't found like a set like rule per se on how to go about and conjugate that verb properly. So in terms of like, for instance, he kill, I would say Yaratazach, Yah he kill. And again, depending on the tense that I'm looking to do, again, I haven't gotten to that point yet, and truly knowing how to do that for every single Hebrew verb.
That's okay. I'll respond lightly and I'll say this. By saying Yah Ratazak, it is masculine, but it's masculine future. It's not he killed, it's he will kill. So you just made it based on that pronunciation and even spelling, you just made it he will kill. I'm saying he killed, she killed, they killed, right? Present tense or past tense, right? You said he will kill. That maybe we could argue that out, but all right. But yeah, I would love to see.
So again, to answer your question, again, listen, guys, I am not Zion's peer, right? I'm not his peer, right? He studied the intricacies of Hebrew grammar and these stems and these roots a lot longer than I have, right? As I'm growing more and more, I'll give you an example. Like, for instance, within the Hebrew Israelite community, right? There's a Lord's Prayer that has been said by Hebrew Israelites of one wealth for I don't know how long, decades, right? And it's coined Adawan Palal, which don't make sense because the word Palal is a verb, which means to pray, right? The word for prayer is different, it's Stapala, right? So I actually, as of recently, right, went and retranslated the Lord's Prayer, given these different roots, right, and looking at how it would actually be rendered given the stem, the tense, and all those different things. But that's not something I have mastered just yet. So again, the reason why I said just off the top of my brain how I would say that, right? Again, being not completely ignorant of how these roots work, but not knowing all the intricacies of how to properly conjugate said verbs. That's why I said Yarat Tazab.
All right. I think that we could definitely go ahead and see what you have to present, and then I'll present, and then Abia, it's your show. I'm not here to dictate what happens next, but he's going to present, I'm going to present, and then you're going to administer the show the way in which you want to.
Right. That's the format. Listen, before we get to that, these brothers are bringing y'all, I don't care what your stance is, these brothers are bringing out some valuable information and taking their time out. I'm taking my time out. Y'all on the platform, there is almost 400 people watching with 170 likes. Support the platform, support the effort, support the presentations. Hit the like button. It's
but all the words are messed up on the presentation. I'm not sure why. That we need to grow and we need to learn and we need to.
Hey. Yeah, his presentation was the worst. I think Zion Less did an excellent presentation. I don't know what
I don't think anything went wrong with the phones or nothing. He just didn't have nothing to present. Listen, I'm not letting nobody off the hook, man. I'm not trying to be nobody's friend.
You could take the shots. Go ahead.
I'm saying, look at this right here. Lashawan Qadash versus Tiberian Masoretic Hebrew, right? Now, all of a sudden, this can't show properly. It said the Lord. I don't know about all of that, man. I don't know about all of that. But anyway, let's carry on.
We move forward. Deuteronomy chapter 30 and verse 1, it says, "And it shall come to pass when all these things come upon thee, the blessing and the curse, which I have set before thee, that thou shalt call them to mind," right? So this scripture, as well as other scriptures, show that how we would discontinue from our heritage, how we would lose ourselves, right? Thou shalt call them to mind among all the nations, whither the Lord thy God have driven thee, and shall return unto the Lord thy God and obey his voice according to all that I command thee, thou and thy children, all thine heart and with all thy soul, right? Again, you couple this with Jeremiah 17:4, which says that we would discontinue from our heritage. That includes our land. That includes the law, which is set up to be our inheritance. And of course, that would be our language, right? You can move forward. Yeah, Isaiah 28 and verse 9, it says, "For stammering lips and another tongue will the Lord speak to this people." So prophetically, we see that the Most High God will speak to us.
I'm going to show you
if we move forward.
I'm sure the hypocrisy with Hebrew Israelites, like my brother Chris in the chat. Look at this right here.
Isaiah 8:20, right? "To the law and to the testimony, if they speak not according to this word, there is no light in them." So the litmus test and the standard is the law and the prophets, right? Move forward, please. And then, so here on this slide, I have the law and the prophets, right? So according to Isaiah 8:20, the law and the prophets is the standard. So my question is, what does the law and the prophets or the testimony say concerning this topic, right? If we move forward, Deuteronomy chapter 30 in verse 1, it says, and it shall come to pass when all these things come upon thee, the blessing and the curse, which I have set before thee, that thou shalt call them to mind, right? So this scripture, as well as other scriptures, show that how we would discontinue from our heritage, how we would lose ourselves, right? Thou shalt call them to mind. Among all the nations, whither the Lord thy God have driven thee, and shall return to.
You notice he said that we would discontinue from our heritage, we would lose ourselves, right? So Mika, if they discontinue, and this is for every Israelite in the world who claim this craziness, if you would discontinue from your heritage and lose your roots, your culture, and everything, how did the Native Americans know they were Israelites? How did the people in Africa know that they were Israelites? How did they know? How did they practice the culture? These guys are so easy to debunk, yo. It's the easiest thing. You're living a lie. You're just living a lie, and then they're arguing about the lie to make lie out of the sense. Then this guy calls his channel Inside the Nation. What nation?
Listen, gossip.
What effing nation? This is dumb. This is craziness.
Yeah.
Yo, they live in a lie, and then within the lie, they're arguing about the lie. This is who's right about the lie. This is the craziest thing I ever seen about that. Yo, I had to sit back last night in my bed. I'm watching the Knicks game. I'm like, yo, and I'm on Clubhouse, and I'm listening to them argue. Yo, we're right about the Gentiles, and we're not right about the Gentiles. This ain't got nothing to do with you. We adopted this culture because this was the God. They made this the God of the land. Remember the indigenous people? Let me play this video.
By the bell.
The Lord thy God, and obey his voice according to all that I command thee, thou and thy children, all thine heart, and with all thy soul, right? Again, you couple this with Jeremiah 17:4, which says that we would discontinue from our heritage. That includes our land. That includes the law, which is set up to be our inheritance. And of course, that would be our language, right? You can move forward. Yeah, Isaiah 28 and verse 9, it says, for stammering lips and another tongue will the Lord speak to this people. So prophetically, we see that the Most High God would speak to us through different languages, right? And this is why the transmission and the translation of the Bible has been paramount in us waking up and knowing who we are, right? How could Deuteronomy 30 be fulfilled, where it says that we will return to the voice of the Lord thy God, and then he will redeem us, he will gather us from the four corners of the earth? How could that happen, right? If through all the curses that we will go through, we would be taken far, far, far away from our culture, far, far, far away from our identity, right? We would have to remember ourselves. And again, the prophet Isaiah lets us know the Most High God will speak to us with a different tongue, right? You can move forward. So Zephaniah chapter 3 and verse 8, it says, therefore wait ye upon me, saith the Lord, until the day that I rise up to the prey. For my determination is to gather the nations, that I may assemble the kingdoms, to pour upon them mine indignation, even all my fierce anger. For all the earth shall be devoured with the fire of my jealousy. For then will I turn to the people a pure language, that they may all call upon the name of the Lord to serve him with one consent, right? So here we see the Most High God through the prophet Zephaniah, right? He promises that he's going to return to us a pure language, right? What this tells me is that our language has become unpure over the course of time, and that comes through various different mechanisms, right? Through us going through captivity, right? I'll give you an example. When we look at pre-exilic Israel versus post-exilic Israel, right? We come back into the land, right? And we have all these names for these months, right? We literally adopted the Babylonian nomenclature for their months, one of which those months is called Tammuz. Tammuz is a pagan deity, right? So again, our language would become unpure over the course of time, right? Move forward, Baba Kushai. Right. So Isaiah chapter 19, right? Now, this is a prophecy that sometimes Christians will conflate and try to make it seem like it's dealing with non-Israelites, right? But we're going to take a look at this. So Isaiah chapter 19, verse 18, it says, in that day shall 5 cities of the land of Egypt speak the language of Canaan, and swear to the Lord of hosts, one shall be called the city of destruction. In that day shall there be an altar to the Lord in the midst of the land of Egypt, and the pillar at the border thereof to the Lord, right? When we look at Revelation chapter 11, verse 8, it says that our dead bodies will lie in the streets of the great city, which is spiritually called Sodom and Egypt, right? Talking about Babylon the Great, the place in which we live, right? So when we're looking at this prophecy in Isaiah chapter 19, it's saying that in that day there will be 5 cities in the land of Egypt speaking the language of Canaan, right? This is a future prophecy, right? From when Isaiah prophesied it, right? So I see that as coming to pass today, right? Where here in Babylon, right, we see all throughout the scriptures that 10 and 7 are used as numbers of completion. Here we see the usage of the phrase 5 cities as opposed to 10 cities, right? So amongst the Israelites in Babylon, right, which is spiritually called Egypt, right? When we look at even 2nd Ezra chapter 14 and 15, the Most High God says that he's going to destroy all the land of Egypt, right? He will not suffer his people to live in Egypt anymore, right? This is talking about this place, right? So it says, in that day shall there be an altar to the Lord in the midst of the land of Egypt, and a pillar at the border thereof to the Lord. And it shall be a sign for a witness unto the Lord of hosts in the land of Egypt, for they shall cry unto the Lord because of the oppressors. Why would we be crying unto the Lord? It's because of the oppression that we're going through. And he shall send them a savior and a great one, and he shall deliver them, right? Going to verse 21, it says, and the Lord shall be known to Egypt, and the Egyptians shall know the Lord in that day, and shall do sacrifice and oblation. Yea, they shall vow a vow unto the Lord and perform it, right? Are we giving actual oblation, actual sacrifices here? No, right? But we make our bodies a living sacrifice. If you are a brother on these front lines pushing this truth, right? Bidding our people to the marriage as our king, as our big brother, and our Messiah, who the world calls Jesus Christ, commanded us, right? Verse 22 says, and the Lord shall smite Egypt, he shall smite and heal it, and they shall return even to the Lord, and he shall be entreated of them and shall heal them, right? So again, I had to put this last verse in here because when were the literal actual Egyptians ever with the Most High God, went away from them to return to him, right? This is clearly talking about us, right? And Isaiah speaks about this as well in Isaiah the 11th chapter. So if you can go to the next slide, brother. Isaiah, one more. All right, so Isaiah 11 in verse 11, it says, and it shall come to pass in that day that the Lord shall set his hand again the second time to recover the remnant of his people, which shall be left from Assyria and from Egypt and from Pathros and from Cush and from Elam and from Shinar and from Hamath and from the islands of the sea, right? Again, recover the remnant of his people from Assyria and Egypt, the first 2 countries that are mentioned, right? Verse 12, and he shall set up an ensign to the nations and shall assemble the outcasts of Israel and gather together the dispersed of Judah from the 4 corners of the earth, and there shall be a highway for the remnant of his people, which shall be left from Assyria, like as it was to Israel in the day that he came up out of the land of Egypt. So again, going back to Isaiah chapter 19, this is clearly talking about the actual Israelites, right? So again, if you move forward, right, we have Joel, the 2nd chapter, right? Tying us back into Zephaniah chapter 3, which says that the Lord is going to turn to us a pure language that we may call upon his name, right? Well, in order for us to be delivered, right, we would have to call upon the name of the Lord. So Joel chapter 2 and verse 32, and it shall come to pass that whosoever shall call in the name of the Lord shall be delivered, for in Mount Zion and in Jerusalem shall be deliverance, as the Lord hath said, in the remnant whom the Lord shall call. Now, when I first came into the truth, right, I used to teach that if you're calling on the name Yahuwah, right, if you're calling on the name Yahweh, I'm not sure how the brother Zion vocalizes the Most High's name, right, that, well, you're not going to get saved. And my stance on that has changed and has evolved over the years, because when you look at the word for name, Shum or Shem, depending on how you pronounce it, yes, it denotes a name, right? But when we look at, for instance, the Nephilim, they're in the Bible, they're said to be men of renown, right? That word for renown that's translated in English is Shem or Shum, right? So how were the Nephilim men of renown? They were known for the things that they were doing, right? The scripture said the Most High is known through his judgments, right? So it's a reputation, right? They had a reputation of being certain type of men, right? Same thing with the Most High God. So I don't teach today that, hey, if you're calling on the name Yahuwah, or if you're calling on the name Yahweh, or however, anyone who adheres to the modern vocalization for the Most High's name, I don't believe that you're not going to get salvation just because you're vocalizing it differently. And that's something that I've had to come to understand and evolve on as I've grown in this truth, right? But you can go to the next slide, brother. And if you could click this this video. So this is Dr. David Millian.
You might as well skip this part. I think they have problems.
If you don't want to play it, I can just play it in my microphone and they can hear what the gentleman's saying. Okay. Okay, that's fine.
Headlines saying that he determined that the people who developed this script were speakers of Hebrew. His arguments haven't convinced many other scholars, simply because the inscriptions being damaged.
See, this part they trying to get it
to
together.
sound in their own language. This is in the period of the 12th dynasty between about 1900 and 1700 BCE. So it would appear that people speaking a Semitic language and living in Egypt and Sinai adapted the Egyptian hieroglyphic or hieratic scripts to write their language using an acrophonic principle, the beginning of the alphabet. Proto-Sinaitic is the earliest known alphabetic writing system, and definitely the first in this particular line of ascent. You may have seen a few years ago that there was a scholar who made the headlines saying that he determined that the people who developed this script were speakers of Hebrew. His arguments haven't convinced many other scholars, simply because the inscriptions being damaged and worn are hard to read, and no consensus has been reached on what they say. And with a script that doesn't have vowels, the exact pronunciation of words is guesswork, and it's difficult to tell the difference between Semitic dialects with such a system. Okay, let's listen.
So the reason why I put this here is because this historian and scholar,
He had to go to the Edomite, the white man, huh? He had to go to the Edomite to get clarification on what the language is, right? You don't have the scholarship for it yourself. You have to go to the Edomite.
Okay.
To sounds in their own language. This is in the period of the 12th dynasty between about 1900 and 1700 BCE. So it would appear that people speaking a Semitic language and living in Egypt and Sinai adapted the Egyptian hieroglyphic or hieratic scripts to write their language using an acrophonic principle, the beginning of the alphabet. Proto-Sinaitic is the earliest known alphabetic writing system, and definitely the first in this particular line of ascent. You may have seen a few years ago that there was a scholar who made the headlines, saying that he determined that the people who developed this script were speakers of Hebrew. His arguments haven't convinced many other scholars, simply because the inscriptions, being damaged and worn, are hard to read, and no consensus has been reached on what they say. And with a script that doesn't have vowels, the exact pronunciation of words is guesswork, and it's difficult to tell the difference between Semitic dialects with such a system. Okay, let's listen.
So I hope brothers and sisters were able to hear that, right? So the reason why I brought this out is because, again, when it comes to Semitic languages, whether you're looking at Hebrew, looking at Phoenician or Canaanite, Moabite, what have you, looking at these inscriptions, on a lot of these inscriptions, it's hard to really read a lot of these things because they've been damaged and weathered over time. Not only that, again, he attests to the fact that there's no vowels in that particular script there. So it's hard for scholars when they're deciphering languages and when they're looking at languages to know how they were pronounced. Now, in my peer review of the good brother Zion, I noted how in one of the sources that he presented last week that the scholars say that since there has been no active speakers of the Akkadian language, which is categorized as a Shemitic language for some 2 millennium, that it's impossible to determine exactly how the language was pronounced. And the pronunciation of a language, right, whether you're looking at vowels or consonants, they don't know, right? The pronunciation used by scholars is merely an educated guess. This gentleman said it's guesswork. And then in the source that the brother Zion have brought out, it says based largely on comparison with languages related to Akkadian, such as Arabic, Amharic, and Hebrew. Now, I didn't get a chance to put it into the presentation, but this gentleman, he actually does a video where he describes how the Akkadian language, which is a Shemitic language, how the writing system was deciphered, right? It took years, right? And again, as scholars, regardless of whether they're saying there's vowels present or not, right? They don't know how it sounded. There's no way for them to know how it sounded. It's all guesswork. Okay, so that's the point that was being made in that peer review, but we can move to the next slide. So scholars, as they look at the Hebrew language, they look at Aramaic, they look at Arabic, they utilize this term called matres lectionis. Right now, let's just think about what does the word matres lectionis, what does that word sound like, right? It's Latin, right? So it's a Latin term, right? And it's believed to be a translation of a more original Hebrew term, King Kiryah, right? Which is mother of recitation, mother language, right? Essentially, right? So when we look here at matres lectionis, right? The use, right? The first use of that phrase goes back to the mid 1600s, right? A gentleman by the name of B. Walton is attributed to being the first person in English to use that term, right? Where he says that the ancient Hebrew vowels are yet commonly called matres lectionis because they direct the reading in books not printed. Now, when we look at this original Hebrew term, there's no Talmudic reference to this term, right? And then the earliest use of this term has been credited to a 10th century Karaite scholar who is said to have used the Arabic equivalents, right? Arabic and Hebrew, very similar languages, in his Arabic commentaries of the Bible, right? And this is something that was going on in his day because they were ruled by the different caliphates of Islam, right? And of course, the language of that was Arabic, right? So he made all these different commentaries on the Bible in the Arabic language. So this is a newer term, right? It's been coined by scholars as early as 1659, right? When we look at the Hebrew equivalent, right, there's no mention of it in Talmudic references, right? And then the earliest that this term is said to be used by someone is a Karaite scholar in the 10th century, right? I don't believe that those people are actually Israelites. And again, when we understand how languages change over time, and as I've painted through biblical prophecy, how language would change over time, how the Most High God would have to restore unto us a pure language. Our language has been made unpure through the influence of other languages, the same way we as a people have been made unpure, right? Through us mixing and mingling and engaging with the heathen, right? You can go to the next slide. So different vocalization systems, right? So you have three mainstream vocalization systems, right? You have the Palestinian, the Babylonian, the Tiberian, right? So the Masoretes at Jerusalem, they're the ones that developed the Palestinian vocalization system. This dates back to the 7th century AD. An example of this is the Machzor Vitri, right? This is the name of the document, right? When we're looking at the Babylonian vocalization system, the Masoretes at Babylon are the ones who developed this. Dates back to the 6th or 7th century AD in the Codex Babylonicus Petropolitanus. That document is one of the attestations to this vocalization system. And then lastly, we have, of course, the Tiberian vocalization system developed by the Masoretes at Tiberias, dates back to between 750 to 950 CE, which would be the 8th to 9th centuries AD, right? And of course, we have the Masoretic text as the prime example of this, right? So when the thing that's glaring to me, right, and I just want to correct something that the brother Zion said in his response to my response. I don't teach the Khazar theory, right? I believe that modern day Ashkenazim, right, which are not Israelites, they're not descendants of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, they are descendants of converts. Those converts, the primary progenitor of those converts is an individual by the name of Onkelos. He is attested to in the Talmud, right? He is a convert, and then the Jewish encyclopedia attests to the fact that German Jews, Ashkenazim, this is where they get their zenith from, right? They descend from this guy Onkelos, and which is known as the Kalanimus family, right? So I'm not teaching anything about a Khazar Jew, right? But I'm talking about the Tiberian vocalization system and these different vocalization systems. These came way much after the vast majority of the children of Israel, right, who we are the descendants of, were cast out of the land, right? The vast majority of us was either killed, enslaved during the siege of Jerusalem, right? The first Roman-Jewish war. Then, of course, the remnant of us that was there, we had the Bar Kokhba revolts, right? Of course, after that, there was a small remnant, and they were able to make their way out of Jerusalem, move further north into to Rome's Syrian province, right, where they had a little bit more freedom. But as we look at the history, these individuals, right, their freedoms were infringed upon, right, and the Sanhedrin starts to die out.
Man have Zion a yarn to backside.
Right, so let's move forward.
No, sir, let me cut this.
I was like, what the hell?
Let me get to Zion.
You
Let me get to
killed
Zion.
over here.
Shit is crazy. Putting us to sleep.
Not even that. He said he's not a teacher. So what you going over? What you teaching? What you doing? I'm not understanding.
What was Zion showing right here? Oh, that's his picture. Okay.
Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Y'all can hear me?
Vocalization actually
change those settings around. But I know y'all couldn't hear me before, but you didn't miss anything. I was just talking to Ariel about making sure we got his presentation straight because I wanted y'all to really hear what the guy was saying on the screen. So that's all I was saying. We're about to get over to the brother Zion Lexx's presentation. So let
Good, let's get it. All right, so before I go into the first slide, and my presentation is not as long, I want to first say this. Good brother Ariella said vocalization does not give us salvation. I completely agree with that. Anybody saying that because one West community differs from how biblical Hebrew sound, that they're not going to be saved, that's silly. That's no different than a lot of the silly rhetoric that we hear from a lot of One West brothers. So I agree with him on that point. But what I will interject and add is that although vocalization does not give us salvation, vocalization actually tells us what salvation is. What a lot of people aren't aware of, and this presentation is going to demonstrate very clearly, is that without proper vocalization, you can't even interpret the text properly. So let me say this and state this as an emphatic fact. As an emphatic fact. Anyone reading the Bible and understanding in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth was formless and void. That's based on the Tiberian vocalization system. That interpretation that we get is based on the Tiberian vocalization system. If you change the vowels in any of those words, in any of the words of the Hebrew Bible, you've literally altered the meaning. So by default, de facto, anyone that reads the Bible and accepts its current reading in English, you're basing that on the Tiberian vocalization system, because every single word translated is translated based on the Tiberian vocalization system. That's an absolute fact. The second thing I want to say is this. He quoted a historian on language. I'm not sure if this historian has a language specialty that we needed to hear that. No one wears every hat. There's a saying, jack of all trades, but master of none. I want to know whether or not he has a specialty in Hebrew, right? We didn't hear that. I know that he did a video, and oftentimes biblical theologians will comment on Hebrew without even knowing Hebrew. So no one that is a grammarian that studies Hebrew would take that person's word as fact. We want to hear that from the Hebrew grammarian. So I'm not sure. I'll leave that open-ended. I'll also say this. Any scholar that's saying guesswork doesn't know Hebrew. The way that the Bible is vocalized, it's not based on guesswork. It's based on rigorous study, rigorous compare and contrast, and I'll show all of that. Lastly, what I want to say before I get into my next slide, my next slide is this. I actually like good brother Ariella, and I actually love our Israelite brothers. Had this been any other person, I would go into kill mode. Had this been any other group, I would go into terrorize mode. But I will never humiliate or dishonor my brothers simply because of a difference in theology or a difference in how we see language. So although there's a part of me that says it's time to tear up, go crazy, I'm not doing that with this brother. This brother's an Israelite. I just want to make that clear for the channel. So on that note, brother, let's hit the next slide. All right. All right. I'm going to have to pull it up on my screen too, because I want to make sure that I can see the words. So just give me a second as well. All right.
No words.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now. I got it. I'm going to read it from my screen. My eyes not as great as y'all's. And if anyone can't see the screen, just blow up the screen and you should be able to see it. So I like profiles. So I have a profile on the screen. Shah Ariella on Lashawan Qadash. Shah Ariella teaches that Lashawan Qadash is the real way to speak ancient Hebrew. He teaches that the Tiberian vocalization system is based on Edomite European Jews who have co-opted the Torah and its original language. He staunchly believes that ancient Hebrew has two vowel sounds, ah and I, but he added to that tonight and he said, you. This position is fundamentally problematic because biblical Hebrew is not intelligible, translatable, or grammatically functional with only two vowel sounds. Hebrew meaning is encoded not only in consonantal roots, but in precise vowel patterns that determine tense, aspect, voice, gender, and syntactic role. Without a vowel system, distinctions between verbs, that was the question I asked him. Can you tell us how, based on Lashawan Qadash, whether we're saying he killed, she killed, or they killed? That's distinguished by the vocal system And the fact that he was unable to do that should show everyone as proof the failure of Lashawan Qadash. Without a full vowel system, distinctions between verbs, nouns, and infinitives, participles, and construct forms collapse, rendering the Torah linguistically unstable and open to arbitrary interpretation. The Hebrew Bible itself preserves a robust record of pronunciation long before the Masoretes, as evidenced by matres lectiones in ancient inscriptions, Second Temple Hebrew, Dead Sea Scroll orthography, and comparative Semitic languages such as Akkadian, Ugaritic, and Aramaic, all of which preserve multiple vowels, A, E, I, O, U. A two-vowel model cannot sustain Hebrew morphology and would make consistent reading, legal precision, and narrative clarity impossible. Historically and linguistically, the claim that the Tiberian vocalization system is an Edomite European corruption is inaccurate and misleading. The Masoretes of Tiberias did not invent Hebrew vowels. They preserved an inherited pronunciation tradition rooted in the land of Israel, which aligns closely with the Samaritan Hebrew, ancient translations in the Septuagint, early rabbinic readings, and pre-exilic onomastic evidence. By rejecting this continuous transmission and replacing it with Lashawan Qadash reduced vocal system, Shah Ariala effectively detaches the Torah from its interpretive framework and living grammar. This misappropriation of the vocal system strips the text of semantic precision, flattens its meanings, and imposes a modern ideological construct onto an ancient language. Rather than restoring ancient Hebrew, this approach distorts it, removing the Torah from the very linguistic mechanisms that safeguard its meaning, continuity, and intelligibility across generations. Let's go. Next slide. Just waiting till the slide goes on the screen. All right, good. The necessity of the Tiberian vocalization system for Torah interpretation. The Torah is not merely a consonantal text. It is a grammatical, syntactic, and semantic system in which meaning is carried by vowels as much as by consonants. Without the full range of the Tiberian vocalization system, Hebrew collapses into ambiguity, rendering verb tense, gender, number, voice, and syntax indecipherable or unstable. The Masoretes did not invent vowels. They preserved and stabilized a phonological system already embedded in biblical Hebrew, matres lectiones, and even Paleo-Hebrew traditions, such as the Samaritan Torah. Hebrew is a root-based language, but roots alone do not convey meaning. Meaning emerges when the root is vocalized. That's the voice that we're giving it in order to determine aspect, tense, infinitive. Remove the vowels and one removes the Torah's ability to communicate time, action, subject, and intent. Next slide. All right. Verb tense and aspect collapse without vocalization. I want everybody to look at, in red, the two scripts. The first one is Biblical Hebrew, or Kitab Asherit. The other one is Kitab Ivrit, or what some people call Paleo-Hebrew or Ancient Hebrew script. Verb tense and aspect collapse without vocalization.
The poll is up, y'all. The poll is up.
Kitab. Without vowels, this root is meaningless. Once vocalized, Katav means he wrote. Kotev means writing, and that's now a participle, which is a verbal adjective. Yiktov means he will write. That's the imperfect. Kitov means write. That's the imperative. The way that we go through tense is through change in vocalization. Lashawan Qadash does not account for that. Therefore, if you're going by Lashawan Qadash, it is impossible that you're translating the Hebrew Bible accurately. Just as I asked Shah Ariala a basic question in Hebrew grammar. How do you say he killed, she killed, or they killed? That's basic. That's biblical Hebrew 101. If you can't get past that, you're not ready to interpret the first page of the Bible. These are not optional interpretations. They are grammatical necessities. Without vowels, Torah narrative, prophecy, and law cannot distinguish past from future, command from description, or action from state. This same system functions identically in early inscriptions, Paleo-Hebrew and Samaritan transmission. Where matres lectiones already mark long vowels later fixed by the Masoretes. Next slide. Gender and number depend on vowels. You want to talk about who's speaking, male or female, how many people speaking. You need vocalization for that, not spelling. Well, let's check it out. Hebrew grammatical gender is often invisible without vocalization. Consider the word for king, which is pronounced melech. That's rendered now as masculine. Malka is queen. Ask anyone that speaks Lashawan Qadash how you say king. They're going to hit you with mala'ak. They're going to hit you with mala'aka. That's feminine. I said this on my live stream when I responded to Shah Ariala. Based on Lashawan Qadash, everybody you're speaking to is a woman. The feminine ending and vowel pattern are inseparable. Remove vocalization and Torah law concerning kingship, inheritance, lineage, and prophecy becomes indeterminate. This same feminine ah ending is preserved in Samaritan Hebrew, written with a hey as a mater lectionis, demonstrating continuity, not contradiction with the Masoretic system. Next slide. All right. Paleo-Hebrew and Samaritan agreement with Masoretic vocalization. The claim that Paleo-Hebrew lacked vowels is historically false. We know as a writing system, Paleo-Hebrew is an abjad. Abjads, as it pertains to alphabet, do not contain within the actual alphabetic structure vowels. But in Semitic speaking languages and in Semitic orthography, you do have various letters that serve or function as vowel letters. While it lacked diacritical points, it still used mater lectionis consistently, which are various letters in the Hebrew alphabet, which can function both as consonants as well as vowels. Just to be clear for everyone, we all know that the letter U is a vowel. We know A is a vowel. We know I is a vowel. We know E is a vowel. We know O is a vowel. They can also behave as consonants. There are various letters that can behave as a consonant as well as a vowel. The letter Y, we say A-E-I-O-U and sometimes Y. Y can function as a vowel in English, and Y can function also as a consonant. This should be simple. The claim that Paleo-Hebrew lacked vowels is historically false. While it lacked diacritical points, it uses mater lectionis consistently, marking the same long vowels later encoded by the Tiberian system. For example, the Samaritan Torah regularly preserves final ah with hey, long o or u with wav, and long I or e with yod. These correspond precisely to the vowels kamatz, cholam, shuruk, zereh, and kirik in the Masoretic Hebrew. The Masoretes did not create meaning. They froze pronunciation already preserved orally and graphically. I want everybody to pay attention to the screen. Mater lectionis in Paleo-Hebrew. I have on the screen, everyone. Matter of fact, I just want to check the temperature in the room. Can somebody look at the screen and tell us what book in the Bible that we're reading? Somebody real quick in the comment section. I know that there are Hebrew readers in here. Somebody in the comment section tell me which book of the Hebrew Bible do I have on the screen?
Jeez, let me go ahead and let's disqualify Divine. Divine, not you. Everybody else.
Can I answer? Can I answer?
It's fine by me. Diane, you want to answer?
No. This is for the audience. I want to make sure that the audience can follow. Somebody said Song of Songs. Exactly. So we're in the book of Shir HaShirim. And I have on the right of the screen, the Masoretic text. And on the left of the screen, I have a Paleo-Hebrew equivalent. So watch how this becomes real interesting real quick. You often hear people who follow Lashawan Qadash say, see, look at the Paleo-Hebrew. Even as I say to everyone, actually look at the Paleo-Hebrew on the left. There's no dots. There's no dashes. See, Paleo-Hebrew doesn't have vowels. Yes, it does. You just don't understand Hebrew grammar. In fact, you just told on yourself. The mere fact that you said that, I know you don't know Hebrew as a language. Any Hebrew reader would look at that and see vowels all over the place, hence my arrows. The word ha-shirim, you notice that the yod is functioning as a vowel, and it's marked as well in the Paleo-Hebrew script. It is not functioning here as an actual consonant, which yod can. It's functioning here as a vowel. If you look at the first word again, shir, which is spelled shin yod resh, in the Paleo, the yod is not part of the consonantal root per se. It is here functioning as a vowel. Similarly, you have hashirim, where the yod is functioning here through the Kirik vowel system, where the yod is part of the Kirik, so it's giving the E, so therefore it's not functioning as a consonant, it's functioning as a vowel letter, or what we call mater lectionis, and that's right smack in your face in the Paleo Hebrew. Below, everyone should be familiar with this statement. We love to say that the Bible tells of the true color and flesh and skin tone of the Israelites, right? Some people use passages that may not be accurate, but I think that this is one of them that is very telling. King Solomon says in Song of Songs, chapter 1, verse 5, he says, Shakora ani we anawa, I am black and deeply desirable. Okay, in the word Shakora, you see the hey here functioning as mater lectionis, as a vowel letter. It is absolutely not functioning as a consonant. In the word for ani, slika, in the word for we anawa, you see that the hey on the end again is functioning as mater lectionis, is functioning as a vowel. In the next word, banot, which is banot Yerushalayim, O daughters of Jerusalem, the O of banot is clearly not functioning as a consonant. It is there as mater lectionis. And then you see the same thing once again in the word Jerusalem. It's not Yara Washalam, it's Yeru Shalayim. Yeru in Hebrew means city. Shalem is peace. Yeru Shalem is the city of peace. But if you're going to say Yara Washalam, I don't know what you just actually said, but I can tell you, you certainly didn't say city of peace. Next slide. All right. Shah continually asked in his rebuttal to my presentation on your show, where in these artifacts is Zion able to decipher and tell us how it's functioning as vowels? How do you know? How do these scholars know? How do they know? Because they know grammar. Something that I asked you as a test just to see if you know a little bit of grammar, and respectfully, your answer was very telling. You were challenged and perplexed at something that is considered Biblical Hebrew 101 and is very basic. Anyone that understands the basics of Hebrew grammar knows that their grammar functions and can show you the vocalization system. So we have here on the screen the silver scroll of the priestly blessing. The red Hebrew letters indicate which Paleo Hebrew letters in the inscription are being used as vowels. So you can see in the script itself various letters which are used as vowels, and they are highlighted in red. And that's right in the script itself. This is the priestly blessing of Numbers 6, 24 through 26, where it says, the Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face to shine upon you and grant you peace. Also known as Ketef Hinom. This is dated to 600 BCE, and it clearly shows red Hebrew letters are being used as vowels, not as root consonantal letters. Next slide. This is how the Masoretic text with vowel points writes the name of Moses in Exodus 9:29. So I want everybody to notice the image on the right. The image on the right is comparing the Masoretic text and the Dead Sea Scrolls. This Dead Sea Scroll is 100 BCE. So towards your point, Shah Ariala, you said that the Edomites that are responsible for the Masoretic text, you said you don't teach the whole Khazar thing, but you do teach that they come from Ankylos. Well, Ankylos is after the 1st century Common Era. I am now in 100 BCE. Ankylos hasn't even been a thought yet. His parents aren't born yet. This is before him. And before him, there's a Dead Sea Scrolls that shows Matres Lectionis. So this is a photo of Exodus 9, verse 29 from the Dead Sea Scrolls, circa 100 BCE, and Joshua 1:1 from the Aleppo Codex, a 10th century manuscript, Masoretic manuscript, both showing Mater Lectionis. But allow me to explain. This is how the Masoretic text with vowel points writes the name of Moses in Exodus 9:29. Note the kolam vowel, dot above the top left of the mem, that's this right here, and pronounce O, and the shin dot on top of the right leg of the shin, making it SH instead of S, as well as the segol vowel, 3 dots under the shin, making an sound. So in pronouncing it, we get Moshe or Moshe. Now let's look at it in the Qumran Scroll 2 from Cave 2, Exodus Fragment A. This is how this Dead Sea Scroll records the name of Moses. Look at that. They added a letter. What letter did they add? The letter Wav. Anyone that studies Lashawan Qadash, they know that Moses' name is spelled with 3 letters. Here in the Dead Sea Scroll, it's spelled with 4. But the 4th letter or the 2nd letter from Mem is not acting as a consonant. It is not part of the root. It's acting as a vowel, what we call mate lectionis. And that's clearly being represented here in the Dead Sea Scroll text.
You know, it's funny, right? Shout out to Zion, man, because I remember when my Hebrew teacher was having a dialogue with Zion on my channel. He was talking about matres lectionis. And I think Zion was oppositional to what he was saying. Now I'm hearing every 2 seconds him saying matres lectionis, because this is the dagger that my teacher was using against Brother Zion. And shout out to Brother Zion for elevating himself, using information that he wasn't clear about at the time, or probably he wasn't familiar with the term. But at the end of the day, this is what's actually killing Ariella. Right. How is it the name of Moses is being written with extra letters here in the Dead Sea Scrolls? Where is Chris at? Chris, where you at? Where you at, Chris? And I hope you're voting. You probably voted 5 times or 10 times.
Chris don't know nothing. He just talking in the chat.
Yeah, he does emotional.
Yeah.
All right. But this is the ultimate dagger. Where do you go from here? Come on, Lashawan Qadash. Stand up and fight. What y'all got going on? This is goofy at this point. This is crazy.
Yeah,
Zion is killing him. Zion is killing him.
It's spelled mem, wa, shin, hey. Note that it contains an extra wa. That is because this mate lectionis, the process of adding additional consonants that can double as vowels. Here the wav is used to represent a vowel sound. You can actually see this difference in the image above, where I have drawn red lines between each letter. Note that the Masoretic has mem, shin, hey, and the Dead Sea Scroll has mem, shin, mem, wa, shin, hey. This is easy. Now next slide, sorry. Here is where Lashawan Qadash completely falls apart. Completely falls apart. These are the 7 Hebrew verb stems.
This is where you need to say where
or what a experienced Hebrew teacher would call the 7 major verb stems, because there are more. But these are regarded as the major verb stems because of how consistent we see them. There are also Aramaic verb stems that are slightly similar, yet slightly distinct. You go from the kal stem, which is simple active or active simple. You go from the nifal stem, which is passive simple. You go to the hifil stem, which is active causative. You go to the pl, which is active intensive. You go to the pu'al, which is passive intensive, and you go to the hufal as passive causative. And then lastly, you have the hit pa'el, which is reflexive. But here's the bomb. The difference between all of this is vocalization. We speak of them as either the active voice or the passive voice. Why do scholars say voice? Because we're talking about vocalization. It's the vocalization of the text that will tell you the aspect, the tense, how verbs are behaving, whether an action is simple, whether the subject is doing the action, whether an action is passive, whether someone is doing something to the subject, whether an action is reflexive, the subject of the sentence doing something to themselves. Somebody, anybody, find me a Paleo-Hebrew teacher, so to speak, that follows Lashawan Qadash that can break down this basic element of Hebrew grammar without stuttering. Next slide.
Damn.
And I'm keeping it light, by the way. I could really go in, but I'm being so respectful right now.
Zion do this.
I hate when you're like this, Zion. I hate
Now
it.
here
I love it.
is
I
where
hate
things
it
get
when you're
interesting.
like this. I want the real Zion.
I forgot to ask Ariella this question. I think I know the answer, but I could be wrong. My question that I wanted to ask him was, what are your thoughts on Deuteronomy 28:68? Do you teach that it is a fulfillment of the transatlantic slave trade? And I actually saw a video where he does talk about this, so I kind of did know the answer, but I still wanted to see what he would say live. So like many camps and many Israelites, myself included, we teach that Deuteronomy 28:68 in part is a fulfillment of the transatlantic slave trade. Well, newsflash, anyone teaching that, you cannot get that without using the Tiberian vocalization system. It's through the Tiberian vocalization system that those key elements that we're harping on to describe this can be inferred or can be related and conveyed. Without the Tiberian vocalization system, that entire...
You know what I wonder? I wonder, Chris, I'm going to ask everybody in the audience this question. Do you understand what Zion Lexx just said? You're complaining about the 8th century. Look at what you're writing in the chat, Mr. I know everything. This is why I laugh. I laugh at you. There's nobody in the Hebrew Israelite community that could debate me on any topic. Even this, I'll debate this topic. The reason is, listen to what he's saying. When he says the Tiberian vocalization is used for Deuteronomy 28, this is why it's a dagger. Listen to him carefully. It's using different form of grammar. What you call it, the hifil or whatever. They're using the hifil, and what they're doing is it tells you what it is. It's imperfect negation. It's dual. Mizraim is dual form because of the ayim at the end. These things that he's telling you destroys Lashawan Qadash because you're complaining about 8th century Hebrew, but you're using their vocalization to come up with the conclusion that you have with Deuteronomy 28:68. So you in the chat saying, how are you using 8th century? Da, 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 da. Let me tell you something, man. You don't know what you're talking about. If you follow Deuteronomy 28, listen, shut that. You don't even know what Paleo Hebrew is. You're talking about how you argue Paleo Hebrew as not being the 1st century Hebrew. Nobody is talking about that. But the point of the matter is, are you using Paleo Hebrew to come to your conclusion of Deuteronomy 28:68? You don't even know what language, you don't even know what you're talking about. You don't understand the grammar, Garfield. The grammar is the dagger. Exactly. Look at the slide that he had before. This is why I said when we are cheerleading because of doctrine. Scripture should be over doctrine. But you can't read the scripture because you don't know Hebrew. This is why Zion used to always be defensive when it was time for me to debate him. He's like, do you know the Hebrew? Do you know the Hebrew? That's what he used to always say to me earlier. Ask him. He'll tell you, Mika. You don't know the language? If you don't have an idea about the language, you should even believe in the text. You should even believe in the text. If you don't understand the grammar, you should even teach the text. That's one of the things they say about Zion Lexx, that he don't know the grammar, which I think he knows the grammar. I think he know a little something. I'll give him that. I give Divine Prospect a little something too.
Oh, so Divine, not with a lot, whatever them.
Divine has improved over the years. He's becoming a little beast with the Hebrew now. He's becoming a little beast with the Hebrew.
Wow.
I'm saying that if you don't have an idea or a small context of the language, and you don't have your Brown's Digger dictionary, and you have the even the my teacher, and I've heard Zion say this, that when you go into the book they use to translate the words and all that stuff, there's stuff in there that's actually wrong. But if you don't know the language, you can't say that. Now look at what he's saying, because this is Spanish to people who can't speak Spanish. Zion killed the entire Lashawan Qadash with this slide right here. How are you talking about Deuteronomy 28 and you can't vocalize it with what your Lashawan Qadash is saying? This was brilliant. Zion, you was being nice, but this is a hell of a dagger. And this guy in the audience, Chris, ain't got no damn sense. Let's pull it back a little bit. Why is he trying to show that Mattress Lectionis right here, that there's vowels? Because remember, Hebrew, if he tried to read the Misha Steel, and of course, Zion, I have Zion on tape. Matter of fact, let me play it right now. As a matter of fact, I'll get to it after. When me and Zion was going back and forth. And this is why I have Zion is Dead. Zion is Dead was made over almost 10 years ago. These whole slides was made 10 years ago. Me arguing for Sumer versus Egypt. I was trying to defend Egypt. Saying Egypt was first, which was a stupid debate. But now that I've grown up, I don't debate if Sumer is first. Because technically, Sumer is first. Technical, if you want to get technical, based off a scholarship, and we say, oh, we go by the consensus, Sumer is first. And if you go into the idiosyncrasies of the whole conversation, you will see that if you're going by dates, they're saying that the writing developed earlier in Sumer than it entered earlier in Egypt. Now, they have pre-writing in Egypt. I ain't going front. They had pre-writing in Sumer too. Both of them had their own ways of communicating through letters. But when you talk about a actual writing system, Sumer might actually be first. Yeah, it's possible. Sumer might be first. And let me add on that Egypt might be first too. No, it's not, but it's not a big deal. But when you're young in this and you're trying to, he's coming from a Sumerian perspective because Abraham supposedly come from Sumer. So of course he's going to push Sumer. Egypt, because we say we African. So we're going to jump on our African brothers in Egypt and say they first. But then you have others that say, oh, Sumer is connected to Cush. So it's really African, which is craziness. But when you're a child, you speak as a child. Now I understand Zion better, and I hope he understands me better. When you're a child, you speak as a child. But I understand what he was trying to do then, and I was trying to defend Egypt and blackness then. And you know, I'm not into that Egypt stuff now, but I was doing it back then. I was defending Egypt.
I'm glad you woke up.
Because it's African, supposedly African. But anyway, let me play this part again so people can understand what Zion is doing. No matter how you feel about Zion, you gotta recognize scholarship when you see it. You gotta recognize it. The boy is on point.
Memoir Shin Hey. This is easy. Now next slide, sorry. Here is where Lashawan Qadash completely falls apart. Completely falls apart. These are the 7 Hebrew verb stems, or what a experienced Hebrew teacher would call the 7 major verb stems, because there are more, but these are regarded as the major verb stems because of how consistent we see them. There are also Aramaic verb stems that are slightly similar, yet slightly distinct. You go from the Kal stem, which is simple active or active simple. You go from the Nifal stem, which is passive simple. You go to the Hifil stem, which is active causative. You go to the PL, which is active intensive. You go to the Pu'al, which is passive intensive, and you go to the Hufal as passive causative. And then lastly, you have the Hit Pa'el, which is reflexive. But here's the bomb. The difference between all of this is vocalization. Here, the Wav is used to represent a memoir. Shin Qadash completely falls apart. Completely falls apart. These are the 7 Hebrew verb stems, or what a experienced Hebrew teacher would call the 7 major verb stems, because there are more, but these are regarded as the major verb stems.
If you pause, we can't hear you.
Because of how consistent we see them. There are also Aramaic verb stems that are slightly similar, yet slightly distinct. You go from the Kal stem, which is simple active or active simple. You go from the Nifal stem, which is passive simple. You go to the Hifil stem, which is active causative. You go to the PL, which is active intensive. You go to the Pu'al, which is passive intensive, and you go to the Hufal as passive causative. And then lastly, you have the Hit Pa'el, which is reflexive. But here's the bomb. The difference between all of this is vocalization. We speak of them as either the active voice or the passive voice. Why do scholars say voice? Because we're talking about vocalization. It's the vocalization of the text that will tell you the aspect the tense, how verbs are behaving, whether an action is simple, whether the subject is doing the action, whether an action is passive, whether someone is doing something to the subject, whether an action is reflexive, the subject of the sentence doing something to themselves. Somebody, anybody, find me a Paleo-Hebrew teacher, so to speak, that follows Lashawan Qadash that can break down this basic element of Hebrew grammar without stuttering. Next slide. And I'm keeping it light, by the way. I could really go in, but I'm being so respectful right now. Now, here is where things get interesting. I forgot to ask Ariella this question. I think I know the answer, but I could be wrong. My question that I wanted to ask him was, what are your thoughts on Deuteronomy 28:68? Do you teach that it is a fulfillment of the transatlantic slave trade? And I actually saw a video where he does talk about this, so I kind of did know the answer, but I still wanted to see what he would say live. So like many camps and many Israelites, myself included, we teach that Deuteronomy 28:68 in part is a fulfillment of the transatlantic slave trade. Well, newsflash, anyone teaching that, you cannot get that without using the Tiberian vocalization system. It's through the Tiberian vocalization system that those key elements that we're harping on to describe this can be inferred or can be related and conveyed. Without the Tiberian vocalization system, that entire premise collapses. But allow me to explain. Deuteronomy 28:68, why vocalization is imperative, and Masoretic Tiberian Hebrew. It reads, We heshivka, Yod he wav he, Mitzrayim ba'aniot baderek asher amarti leka lo to'osif of leorita or leorota. Key elements depend on vocalization. The verb we heshivka, that's the causative hifil stem. He will cause you to return. Well, that's only vocalized in Lashon Kodesh, Masoretic Hebrew. You cannot get this explanation using Lashawan Qadash. Mitzrayim, the dual form, not singular and not plural, it's dual. I explained to Shah earlier about dual plural nouns and how the ayim is indicative of it. You don't get that in Lashawan Qadash. The term lo tosif in perfect negation, you shall not continue. Without vowels, the verse could falsely be read as self-return, past tense, or non-causative. Now here is the Paleo-Hebrew rendering of this based on the Samaritan Torah, and it's actually showing matres. So in the word we heshivka, you can see the ending on the end. In the Samaritan Torah scroll, their ending is not a kaf alone. As you see here, they end it with an aleph because they want to get the vocalization of ah. So again, in the Samaritan text of the Hebrew Bible, which employs Paleo-Hebrew, even they are utilizing vowel letters as mater lectionis. And then in the term Mitzrayim, you also see the yod being used as mater lectionis. And then in the word ba'aniot, you have both the yod and the wav functioning in the Paleo-Hebrew script as mater lectionis, vowel letters. So unpointed, the mater lectionis preserve the same vocal framework and yod signaling long vowels. The morphology still presupposes the hifil causation. The Paleo-Hebrew reading tradition vocalizes the verse in agreement with the Masoretic syntax. Thus, even Paleo-Hebrew depends on vocal tradition. Without it, interpretation collapses. Next slide. All right. Summary. If Deuteronomy 28:68 is interpreted through the lens of Lashawan Qadash, it loses its prophetic interpretive meaning for the Israelite community, who teach that various key elements pertain to the transatlantic slave trade. This loss occurs because Lashawan Qadash's reduced vowel system cannot sustain the grammatical distinctions upon which the verse's meaning depends. In biblical Hebrew, Deuteronomy 28:68 hinges on precise.
Let me, you didn't do that, did you? You didn't grade out.
I'm sorry, say it again.
Let me restart it. It just grayed out by itself so they can't see it.
Okay.
It took me all the way back to the beginning. Let me go back to that last slide.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
All right. If Deuteronomy 28:68 is interpreted through the lens of Lashawan Qadash, it loses its prophetic interpretive meaning for the Israelite community, who teach that various key elements pertain to the transatlantic slave trade. This loss occurs because Lashawan Qadash's reduced vowel system cannot sustain the grammatical distinctions upon which the verse's meaning depends. In biblical Hebrew, Deuteronomy 28:68 hinges on precise meaning verbal forms, such as we heshivka, he will cause you to return, which is a hefil causative perfect, not a vague consonantal idea of going back. The causative stem, reserved through vocalization, indicates divine agency and compulsion, not voluntary movement. Likewise, ba'aniot in ships relies on an established plural noun pattern with internal vowels that distinguish it from other possible readings of the same consonants. A two-vowel system, I, or as he would also add now, the U, cannot reliably encode stem, voice, or plurality, dissolving the very grammatical mechanisms that allow the passage to be read as a specific coercive historical judgment. When the Tiberian vocalization tradition is removed, the verse collapses into interpretive ambiguity and loses the features Israelite communities often point to as prophetically specific: forced transportation, reversal of the Exodus, and irreversible exile. The contrast between yatzah, to go out, in the Exodus narrative, and heshiv, to cause to return, in Deuteronomy 28:68, is a vowel-driven grammatic distinction. You do not get that without the shift in vocal position. That signals theological reversal. Without it, the covenantal irony disappears. Lashawan Qadash's misappropriation of Hebrew vocalization, therefore, does not merely offer an alternate pronunciation, it strips the text of its legal prophetic precision, flattening verbs, obscuring agency, and severing the verse from the linguistic structure that gives it its interpretive force. In doing so, it undermines the very prophetic reading it claims to defend. Because biblical Hebrew prophecy is carried not only by consonants, but by the full grammatical system embedded in its vowels. I hope you guys heard enough to want to learn actual Hebrew. The case is closed.
Well, that was the presentation from both sides.
Yeah, before let me look at the votes. 66% saying that Zion won, 35% said Ariel has a better argument. Let me do this for the family real quickly here. Years ago, me and Zion would go back and forth, not in person, but through different stuff, right? So this is from one of my old slides right here. Back in the days, we arguing about that Sumerian versus whatever. All right. Let me say this to Chris. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what Paleo Hebrew even looks like. You can't read Paleo Hebrew. You're saying it doesn't change the fact. Still different for those who don't know what Paleo Hebrew is, right? I'm gonna show you something that this guy here is an idiot on the chat. Don't mean to call you an idiot, but you're being an idiot right now in the chat. All right. This right here is an ancient seal impression with a mass of animals from, what you call it. So this is how they would communicate. You see at the bottom, all right? Math depicts a human figure holding whatever, late Uruk period. Hold on, let me go to the slides. The cuneiform writing system was invented around 3200 BC, underwent multiple changes throughout the approximately 3200 years in which it was used. All right, that's that. I want to get to something. Egypt's oldest known art form is 15,000 years ago, rock drawings. Damn, I'm getting a phone call. Hold on a second here. Where Mika? Mika.
Yeah.
Talk for 2 minutes.
So we back on Sumerian, y'all. I know this is one of Chuck Morgan's favorite subject. You know, there's a video I want Garfield to show later. It is, man, I just wait until he get through this part and he'll show it.
All right, I'm back. If you look at the side of the corner, it says rock drawings constitute the earliest of the precursors to writing in Egypt. Drawings date from the earliest habitations of the Nile Valley to the Islamic period, but the most salient early examples date to the Naqada one period between 3750 to 3500 BC. So that's pre-writing. Just like how the Sumerians had pre-writing, the Egyptians had pre-writing. So that was my argument at that time period for that, to support my Egyptian people. All right, 1500 years ago, you see the drawings of the camels and all that stuff. I was a bad researcher, man. And this was all Dagger Squad. This was Rawborn and Truth Story and Meru in the back. So you see it, rock drawings constitute the earliest of the precursors to writing in Egypt, 3750 to 3500 BC. But what I wanted to really show is this right here, not particularly this image right here of the growth of the writing system. So Tom UJ tags right here, 3200 BC, around that time period. Painted funnel. Yo, didn't Zion say that there was pyramids on these things right here? Like this right here at the bottom is pyramids. I don't know if he teaches that anymore, but he taught that these were pyramids right here at the bottom. I don't know if he teaches that anymore, but that was funny back in the days. And I think Reggie used to teach that too. So this is the rebus principle of writing, right? So the pictograms, and this is from my brother Ujao. Ujao taught me this. Tehuti Mayat would definitely agree with this right here. This is from Ujao. So the pictograms, the I and the form, the rebus idea, represent idea. So the pictograms and. So you say I see you, represent I see you, form the rebus. So they're showing like how the development. Hey, Mika, take over for 1 second, please. 1 second.
Lord, Garfield phone is hot. Yeah. Man, this is some good information, y'all. Thumb up the video. Like, share, and subscribe. Damn. I don't know. Wait till Garfield come back, y'all. Get your popcorn. Look at Sean. Sean, hit the link. Starting trouble. Y'all, I've been beating up Sean for years now.
All right, who you beating up?
Yeah.
All right. Well, anyway, let me get back to this right here. Right, here's on my old slide, the rebus writing and all that stuff. All right. I wanted to show the guy in the audience something about. He talked about the earliest writing. Some people did it to 3300 BC with Gunter Dreyer. Earliest writing 5250, 3250 BC, trying to say that Egypt is older. But I think this right here. No, I can't show this. I'll get it. How the alphabet was formed from hieroglyphics. So the alphabet that the guy is talking about in that video, the Proto-Sinaitic, is basically showing that the Egyptians are the ones that gave y'all script. Without Egypt, y'all would not have a script. Let's put some respect on Egypt's name. Okay? If it wasn't for Egypt, you would not have a script. The reason is it's too hard to develop a script out of Sumerian. So when my brother run up to Sumeria, I said Sumeria, because of Abraham. So why didn't Abraham bring the script with him of Sumer? Why are they using a script that's developed out of Egypt? See, a letter in the new Proto-Sinaitic alphabet looks very much like this Middle Kingdom Egyptian hieroglyphic. The Proto-Sinaitic sign almost certainly stems directly from the Egyptian hieroglyph. So this is the language, the letters, right? So you have hieroglyphics. Let me make this smaller so everybody could read it. Where is this thing at? Okay, hold on. I want everybody to be able to read this on the screen. Now, this guy is talking about the Paleo-Hebrew, right? This is the Paleo-Hebrew right here, where it says Phoenician and Paleo-Hebrew. This is modern Hebrew. This is block letters, stem from the Aramaic. So after the Babylonian exile, this is what they're using because Aramaic was the lingua franca at the time. There's nobody who really have the Paleo-Hebrew script except the Samaritans. And I bet you, Chris, you've never read a Samaritan Pentateuch because it reads completely different in many ways than the regular script that we read. So, by the way, today talk about Mount Gerizim. Do you pray to Mount Gerizim or you talk about you come from Jerusalem? Two different cultural things. So the Paleo-Hebrew, I don't think you want to go there. But if you look at the hieroglyphics, you see the word, the letter A, how it's written in the hieroglyphics for them. This is how it's written in the Proto-Sinaitic. This is how it's written in the Paleo-Hebrew, the early Greek, the Greek, and then the Latin. Then now we have modern Hebrew, which stemmed from after the Babylonian exile. We see the block letter script. So when people talk about the Paleo-Hebrew is easier, there's no diacritic marks. There's no, I mean, come on. I don't even know why we even entertain that. But here we go. This should make it easier for everybody.
Sean, the link is pinned. You say you can't see it. I don't know why. Garfield didn't block you.
No, Zion couldn't read the Misha Steel because he says he can't read without diacritic marks. At least he's honest about that.
Well,
the poll is in the way. Okay, I got you.
Gotta vote and then you could see it.
Let me end the poll because Zion won the poll anyway. End the poll.
Big up to Zion Les, you won. Yay!
So this is how the alphabet is formed. So from the you're gonna see from the Middle Egyptian. So without Egypt, the Hamite script, without the Hamite script, y'all wouldn't have had a Hebrew script. Let me just get that all right. All right. This is the Min palette in Egypt. I was saying that there's an old sign on the Min palette that was pretty old, which is a form of writing. That's what I was arguing about. These are the Sumerians and what they look like. This is a standard worshiper at the time with the blue eyes. Y'all know what that blue stuff stands for.
I remember when Alpha used to say they were European.
She look like me. They look like Mika.
Lord.
Hey, they do look like Europeans. I tell you that. I tell you that.
Look what?
That.
Oh, without no skin.
I tell you that. I tell you that.
Buddy.
I tell you that. This is them right here. These are not Negroes. I tell you that. I don't know which Negroes. They're given 3 different classes on the standard of Earth, 2600 BC. The elite, the middle elite, and the poor people. And none of the people that them draw look black. None of them. They can't say black people. Them army people that say them go to war, see them there again. Them is not us. Them is not the traditional how we say black people look. It's not us. We gotta stop the lies. That's Zion's book right here. Ancient Kemet on Trial when we rule. All right. Oh man, this is when I went in on Zion, man. This is why he hated me. I went in on my book, man. When I went in on this book, oh man.
It was fair game.
He said Karen Radner had this in her book. This shit wasn't even in Karen Radner's book, yo. That's how bad the scholarship was, yo. That shit was crazy, yo. That shit was crazy. That shit, yo. Meru checked every damn slide, yo, in that book. Meru, shout out to Meru, man. Long live Meru, man. This is where they got it from. Egyptian civilization of Sumer origin. That's where he got his sources from for the book. And we went in this book. We didn't find nothing that he talking about, but it's all good, man. It's all good. It's all good. That's the past. That's the past.
Has he advanced?
Yeah, he has advanced. He's kind of.
I'm saying from what he tried to do, because he was lying a whole lot back then.
Lying or just didn't have enough information?
No, his name was Lion. They called him Lion Lexx for a reason.
For a reason.
Because his ass was lying.
He said that it was 42 names on this, when it was over 50 names on this genealogy. Then he put it in his book. It's called The 42 Minor Gods of the Anunnaki. So yeah, all the stuff was just lies, yo. You see, in my book, he could say I missed a source here or there, but it's not a lie. It's a big difference. It's a major difference. It's a major difference. But that's how we got it from. A John Croft, really John Croft image, by the way. He never gave stolen directly from the website right here. This is a part of his book. Word for word, Egypt's Forgotten Origin. He stole it from these writings right here. Yeah. Yeah, we went in on the book, man. We did. We went in on this book for a while too. It was a while. Scorpion Man Faith, it claimed it's from Jeremy Black. It wasn't from Jeremy Black. When we checked it out, this was where he got most of his stuff from. But he didn't want to let us know because this guy was a racist. So he didn't want us to know he got it from L.A. Waddell. And this is a very beautiful question. Why didn't the Hebrew come out of Sumerian if Abraham is from Sumer? Very interesting. Talked about the rock paintings, carvings in Egypt shows Mesopotamian style boats literally being dragged across the soil. But this is the oldest image of a boat in history, and it's from Nubia. So the Sumerians may have gotten their ideas of boats from the Nubians. Who got it? Who gave it to the Egyptians? See the boat? Yep. 7,000 to 6,800 BC, the earliest evidence of an ancient boat.
Oh, that's a boat?
Yeah, it's from his book and all that stuff. Yeah, we went in on his book, man. We went in. We did our thing, man. We did our thing.
Yeah, this one you was Hebrew. An Israelite. You was all on.
It's OT only.
She knew what she was doing.
Who? You talking? Oh, you talking?
Yeah. You a Lion Lexx fan?
Okay. I guess I'm a Garfield fan too.
Nah. You a Lion Lexx fan.
You took her out of it, so Garfield helped her. Garfield helped her a lot.
Dude, no such a thing.
Can you carve a stone to look like an African American? Yep. All right, but that's that. What's up, Sean? What's on your mind, brother?
Man, not much.
The Knicks are in right now, bro.
Who is Chris that you was talking to in the chat? The Isaac Chris guy?
Yeah.
So what's his problem?
He think he know everything and he just typing away.
So is he the one that had a conversation with Lexx?
No.
No, you
so why is he saying all that in the chat?
Trolls.
So he think Lexx didn't do a better job at proving?
I don't know. Him and Garfield be at it. That's Garfield big fan right there. You know about it, Sean.
Oh, he's an Israelite.
You got a V-Note fan. You got a whatchamacallit fan.
No. He just said it. He's an Israelite. I didn't know that. Well, never mind. That makes sense. Why he's in the chat saying what he's saying. If I'm wrong, does that mean Garfield knows everything? No, it just means he knows more than you about the subject matter. You got to prove to him that you're right. You got to prove it. You just can't type it in the chat. Demonstration beats conversation, player. He waiting on you to demonstrate whatever your difference is. Ain't none of y'all Israelites. You can't be Israelites.
Let me make a declaration.
I'm the person of the book.
It's possible to be a Jew, but you're not an ancient Israelite.
Can't be some people that died off.
I'm the people of the book.
Yeah, he got the J marker, y'all. So he's special.
I'm the people of the book. Ain't none of y'all got that J marker.
Now he could boast about it.
I got that J marker.
Say it with your chest.
I'm the ancient Israelite. Now ask me what that shit gonna give me.
Do you got any superpowers?
No.
You hear voices telling you what to do?
Nope. Ain't nobody coming back for me either. He said, I never said I'm an ancient Israelite. We know because you're a new age Israelite. You pseudo. You couldn't be. You ain't linked to them people, bro. Just quit trying to imagine stuff. You could be the kid in Humpty Dumpty. You could claim that. Yo, Garfield, quick question. So this Moorish bull junk popped up on my thing, bro, and they was quoting something and saying that Moors, the word Moor was replaced in American history with Indian.
That's crazy. Who's saying that?
Some dudes, I don't know. It popped up. You know how like stupid stuff will pop up on your timeline, and that popped up on my timeline for some reason.
That's crazy.
And the dude literally said that the word Moor in American history was replaced with Indians. So if you're Indians, you're a Moor.
Yo, Sean, you have to do a show on here because this is crazy. Yeah, we're gonna do a show on here, Sean.
How was I am? Chris, you're not ancient Israelite, bro. Just get over it. You're not even an Israelite, bro. At best, you're a part of the 5 pseudo tribes of America.
How is it?
Hold on. Hey, how many? Hey, what's all the Israelite sects?
Sex? Excuse me.
No, that's SECTS.
Oh, what?
Like ISUPK.
Yeah, and they got one called Shema Israel. They quiet. You don't even hear too much about them.
Okay.
And have what ISUP? Is a lot of letters. HOI.
What's Danielle? What's Daniela? What is he?
I.
No. Which group he in?
Lions of Israel.
Okay. What's the ones that was raping the teenage girls?
Garfield, what's that one called again? Because I don't know nothing about them, but
What's Guerrilla Hebrew? What's Guerrilla Hebrew?
What is it, Shikari or something?
Okay, so how many Israelite camps is it? Is it more than 5?
It's a lot. Nope, it's a lot. Cause everybody's splitting off. Everybody doing their own.
So they create new groups.
Yeah. And then they making up their old doctrine.
The number 1 camp out there is GMS. The number 2 camp is Sakari. Sakari then surpassed ISUPK and IUIC because they're teaching what we're teaching, which is the truth. New brain implant begins human trials, Neuralink update. The MOTB. That's why we've been doing so many videos. And I said the number 1 camp out there is GMS. The number 2 camp is Sakari. Sakari then surpassed ISUPK and IUIC because they're teaching what we're teaching, which is the truth. New brain
implant. How do you know? How does he know? How does he know that those 2 camps are true? Because they agree with each other?
That's why we've been doing so many videos.
So he says that they passed ISUPK and IUCUI and ICDC college.
ABC.
Jesus Christ. He said all of that, right? to say that they're teaching the truth because they're aligned with each other. But how does he know that he's teaching the truth?
No, everybody claims they are in the truth. Like every
How do you come to the conclusion that you're in the truth based on, you see what I'm saying? Like, what evidence provokes you to make a statement like that? Are you saying it because you're closer to the Bible? Who the fuck is in the chat making up shit?
It's crazy, man.
Yo, AJ Morgan is bugging in the chat. I know you trolling, bro. You can't believe that shit. You gotta be trolling. But nah, what I'm saying is how are you saying you're speaking the truth based on what data? Because if you're talking history, right, you have to have a methodology for history.
It's crazy, man.
And I know you ain't talking science because you ain't talking history.
It's like coming to my camp because I have the truth.
So they're saying they got the yeah, that's crazy.
No, sure, you gonna join my camp? I got the truth.
Nah, hell no, I ain't joining none of that shit.
My camp is the best camp.
They didn't turn. They like the church.
Exactly.
Yo, they like the mega church. Chris, I don't even know who you is or what you is, bro. I'm just telling you right now. There's no way that you got the truth. Whose truth you got, bro? How do you know it's the truth? What primary source that you have possession of from whoever running whatever camp that you're associated with that will say you're teaching the truth? When none of you African Americans intertwined in none of that stuff that was going on back then when they was creating all of this belief stuff. So there's no way you can say you got the truth when you don't have any primary evidence to actually get to the point of where you could educate someone on this. Like, you ain't even got no existence there, bro. Your people descend from Western Central Africa. You ain't in the Levant. You ain't nowhere around none of that stuff over there, bro. Now, you ain't in Egypt, none of that.
It's crazy. If you're not in a female camp, you're not in the truth, y'all. You see all these guys running around, that's not the truth. That's like y'all know.
Hey, they still disrespectful to women? Or they switched up?
Nah, yo.
All the time.
Freedom.
Women shit all the time. All the time. All the time.
Yo, they still bombing on women. That's crazy work right there, bro.
All the
If you
time.
don't know how to fight, ladies, you need help.
I'm trying to figure out what is it that they teach that's the truth. So
Yeah,
Chris Isaac, this is what I'm gonna do. You know what I do? I'll time you out until you come on the chat because I've had enough of you all day. Jump on the panel. If you want to have a conversation, jump on the panel.
I just want to see the evidence.
Just want to troll people all day. Ain't got time for that.
Yeah, AJ Morgan said Mizr Arabic for Egypt, Missouri without the vowels.
100%. We agree with you, brother. We agree with
you. Y'all ain't ready.
We're definitely not ready, yo. We're definitely not ready.
Yeah. That boy said the Euphrates. I thought that was the Nile River. Yo, y'all crazy. Tennessee, Tennessee. Yo, bro, stop. That ain't even what the Indians was doing when they named how Tennessee got its name. You spelling it wrong.
Here. You want the smoke? You got 2 minutes, Chris.
Hit the link.
Yeah, he's right here. The only thing I want to know is what is the truth? You say you teach the truth? Do you say you teach the truth, Chris? Yes or no?
Well, the truth is just the gospel. But what I want to say that
you teach the truth.
Wait a minute, I don't have 2 minutes.
It's a no. It's a
I
simple.
thought I had 2 minutes, brother. You didn't even give me 2 seconds.
No, I
You
asked.
see what I'm saying? You see how you do, brother? I barely start talking.
Slow down.
And you immediately cut me off. brother.
Chris.
You know what I'm saying? Can I talk? Yes, can I talk?
Chris,
Can I talk?
Chris,
Can I talk?
Slow down.
Garfield, can I talk?
Chris, I asked
Brother,
a yes.
brother.
Chris.
As soon as I started talking, you cut
Chris,
me off.
I asked a yes or no question. You say yes or no. That's all.
How do I answer a yes or no with 2 minutes? You just said I had 2 minutes, brother.
I asked. Yes, you do,
brother. Did you just say I had 2 minutes?
Chris.
Yes or no? Did you say I had 2 minutes?
Chris.
Do I have 2 minutes? Yes or no?
Yes, but Chris, I asked you a simple question first before you get into the 2 minutes. Do you have what is the truth? You said you.
I just said the gospel.
The gospel.
Now can I have my 2 minutes?
Go ahead. You can have your 2 minutes now. I just want to know what the truth is. That's all.
And what I wanted to say was, y'all are hypocrites. You are afraid to death to present your beliefs to be dissected and you know what I'm saying? Nobody knows what y'all believe in.
Why would somebody promote a belief? It's supposed to be personal. Your belief's supposed to be personal.
Brother, can I finish?
Do I
have 2 minutes? Yes or no?
2 minutes. Give him 2 minutes.
Nobody knows what y'all believe in. You know what I'm saying? Y'all, what beliefs do you have? You know what I'm saying? You over here studying our beliefs. You know what I'm saying? But nobody has a clue what you believe in because you're afraid to present what you believe in. You're afraid to go through the same scrutiny. You have no cojones. I can talk about anybody's belief and break it down as to why I disagree. That doesn't mean that they're not entitled to have their beliefs. You know what I'm saying? But nobody knows or has a clue what y'all believe in. 1 minute you're atheist. 1 minute you're not. 1 minute you don't believe in the Bible. The next minute you're talking about the Bible like you believe.
That's 2 minutes. Who is y'all?
That's not 2 minutes. I'm over here counting. That's not 2 minutes.
It is 2 minutes.
Nobody has a clue what y'all believe in. But you over here got the gall to try to pick apart somebody's beliefs. Like I said, I can do that
You mad about your belief
on earth. I can come up. I can do the same thing, and not only do the same thing. Worse than Hebrew Israelites.
You're
mad. You know what I'm saying?
You're mad.
What do you believe in? Until you can tell us what you believe in,
I don't believe in none of that shit.
Say matters.
I don't believe in
because
none of it.
You're afraid to say what you believe in.
I don't believe in none of it.
Garbage.
I believe in my people I descend from. They existed.
What up, Garfield?
Yo, what up, Sabio?
Not much, man. Just listening to him rant and rave about what we don't believe in. Ain't that crazy? How when they're challenged about the thing that they've co-opted and tried to make theirs, they ask us what we believe in. Why can't we just believe in ourselves and humanity and our people? What's wrong with believing in that? Can anybody tell me what's wrong with believing in ourselves, in our people?
Hold on, where Chris at?
He left.
He left, bro. I don't understand how he mad. Like, there's no reason for you to get mad. He's pissed off because you're attacking his belief system, and then he wants to challenge you and say, well, you have a belief, but we don't know your beliefs, so why we can't scrutinize your beliefs? Well, Chris, I'm subjected to any scrutiny. I don't have a belief. I don't even give a damn about a belief system. Your belief system is supposed to be personal. Y'all are advertising and provocateurs of promoting this bull junk like missionaries. Y'all are actively recruiting people to come into a cult when none of y'all have shown any evidence of anything. So you gonna get scrutinized, bro, because you're putting yourself out there to be scrutinized. It's like when we present information about other topics, like we put our shit out there to be scrutinized. But you running around here talking about y'all got the truth and y'all teach the truth like Garfield just said, and then you don't even freaking answer the question, what's the truth? How do you know you got it, bro? Based on what evidence?
Belief. And see, that's it right there. They've replaced facts and truth with belief.
Yeah, he kept saying belief. I'm like, yo, that ain't even in the realm of what we discussing. You're on a panel with people talking about evidence, and we're trying to get to the evidence, and you running around here trying to believe us to death, bro. I'm not trying to hear that.
The evidence doesn't matter as long as you believe.
Bro, if they came up with a document, if they came up with something that was written in that time period that says this is the truth, the way, the light, and the right, you know what I'm saying? And then we compared it to what the other camps are teaching, and we see that it's off kilter with the actual primary. Then we can scrutinize the other camps and say, yo, the other camps ain't, you know what I mean? We ain't in it, but that's y'all shit. Like, Garfield know y'all stuff better than y'all know y'all stuff, bro. Like, come on, quit playing.
But see, it's not about knowing. That's it right there. It's not about knowing. If you notice in the video that Garfield was playing from Useful Charts, nowhere did he ever mention the continent of Africa. Anywhere. But these people will sit there. The one place that he might have mentioned, that he did mention, if I remember, was Egypt.
Yeah, man. That's my whole thing. Like, I don't think that we was even messing with them like that until they kept on trying to stake claim to like Egypt so much and do all of this. Then when they got their ass kicked out of Egypt, they started trying to run to West Africa. And then now we're defending West Africa, and then they getting their ass kicked out of West Africa. Now they done jumped to West Africa all the way to the Americas. Have you not realized how their doctrine, in some instances, on how they're teaching things, has migrated these places? Like, bro, there ain't no Israelites on those slave boats, man, and ain't nobody coming off talking about the Israelite-ish. You know what I'm saying? Like for real. Let me just keep it a buck. So, the Black Crescent, in the book, The Black Crescent, written by Michael Gomez, the first people that entered the Americas are from Senegambia. Guess what they all are? Converted Muslims.
Yep, I believe that.
They're Muslim. So when we start seeing people in the Americas, the earliest onset, they're Muslims. They're not Moors. They're not all this other stuff motherfuckers want to kind of give people. They're Muslims. Not an Israelite amongst them.
Well, that's because we understand the first major Abrahamic religion in Africa was what? Islam. But a lot of these people, they don't want to even look into that or recognize that. They want to think that Judaism was in Africa before Islam somehow. How? Where?
Chris, how you come on the panel and just run off like that? You a runner, man?
You don't even understand. He keeps saying, but Islam, bro, ain't nobody in the Americas until the 14th and 15th century. So why is you talking about Islam is, you know what I mean? It's coming out in the 7th century. Who cares about Islam in the 7th century? None of the dates or whatever you're talking about matters. We're talking about in America. So we know that the first people to come over here are converts. Yes, it was the Wolof and the Siri. And they called the Wolof by many different names. They had it with a J. They had it with some with a W, some with a G. They knew who they were.
Hey, let me say this, man. You know what's hurtful, right? When people used to talk about the NOI and Farrakhan fake in the 90s, I used to be hurt. So I know what y'all going through, and I'm laughing because I know what y'all going through. Y'all can't let go of a cult mindset, and you want to be an Israelite so bad. Remember earlier I said that this is the God of the land, the Most High, Yahweh, Jesus, whatever, is the God of this land. But he's not the God of this land originally. It's because of the Catholics. The Catholics brought this craziness. You know they got a map. Sean, I'm gonna show you this map real quick, right? And they saying that this map says that the people are. All right, there you go. I got it right here. They said this map. And by the way, to my brother in the chat, Massacre versus Tommy Lee. I said Massacre got it. Massacre got it so far. All right, that's for the Jamaicans. Y'all don't know about Massacre and Tommy Lee. But look at this. Look at these maps right here. And look where they're all located, Sean. Look at where they're all located.
Central Africa.
Almost the same place. Central Africa, where the Congo is.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you're telling me Jews are allowed to live in a Roman Catholic spot when the Catholics are the ones that kicked them out of Spain and Portugal?
Hell no.
They're allowed to live in a place where the Catholics converted people and where the Catholics were trading? Oh, man. Come on, bro. These people believe these maps are legit and that Jews are literally there. So you have 9 of these maps, actually. And the one that they always use is this one, the Livio Sanuto map, Geography del Africa. And he says this is the land of the Jews. Let's make it large and see if we can see this clearer. Hold on a second here. Yeah, land of the Jews. And they believe Jews literally live there. This guy in the chat, Chris Isaac, I'm sure he teaches this nonsense. Just because you see land of the Jews don't mean Jews live there. These are outsiders making these maps based off of old traditions that they heard, rumors or lies or whatever. But ain't no damn Jews have no land of the Jews in the Congo, man. Come on, man. And we know Congo is a legitimate place that had all these people that fought against different things. Come on, man. Why would you believe that it's the land of the Jews? Why? Because you think you're the Israelites. Dumbest crap I ever heard in my life, yo.
Oh yeah, I want to Garfield to play this video that shows the language and the vowel and stuff, but you going into something totally different now. You just went somewhere else.
Yeah, but you know, it's funny that we believe everything, but we just don't want to believe who we literally are. And that's crazy. That's crazy.
He said straw man argument. I don't think you understand what a straw man argument is, Chris. You're insinuating some stuff. But the truth of the matter is simple, bro. You're not from the Levant. You're in West and Central Africa. You've been there. You wasn't around there when that stuff was going on, bro. None of it. You're not a people that migrated from it or to it. You had a whole nother system going on, man, that you was dealing with in West and Central Africa, bro.
Somebody said instead of doing pull up the land of Judah map. Okay, let's pull it up. Felix gonna get hurt there too.
The land of Judah map. They still think Weta is Judah.
They still believe that nonsense, yo. That shit is crazy.
Y'all motherfuckers tripping.
Then you had this crazy guy call in on the show and ask a question. When he asked Zion the question, I'm laughing because he asked Zion about this guy. Those who don't know Samuel Wolkowski, in 1898, he was going around saying he was mute, that he couldn't speak, he was deaf, he was dumb. So this is the guy that they think, he said, Samuel Wolkowski said he could speak Lashawan Qadash. It's not the same Lashawan Qadash like you crazy people believing from One West. It's not the same thing, first of all. Second of all, he didn't come over on a slave ship. Because this is what, when Hashar had talked about this before, I did this a couple weeks ago. He speaks and writes Hebrew and claims the Jewish as his faith. He's well up in the grips of the Masonic and Oddfellows order, deserted from a ship at Newport News, Virginia. This is in 1898. Goldsboro, North Carolina. Our city has had a novelty in the shape of a Negro Jew who put in his appearance yesterday, and as he was fully acquainted with Masonic and Oddfellow grips, he was taken in charge by colored Masons and Oddfellows, and being of the Jewish faith, he did not fail failed to have the attention of all Israelites. The surprise to the Israelites was that he could write and speak the Hebrew language fluently, and that he was circumcised and was fully in the faith of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. He was from Africa, that part bordering on Abyssinia. He's a sailor and came here from Newport News, having deserted his ship there because of the abuse of the captain. Readers of history will recall that at the destruction of Jerusalem, Jews in quite large numbers went into Africa, and their religion is in a great measure was adopted by the inhabitants of that part of Africa, and they made up to a short time ago 45,000 converts of Ethiopians or Negroes, and hence it is that we have a Negro of that ancient faith among us. So this article is trying to say that he's a convert. But what happened is this guy was flying all over the place, claiming, this is what he's claiming. This is September 23rd, 1898. He's flying over the world. He's running this scam. His name is now Walkomski, 33 of age, a native of Makamba in northeastern Egypt. The problem is there's no place named Makamba in Egypt. If you notice in the first article, it says he came from where? Ethiopia, near Ethiopia. Now he comes from Egypt. So he's telling a different story every town he goes in. So then they start saying, okay. Then now he starts borrowing money. So this is what he's claiming now. From the latter they recently learned from white Jewish settlers, the older people only speak the language of the Bible. There are about 3,000 of these Negro Jews in Makamba. How they should have kept their presence a secret is not explained. Still, there's only one difficulty ahead with this story. The index of the best maps of Egypt know not such a place as Makamba. To say the least, further information is desirable. So there's no place in Egypt with that name, but he comes from that place. Oh, the white man, they're trying to hide us. They don't want the black people to be that. Here's his name again, Samuel Walkoski, and he's the only Negro in the United States who is a Jew. Now, ladies and gentlemen, how many Negroes are in America at this time? This is 1898, and there's only one Jew in all of America that was black?
You said in the 1800s?
In the 1898. So that means to tell me all of y'all ain't no Jews if you want to use this guy as a source. Because based on his information, he's the only Negro in the United States who is a Jew. You see, this is why they hate Garfield, man. This is why they hate Garfield.
I hate to say this to you, Darius and Chris, but the reason why y'all have to fight to put yourself in West Africa is to support the movement making it to America. There's no historical account that you could present to show us that you're in West and Central Africa before a certain period and that y'all were enslaved and put on boats. That means every time that y'all came into Africa from wherever y'all came from, y'all were slaves. But I thought y'all weren't slaves. I thought y'all was people of the book.
Let me say this real quickly. Let me tell you something, my brother. Darius Nelson, are you a respecter of men? Is General Hashar perfect? You see, the problem is I'm reading the sources that he read. The issue is this guy eventually was locked up for fraud. General, your so-called general, you're the same one that are trying to cling on to people that hate us. You see, there you go with the emotional talk. Ain't nobody give a damn about no damn Jew. We don't care about Jews, whether they're white or black. In fact, because I teach no one can be a descendant from ancient Israelites. This is what I teach. So whether they're black or white, you're cosplaying, as Gorilla Hebrew says. You're cosplaying being Israelites. The issue with Samuel Walkoski is why you name Samuel Walkoski. That's the first thing. Why you name Samuel Walkoski? Where did you get the name Walkoski from? Why are you telling lies? Why are you from Ethiopia? Then you're from Egypt. Then you're from a place that don't even exist. Somebody's lying. He didn't come over on a slave ship. He said he was on a ship to Newport, Virginia in the late 1800s. There's no slave trade. So that's why Hashar was wrong. You're using Walkoski or whatever his name is, a guy who was a jinner, to prove your point. Again, because General Hashar says one thing, you agree with General Hashar because he believes as you do. That's not a methodology.
Yo, G.
Mm-hmm.
So you're telling me out of 6.5 million black people in the 1880s, there was one Jew,
Mm-hmm.
and he was a convert.
Mm-hmm. I don't think the guy in the chat knew how deceptive Hashar was. Because the bottom line is he was a convert, but he also claims to come from a place that don't exist. That's a red flag. Here's another story about him again. He's a mute, 29 of years, a splendid physique, and da-da-da-da. He applied to da-da-da-da, which were given by him and other resident Hebrews. Walkowski is a full-fledged African in color and features. Dr. Stern said that there were Negro Jews in both North and South Africa. Russian and Polish Jews had migrated to these points, and Negroes were converted to the Jewish faith. Sometimes Negroes purchased by Jewish slave traders accepted Judaism, and after circumcision were given their freedom, a full-fledged Orthodox Jew. So all the records is saying that he's some sort of convert. But what's interesting about this guy here? Look at this right here. What happened to him? What happened to him, Mr. You following Hashar? Watch here. A Negro who could talk Hebrew and who represented himself as an Egyptian Jew and worked a Hebrew citizen of Bangor for a small loan on the strength of his nationality was arrested and committed to jail for obtaining money under false pretenses. Oh boy. Yeah, I did some research on him. I went to newspapers.com. I went to go look him up. Yeah, he's in the records, yes. But his records say he's a convert. And that he come from a place that don't exist.
All that typing in the chat.
Now let's get to wider for a second. This is easy, man. This is easy. Sugar, all going.
Garfield, what's up, bro?
Yo, I've been seeing
man.
every
What trouble you up to, man? Because you know you're always giving some trouble. What's popping?
No, I ain't, man. I just wanted to tell you something, bro.
What's popping?
Hey, bro, I gotta salute you. And I ain't playing no games or trolling. I ain't about to say nothing negative. The trade lines. Remember you was doing the trade lines?
Yes, sir.
Look at me, Garfield.
What's popping?
I'm showing you.
Hold on, I ain't seen it. Okay. Oh, you showing me you're living large. I got you.
Man, the trade lines, man. So, I just want y'all to know, man, Garfield was keeping it real when he was doing them trade lines, man. I see why he was charging them niggas. I even got a pet squirrel. Look at my homie.
He said he got a pet squirrel.
Look, he wants some food bad.
Oh, man. You got to get him a trade line.
Man, you better get a trade line. And look, I got to show you the toy before I go, Garfield, because you was right, man. Them trade lines got me up into the 800s. You know what I'm saying? Turn my little editor into,
I've always been right, bro. Always been right.
Yeah, you see the I8. So y'all better get involved, man. I ain't gonna tell y'all the website I use, but Garfield was right about them trade lines. You was on to something, bro. And when nobody listening to you, man, I was even talking shit about you, and I apologize.
Your apology accepted, brother.
You was right about them trade lines, man. But y'all just continue, man. Keep doing your thing, man. Peace and happiness. And check my documentaries coming out this summer, bro.
Don't be kissing no squirrel, though.
Oh, no, I just feed them. I got a whole family of squirrels to feed, man. Peace to y'all.
Peace.
Hey, peace and love to you, brother. Hey, look at this guy right here. He said, no, it's not if it was get Captain Tazaryach. Captain Tazaryach won't debate me or nothing. Kataza is like a little girl right now crying in the corner. Priest Daniela wants to debate me on some topics, but not every topic. General Ashar is on the street shouting at people, saying that we're the people and we're not. Divine Prospect, we have dialogues all the time. We agree more than we disagree. So whoever you're going to bring is actually not even a threat to me, especially Divine Prospect. Divine Prospect would agree with me more than how you would disagree. So what is it? He got me my crib, my G. Yeah, I remember Robert Parrish. Peace and love to you, bro. How you doing, by the way? All right.
That boy so mad at you. He said you selling debt. I don't even know how you how you can sell somebody some debt. you have ruffled his feathers, boy. That boy is emotional.
That boy mad as hell.
Be all right, Chris. You be all right, Chris. Get out of your way.
Ah, yeah, they love to quote this scripture right here. Look at this right here. Remember what I said earlier, Mika? And though even thyself, thou shalt discontinue from thine heritage that I gave thee, and I will cause thee to serve thine enemies in the land which thou knowest not, for ye have kindled. So if you were discontinued from thine heritage, how do you know you're an Israelite? How are you practicing circumcision because you're an Israelite? How are you following Sabbath? How are you doing sacrifice? How are you doing whatever, eating dietary laws if you got discontinued from your heritage? You don't make no sense, Chris. I'm the worst nightmare for a black Hebrew Israelite. Y'all crazy. Crazy. All right. So let's get to Wider. The brother said, why did you bring up Wider? You're being disingenuous. Darius, why don't you come on the panel, bro? Why don't you come on the panel? Why don't you come on the panel? Come on the panel, bro. What is so hard? Why we smoke? What are we doing? What are we scared of? Let's look at Wider for a second. So Wider, we have the map. And by the way, too, this is not even his map, because if you really study the map, he tells you on the map that he got the map from other people. Because there are several maps before, 3 other people's maps was documented where Wider was or ex-Wada or Judah or Fida or Ajuda or whatever name you want to use. Now, if you look at the top, right here, let's make it bigger. This is short for kingdom. Right in the middle is a KM. That's Kingdom of Judah or Wider Slave Coast. Wider Judah. On this same map, he writes and gives honor and respect to people who had previous maps where he got this from. He's like, this is not from me originally. So there's other maps, earlier maps. A lot of people don't know about that. 1747 to 1762, he had a group of maps that he wrote about. Now it says Kingdom of Judah or Wider. Now, why is he saying the Kingdom of Judah or Wider? Why is he saying that? Let me ask the audience a question. Why is he saying Kingdom of Judah or Wider? Here goes AJ Morgan, Utah or what? Yo, you remember when we had the what's the guy that called himself from what's that island? He used to come from Sean, and he said he was the guy in Revelation 5, and he was the true Jesus, and he's Judah. Judah is in what's that island in Asia?
I can't think of his name. I can't think of it. I remember what you talking about.
What is it? Akompo? Where you say you from again, Akani?
Oh no, I can't remember. Yeah, Connie know.
What's the name of that damn island, man? It's in Asia, man. Like you have China, you have Japan, you have Taiwan, Cambodia.
Oh, yeah. That's the Cambodian dude. Yeah, because he always used to write real crazy and shit.
Right, Cambodia. And he came out here. He died like around 3 months later. He had some sickness. Yep. The Cambodian.
Well, I ain't seen him in a long time.
To find that video, man. We had him argue with the dude that said Judah was Utah, and it was a crazy debate. Here goes my man Darius right here. Shout out to Darius, man. Peace and love to you, brother. It's all good.
Right. Peace and love to you, Garfield. What's up,
First,
man?
to let you know, you got 2 minutes to talk. Every time you talk, I'm giving you 2 minutes, unless it's a yes or no question. All right? Now, do you believe, I'm going to ask you a question. Do you believe this is Judah as in Judah of the Bible? Let's be honest. You believe that, don't you believe that?
That's what my Israelite master scholars say.
Okay. All right. Now, let's take a look at this. This is a 1747 map, right? 1747, the kingdom wasn't even called Judah. Did you know that? All right. The kingdom was actually the kingdom. Oh, I'm sorry. I got to give you 2 minutes to respond. All right, you could respond. Go ahead. My bad.
No, go ahead. That's all I have to say.
All right. So this is the kingdom of Wida or Judah. Now, let me ask you a question. This word that says WHIDAH right here, what word is that? Is it who is writing the word? Because remember, this is Europeans expressing an area in the world to us. We got to admit that. So this is a white man, an Edomite, as you might call him, telling us what is in the world at this point. They are drawing the map. So when they say kingdom of Judah or Wida, would you agree that he's saying the word could be Judah or Wida?
Judah.
Would you agree
asking me
that?
which word?
Yeah, he says right here at the top, KM is kingdom of Judah or Wida. Then he put slave coast.
So what
You
is it?
understand what that is?
I'm understanding. I understand it. Yes.
All right, let me do this to help everybody who's watching to understand. And by the way, too, you don't have to agree with one word that I'm saying. All I have to do is demonstrate to you what's going on. All right. So what I'm going to do to make it better for everybody, not only you, I'm going to show you guys something real carefully here. And this might help with the understanding for everybody.
Right. But I also got some other questions that's gonna put a lot of y'all beliefs under fire if y'all really believe y'all Africans and whatnot. But go ahead, keep doing your thing.
Before we get to that, I gotta do this little lesson here on Wida so that we can agree right here. All right. So here we go.
Ahead, brother. Do your thing.
All right. Now this is from Wida, and I suggest you get this book. If you want the PDF, I could email it to you. All right. Now Wida, this is from Wikipedia. And this is basic. It says the name Wida, or WHIDAH, or Wida, is an anglicized form of X-Wada. So this word right here, XWEDA, is really the true word of what the culture calls it. They didn't call it any other name. This is what they say. But when it's pronounced, it's from the X-Wada GBE language from the people of Benin. Benin, of course, is in Nigeria. Today, the Beninite city of Oida bears the kingdom's name. To the west of it is the former Popo kingdom, where most of the European slave traders lived and worked. Right? Now, watch this right here. This is Wida right here. Now, this right here at top is where the people from Wida come from, Abomi. This is the kingdom Alada, and this is where Wida is, where Savi is, the capital Savi. So this is the port area where the people would come from, and they would pick up the slaves. This is Grand Popo, and this is another island right here. Now watch this. Dahomey come from up top here. They invaded Alada, and then they invaded Wida. This was 1727, right? Now look at this now. Look at this. So we got to walk slowly through this. How many slaves were taken, So this is the export slave estimates from the same book. This is the wider kingdom that you call Judah. You think that they are Israelites. This is from 1641. They've been sending out slaves every year. So these are the numbers. So between 1641 and 1727, that's how many people they sent. So from 120,000, 153, 161, 104, 55, 32, 57, 19. Now ask yourself this question right now while you're listening to this. How many of these were wider residents? How many of these were wider residents? And then look at the population numbers that they have. So this is the population of Wida over the years. This is 1772 all the way to, let's go to 1841 or 1803. If you look at the numbers and then look at the numbers that were sent as slaves, you'll find out almost 2 million people. Look at the bottom. You see that 1.85? almost 2 million people were sent from Wida as slaves. The population numbers don't match up of what it would be. That means who are these people that are being taken? The people that are being taken, if you go to this book, The Uncommon Market, Essence in the Economic History of the Slavery, you go to Patrick Manning's section in chapter 4, he documents the ethnic group of the people who actually were slaves. So when you look at the people who were slaves and who were taken, hold on, let me get to that. The ethnic origins of the slaves, you see the people there, they're documenting it. See? And if you look at the origins of the slaves, you see the people, the Asia peoples, the Yoruba peoples, the Nupe, the Hausa, the Voltaic, and these are the people that are being taken on the slave ships. Wida was what you'd call the middleman between the European slave traders. So you see Alada, you see right here, you see where it says Hueda, this is where Wida is. So Hueda or Wida or Judah or Ajuda or Fida, as the name goes by, are the middlemen for the slave trade. So Dahomey is up here up top. But what happened with Dahomey is Dahomey was tired of playing the middleman. So Dahomey had to pay Alada, then they had to pay fees from Judah to trade to the slave master down here by the river. So they were tired. Dahomey's like, why are we paying these Negroes money and we the ones that supplying them with the slaves? So what they did was they invaded Alada, and what happened is the Wida people heard the drums, the war drums. So they went to here. They went to Popo. Let me show you where they went. Got to show you on the map. They went to Grand Popo, or this island right here. This is where they ran to. And how we know this is because this guy, Robin Law, the white guy, who's the anthropologist, who's one of the greatest anthropologists ever, he's white. He wrote this right here. This article, well, not him, but this is a review of the article. He wrote an article regarding them leaving. Hold on, no, I'm sorry. This is the article. I'm sorry. This is the right article. The common people were divided. How the people in Wida, the people that were left back, because the king ran off of Wida, ran off to Grand Popo, and then what happened is he wanted to come back and be king, but the people didn't want him to come back. They was good with being ruled on Dahomey. But what Dahomey did, bro, that is crazy. The whole area is controlled from 1727. It's no longer the kingdom of Wida. It's the kingdom of Dahomey. So that map that we have of Emmanuel Bowen that says kingdom of Judah, it's actually anachronistic because there was no kingdom of Judah at that time. Hold on, let me see if I could find the map so we could look at it again. Where the map at? Where the map at? Where the map? Where the map? Where the map? Ah, here we go. So where it says kingdom of Judah, or close up right here, this is anachronistic because at 1747 there was no kingdom of Judah or Wida. That ended at 1727 when the Dahomey kingdom took over. But watch this now, watch the math. 1727, the kingdom of Dahomey has a law. What's the law? Look at this image again. Look at this image right here. What's the law with Dahomey now? Dahomey rules this whole area now. Where Wida is, where Alada is, and where Dahomey is. Dahomey took over the whole area. Guess what Dahomey did at 1727, bro? The king said, we can't enslave any residents of Dahomey. So that means where Judah is, if you're a resident, we can't enslave you. So none of the slaves could have been from Judah anyway. Because he said, you can't enslave people or put them on the slave ships. So he called people from the Yoruba. That's why I showed you this picture from Manning's book to show you that the people who were being enslaved were from different areas that they captured, prisoners of wars. It wasn't the people from Dahomey. You would see where Patrick Manning talked about the ethnic origins right here. Let me bring it down slowly so you could read the screen. Ethnic origins of the slaves. None of them was from Wida. They were helping to put the slaves on the ship. They weren't slaves. So when you see this meme right here, I'm going to show you how wicked these Israelites are, bro. That your masters are. I'm going to show you how wicked they are. Look at what they did, Sean. They photoshopped this book right here just to make Wida slaves. Because now you listen to Garfield now, and you're like, but what about this book? Yeah, look at what they did. They photoshopped this book, and they put that the book says. Look at what the Israelites did. Look at what your brothers did, bro. They put that the book said total Hebrews imported. It never said that. That's a lie. That's not in the book. Then it says at the bottom, total 1749 black Jews transported. No, it did say people from Wida, but just because it says Wida, it doesn't mean it's a real Judah like we have in the Bible. See, this is what the book actually says. Judah/Wida. Why/Wida? Because it's a transliteration. Me and you speak English, right? Darius, you speak English, right?
Yeah, fluently, yes.
All right, cool. If we said Darius in French, how would we say Darius in French? I don't know. How would they say it in French? You have any idea?
No, I don't.
But you know how it says it in English, right?
Yes, I do.
So you speak English, right? Now look at Wida. How do you say the word that the word from Benin, ex-Wada, in English? How would you say it in English? And this is gonna be my final point.
Don't know.
How would you say it in English?
I don't know. I don't know that language.
All right, watch this. I'm gonna show you exactly right now how you say it in English. Where is this damn thing? Hold on there. Hold on there. Cause this is simple. This is not even difficult.
No, it's very difficult, but I'm gonna get to it when it's time.
Yeah. All right, I got you.
Nah, it ain't difficult at all, man. You can't be insinuating.
Hey, dude, don't do that. Don't do that. I'm
do
being
what?
civil. I've been civil the whole time. Don't do that, bro.
What you
Don't do
mean?
that.
Who ain't being civil? Just
You
because I
not.
said what
Bro,
you mean?
you don't tell me
Hold
what
on,
to do.
hold on,
I
guys.
got my
Hold on,
rebuttals
everybody
when it's
stop.
time.
I
I
didn't
got my
tell you
rebuttals when it's time. You chill, bro. I came up here all calm and cool and collective, bro. You chill.
Who told
You
you
don't
to
know
do
me.
something?
Before we go left, relax. Everybody
Chill,
relax. Everybody relax.
I'm just trying to figure out who told you to do
bro.
something.
Bro.
Hold on.
Don't do that.
Everybody stop.
Don't do what?
Everybody stop.
That nigga
Now,
tripping.
this is the
Nigga,
word,
you
right?
tripping. You don't know me. Shut the fuck
The
up.
first people to pronounce the
Finna
word.
get me out of character.
Hey, hold on, Sean, and hold on, Darius.
I ain't said nothing, Garfield. That nigga emotional.
Relax. Everybody relax.
Nigga, you the one that came on.
Relax. Everybody relax, yo. Come on, relax. On the
Get the
screen.
dick out your ass.
On the screen. Look at this.
See what I mean?
Darius,
Why you gotta go with the Paul shit?
Chill out.
Just a dumbass nigga. You don't even know who the hell you are. You think you African, don't you?
Darius,
Dumbass
hold on,
nigga.
Darius, hold on.
I told you
Hold
emotional.
on, Sean.
Disrespect
Chill out,
me.
man. We messed up the show, man. Relax.
I ain't did nothing. I ain't said nothing.
1660, right?
Cut it out.
1660, the Spanish wrote from Alada and pronounced the word as Lura or Jura. In 1671, the French came. They pronounced the cultural name as Judah. The Dutch come, they pronounce it as Fida. The Portuguese come, they pronounce it as Judah, which means help. The English comes, they call it Wida. Now, why didn't the English call it Judah and spell it Judah if they speak English and we speak English? Darius is English. Darius said, I don't know what it is in French, but what is ex-Wada in English? It's Wida. So if it was Judah, bro, it would have said Judah. The fun people would have pronounced it Hueda in the Latin script. Now, the key now is this. Do we find any oral traditions of them, those fun people, saying that they come from Israel? Do you know of any, Darius?
Any oral traditions, not to my knowledge, no.
All right. None exists. There's not one that exists.
I wouldn't go that far, just have to do research.
They come from the Sephardic, or some people say they come, the thing they say they come from Arabs or Medina or Mecca, the Yoruba people. You don't find that with these people. These people have a different language, they have a different culture, and they don't have any connection to Israel at all. The map is tricky because we don't understand the context of the map. Now, I'm going to shut up. I'm going to allow you to, I'm going to mute up my mic. Well, I'm not even going to mute. Well, yeah, I'm going to mute. I'm going to let you.
So why are you using 1492 as a benchmark?
Hold on, Chris, don't do that. It's Darius having a conversation. Darius is having a conversation with me. Go ahead, Darius. Somebody call you
Right.
Darius the Mead. That's funny. Go ahead,
Right.
bro.
I appreciate the respect, Garfield. But as far as all the information you brought out, and I appreciate the information you brought out, I have to do more research on it myself. But the fact is, simple questions like the ones I have for you is going to contradict all the information you brought out, because that still doesn't explain why the so-called Africans did what they did. None of that explained or gives any kind of explanation to why they did what they did.
What are you talking about?
No. Let him finish.
See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? But
Are you asking me
let me talk to him. No, let me talk to him. No, Garfield, let me talk to him. Let me talk to him. Can I talk to him? No, I want to talk to him. I want to talk to him. Nigga with all the mouth. I want to talk to him.
No.
No, let me talk to him. Let me talk to him. I just want to talk to him.
No, I don't want it to go left. I don't want it to go left.
I'm not being messy. I'm not being messy. I'm just going to ask a question.
Hey, for clarity, right? If you look on the screen, you see Dahomey. It says 1820s to 1890s, and it shows you where they controlled, right? 1727 is when they took over that era, like I said, to the 1820s. It shows you where they controlled. So Dahomey, which we see in a lot of the slave records, is technically Alada, Wida, and parts of the Dahomey Kingdom. So we see that they moved in, and when they moved in and controlled, I have the primary. Listen, the Dahomey Kingdom met literally with the people in Portugal. A lot of people don't know this. They knew exactly they were going to enslave Africans. There's no play game. They are the worst people in the history of Africans. I don't want no African or no black people in the West telling me. I don't want Sean getting off mic. I said, no, Dahomeys was the worst. They was literally the worst. They went to Brazil. They went to Portugal. Yo, we gonna export X, Y, and Z amount of Negroes, and this is how much we gonna get paid, and we gonna get guns, and we gonna get all these arms. So the slave trade was planned from their perspective. We can't say the whiter people are Israelites because he didn't sell the whiter people. He didn't sell the people who was Judah. So those people didn't come on the slave trade. Who came on the slave trade was who they captured, and they was middlemen in it until the next time period. All right. Now, Chris, you have a comment. I'm going to give you 2 minutes regarding this topic. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say that debunks the prior notion that they're converted Muslims, because Muslims don't enslave Muslims. And the people of Dahomey who practice Vodun didn't enslave people who practice Vodun. So that kind of like, disproves the notion that they weren't Israelites. If the Islamic slave trade started from the 7th and 8th century all the way through the 20th century, and that the kingdom of Dahomey is not established to the 17th century, which makes no sense why you always use the benchmark 1492, which is 100 or so years before the establishment of the Dahomey kingdom. I yield.
All right, Garfield.
Before you respond, I'm gonna give you this 100%. Hey, Chris, mute up for me, please, because I don't want you to jump off mic by accident. I would appreciate it if you mute up. Thank you. The issue with Chris is Chris conflates every conversation. The conversation that Sean had about Muslims is a different conversation than this Dahomey here. Dahomey doesn't represent all of West Africa. It's a small part, but a lot of slaves, almost 2 million, came from that region. Over 12 million was sent. 2 million more were sent from Congo and Central Africa than Dahomey. But it's just that the fact that these Dahomey kingdoms, these kings, is just the worst in my opinion. They're just the worst. But go ahead, Sean.
They did enslave other Muslims because other Muslims weren't considered practicing Muslims as the Arab intended them to be. And that was the market for that. So to make the assertion that they weren't enslaving Muslims is kind of crazy. And they even write about that. But real quick, because you brought up something that was specific, but this is how far the conversation goes, and this is where the conversation ends. Real quick, Garfield, if you just listen.
expeditions, not to my knowledge, no.
All right, none exists.
Hold on. Here we
There's
go.
not one that exists.
I wouldn't go that far. Just have to do research.
They come from the Sephardic, or some people say they come. The thing they say they come from Arabs or Medina or Mecca, the Yoruba people. You don't find that with these people. These people have a different language. They have a different culture, and they don't have any connection to Israel at all. The map is tricky.
When you said all of that, Garfield, he told you that he, to his knowledge, none of that existed. Everything that he said, he had to go do more research on. So it's unfair to ask him a question about Wida when he has no idea of the subject matter or the sources provided.
Yeah, my brother said he got to go back, so we got to respect that. At least he's honest. He ain't trying to lie. So, I mean, I appreciate the brother for doing that.
Can I say something about the Muslims selling Muslims real quick?
Hold on. Let Sean finish first, and then thus we have order. Sean, are you done?
Yeah, let him say what he got to say.
Yeah, well, they primarily enslaved non-Muslims, but I mean, obviously, it could have been some might have ended up in slavery, but that's against their law to slave fellow Muslims. So
have you read A Prince Among Slaves?
Well, I'm reading it right now.
Okay, was he not a slave?
I can't speak to that. I don't know exactly what you're referring
If you're
to.
reading the book is telling you, even if you just read the back of the book, A Prince Among Slaves is a prime example of that. So for you to say that they weren't enslaving other Muslims, that's no. They were enslaving people that were practicing or acting like they were Muslim, but really
if you were born free Muslim, they cannot enslave you.
Have you
read
A Prince Among
Slaves born
Slaves?
into slavery Muslim, they could still enslave you.
Have you read? When I asked you if you read the book A Prince Among Slaves, that was a great example of what I was just referring to, and you said you have not read it. But
but the exception is not the rule.
No, there's no exception to the rule, brother.
That's not the norm.
They were enslaving anyone at one point in time. It was anyone can get it in the period that we're referring to. So when we're in the 1700s and we're talking about gathering bodies to send to the Americas, they're enslaving anyone. They're slave raiding with the intent. They're enslaving their ops. They don't care if they're practicing a certain religion or not at that point. All
Muslims are not supposed to enslave freeborn Muslims.
Man,
they're not supposed to do that.
Okay, so how they end up here?
Because they were probably already born into slavery, or you know what I'm saying?
A third of the slaves was Muslim, so a third of the people was not born in Islam.
A lot of them were. They would just take women and get
about 3 million Muslims. So you're telling me 3 million Muslims? I'm sorry, not 3 million. About say 1 million Muslims came to the Western world.
Yeah, but from the 7th century to the 20th century.
No, bro, you're in a different time zone. What are you talking about? 7th century. When did the slave trade happen, Chris?
There were people who were born into slavery during.
Chris, when did the slave trade happen, Chris?
So they didn't castrate the men.
When did the slave?
Wait a minute, did they castrate the men? Yes or no?
Answer the question, man.
I will the question.
When did the slave trade, the transatlantic slave trade happen?
A real Israelite. Why can't be like Darius?
But I thought they castrated the. I thought they castrated.
No. Chris, slow down, Sean. Sean, don't say nothing. Chris, the question is, when did the slave trade start? For the transatlantic slave trade?
Probably like around 1492, 1500, maybe.
All right. So we'll use that. It actually started from 1441, 1444, when it was taking blacks to Angola. It was taking blacks to Portugal first. Then they started taking them to Angola.
But that's not across the Atlantic.
All right. So as far as across the
you say transatlantic, I mean across.
Right, so let's say 1500, right?
You're referring to the Atlantic slave trade, not the transatlantic slave trade.
I'm talking about the transatlantic slave trade, not this.
Trans means across the Atlantic.
All right. Okay. All right. Now go ahead, Sean. It's on you.
Okay. So at the beginning of this thing that we call the transatlantic slave trade, you had Muslims that were being sent to the Americas. how are the Spanish and how are the Spanish getting a hold of these people? Is because they were enslaved. There were slave raids that were going in on their ops. It's that
Right.
simple. So this is how we get Muslims enslaving other Muslims.
Did they homie sell slaves?
Because it was all out of ignorance. It wasn't
Did they
something
homie sell slaves?
Did who?
Did they homie sell slaves? The Day homie kingdom?
Everybody participated in the.
Are they Muslim? No.
What?
They homie is not Muslims.
When do Dahomey becomes a kingdom and then they're and when?
1600.
When did the slave trade begin?
1492. The transatlantic.
So hold on, time out. So why are you taking me from what I asked you earlier, which is
not Muslim though?
Let me, bro. You just
so.
If I'm talking to you, if I'm talking to you about
the Atlantic slave trade hasn't really kicked off until about 1611.
Chris, if I'm talking to you about the transatlantic slave trade and the beginning of the transatlantic slave trade, why are we jumping to a whole nother 100 years away? You don't even understand the period that you're in the 15th. So how in the hell are we already 100 years away from that?
The Jamestown colonies in the 1600s. That's what really,
bro. When was the
transatlantic?
You just said the transatlantic slave trade began in 1492.
To the Caribbean prior to 1611. Yes, but it really kicked off 1611.
Oh my God! Listen, quit running, man. Slow down. It's not a race. I ain't trying to prove you wrong or none of that. I'm trying to walk with you so that you can see the error in your ignorance.
If the 1492 period was not, is not in full swing of the transatlantic slave trade.
Where did those people go in 1492? Where did they take them people from?
They went into the Caribbean. It was a lot of the
Where did the
Spaniards
people come from? Where did the people come from?
A lot of them came from Spain and Portugal.
Okay,
you know
no. I'm saying, where did they come from? So you're saying that they directly came from Spain and Portugal?
It was a lot, mostly conquistadors in the period of 1492. The
Where
beginning.
did the conquistadors get the people that they brought to the Americas?
They got them. Some of them were already in Europe from the Atlantic slave trade.
What? Wait a minute. All right, Garfield, you got it, bro. He ain't understanding, and it's on purpose. It's with intent. It's with intent to not understand. It's no longer about him trying to follow it.
I used 1492 at the beginning of the transatlantic slave trade, but it wasn't. It didn't really kick off.
So in short, Muslims did enslave other Muslims. Okay, the first
not normally.
Muslims,
no.
Yes, the first Muslims that were brought here were enslaved in West Africa, forcibly kidnapped from their places, sent up into those European countries, and when they set seas, when the technology had helped them expand and get across those crosswind waterways in the ocean that kept spinning their boats around and sending them in opposite directions than where they were trying to go, when they developed the technology to force across or sail across those crosswinds, they entered in the Americas by accident. However, by accident, they arrive and they got Africans from Senegal and the Gambian region with them. So now, no matter what you want to say or how you want to say it, the onset that started this whole thing begins with Muslims.
So your position is that the majority of the people who were taken in the trans-Saharan slave trade, most of them were Muslims. They were, so Islam had reached West Africa prior to the trans-Saharan slave trade somehow.
What? Do you not understand that the spread of Islam is the spread of Islam comes.
You see how you laughing? You know how ridiculous it sounds.
In the 11th century, The spread is there. It's Muslims, practicing Muslims. There's in the 11th, the 12th, the 13th centuries, the 14th centuries in West Africa, there's practicing converted Muslims. These kingdoms are converting to Islam.
So how did they homie arise in the midst of all these practicing Muslims
You're
to become
jumping
this
again.
large kingdom?
Now, who also said that Dahomey was a Muslim?
Dahomey is Muslim now?
No, I'm asking who said that they were not Muslims.
Are you saying they are?
I asked your question. Are you going to answer my question? Because you ain't answered shit else. I'm asking one question. Who said that they were not?
Nobody. Nope. Come on, brother. Dahomey is not Muslim.
One more time.
That's just a known fact. I mean, unless you have other information. According to history.
What history?
History of Dahomey.
What? Okay, so again, what history?
They practice for doom. So
How,
I don't
how
know
do
where
you
got that.
How do you know that the people in Dahomey are practicing voodoo? Are you watching? Are you watching
You
a
can't
movie?
prove that they were Muslims.
Are you giving me
You
some
just
shit
got
from a
cut. You
movie?
got cornered, and you know what I'm saying.
No.
You
Are you
counted out.
giving me some shit from a movie, bro?
Brother? You can't prove that Dahomey were Muslims.
I can do a lot of things real quickly. It's not that difficult for me
So
to
show
actually
me a
do that.
source that
So
said
my
Dahomey
point-
was Muslims.
No, because you don't even know when the
You're talking about the woman kingdom?
You don't know
Muslims?
when the slave trade happened. We're having a dumbass conversation because you don't know when something transpired.
Brother, you could. You can't show me no woman.
You can't. You don't know what I can't do.
Show me the Dahomey Muslims.
I don't need to show you anything. Who said that they were not practicing? Who said that some people in that kingdom were not Muslim?
How is the woman kingdom gonna be Muslim?
See, there we go. There we go. I just wanted you to say it. You're talking about a movie.
Brother, the movie was based on his story.
I'm done. The whole time you don't know nothing about West Africa, bro.
The
You're
movie
talking about
based
a
on a true
goddamn
story.
movie.
You know what I'm saying?
You brought up the
Come on
woman,
now.
bro. It's over, bro. I'm not talking to you no more.
Chris, we can't talk over each other. One at a time, bro. One at a time. Go ahead,
Keep
Sean.
doing it, bro. Like I'm simply telling you that there were Muslims that were enslaving and selling other Muslims, and then this man says, "Well, the homie wasn't doing this." Bro, everybody participated in it, and a lot of them got out of it at the time that they realized what happened. That is why when your ass was watching the woman whatever it's called, the Woman Kingdom, or whatever the fuck the movie's called, when you was watching it, right? You were watching it at a time that their leader, their ruler, even says it, that he was not trying to do it the old ways as his ancestors or the people before him. So they went against that, and then they became fighting against that. They're not the only ones. There was a lot of people that fought against those things. The problem is simple: is Muslims enslaved and sold other Muslims. That's simple. There's no reason to argue against it or anything like that, bro. That happened. And the slave trade begins when it begins. Like, it really kicks off. So I don't understand why we having to do all this other stuff for no reason with you on the panel.
But the fact of the matter is, the principal
You don't even know
people
the slave
who were
trade
slaves were not Muslims.
What?
That's just a plain fact. The people who were the principal people of the slave trade were not Muslims.
Who? Okay. Why? How do we get 1 million over here?
You know what I'm saying? They just weren't, brother.
The first people that come over here that was enslaved were Muslims.
The people who were principally enslaved during the trans-Saharan slave
The first
trade were not
people that were brought across the Atlantic forcibly were Muslim.
The people who were
Wolof
part of the
and Syrian.
trans-Saharan slave trade
They
were
were
not
from
Muslims.
Senegal.
Did you say they were Muslim converts?
Everybody know that we're dealing with conversion when they enter into West Africa. I mentioned that earlier when I said that all of these kingdoms began converting to Islam.
What year was that?
Part of the trade. It's a part of the trade. In order to do business with these Arabs, they needed to convert to Islam.
So the ones known by the homie was the homie Muslim too.
Let me finish real quick because we're generalizing. So some of them were practicing Muslims, converted. Some of them were just practicing the faith the way the Arabs wanted them to practice the faith. Others were still running out to the bush. Others were still running out to the bush, which means when the Arabs are around, they acted like Muslims. When the Arabs went away, they acted like traditionalists. You had that going on, bro. And then you had people like Askia Muhammad, who was like, buck all of that. We're going to practice just like the Arabs, and we're going to rain down on people, and we're going to make them do this and make them do that, and yada, 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 yada. But you got me going all over the place. You got me going all over the place.
In Saudi Arabia, if Islam started in 7th century Saudi Arabia, right?
What are we talking about?
Everybody in West Africa transatlantic. There would be no natural Muslim in West Africa.
We're talking about the transatlantic. Why are you saying all of those
what
things?
What I'm saying is there would not be a natural Muslim if it only goes back to the 7th century AD in West Africa.
I'm just trying to figure out why are we talking about all of those
have to be converts to Islam.
Why are we talking about all of those things if we're talking about the transatlantic? Because everybody that came off a boat, what none of them no goddamn Israelites.
Was the day homies Islam?
Bro, they was on the boat with Israelite names. What the hell are you talking about? Hebrew names.
What was
They was on the boat with
Israelite
Hebrew names.
names?
What are you talking about? No,
What was
they
the
were Hebrew
Israelite
names.
names?
Are you serious?
Hold on. Time out.
They were Hebrew names.
Chris, mute up. Darius, what are you saying, Darius?
So when they got off the boat, they didn't have Hebrew names? That's what you're saying?
No, my brother.
So okay, then what lineage of names did they come from? What lineage did those names come from? Where they come from?
So I could bring clarity.
Let's go.
Again,
I want to hear this.
I'm gonna show you what you're talking about right now, brother. Respectfully, I'm gonna show you what you're talking about.
Let's go, Garfield. You've been the only one really respectful and bringing some information.
I study Hebrew Israelism. I study what y'all believe, and this is why y'all leaders, some of them are scared. Not all of them. Some of them are scared to sit down with me because I expose the misinformation. That's what my book is about. Misinformation and misinformation, misconception by you guys. Simple as that. Y'all are
okay, so you're gonna prove without a shadow of a doubt that those names are African Hamitic names. That's what you're gonna prove, right?
Prove to you right now why you're wrong.
All right, no. I asked a specific question. Are you gonna prove that those names are Hamitic names that don't lead back to a Hamitic lineage or Hamitic bloodline?
There's no such thing as Hamitic, Semitic, or Shemitic.
Are you serious?
Yeah, that's a biblical. Hold on, that's a biblical terminology.
Okay, then Garfield. Okay, then what's your ethnicity? What's your bloodline?
Hold on.
Okay, let's go.
Let me talk. First of all, the whole thing about the Yah names is what I did when I investigated it. Right, 822 people had this in their name, YAH. What I did was I clicked on the end of the screen, and it went to this page. So each name had an explanation. When you look at the name, right, you see one of the names, remember, this is the name in a Nayamolino. They say how it appears on the registers. It could be Nayamobe or Noamobe, or they think the possible counterpart is Nayamaoli. If you notice, the YAH is missing from all of them. These are words being put down on paper by the people who are either English or Spanish trying to pronounce what the person is saying. So, and another thing that kills the whole argument is this. None of these people ended up anywhere in the Caribbean, in South America, or in Americas. They were taken from one part of Africa to another part of Africa. None of them ended up in the West.
You just showed me English translations of that name.
Hold on 1 second, brother. I got you. If you look here, right, it says right here. If you look on the screen right here, for those who are at home, I'm going to make this bigger. It says the person, Nayamoli, is 65 inches, a man, Igbo or Hebo, right? It says the ship that they came on, and look at the arrival, 1821. The slave trade was ended 1808 and 1807. So what happened is this was a part of the illegal slave trade. So these people left, look at where they left. They embarked in Bonny, which is in Nigeria, and this is where they disembarked, where they got off. They got off in Freetown, which is also in Africa. They never came on. They never came over. So what happened is it says African origins. So when you press view, this is how you end up on these pages, because they hire linguists, or not professionals, but people who might have an idea what the African person name might be. So when you see the name with the Yah, it sounds good when an Israelite say, yeah, they had Hebrew names on the ships, but not one of those people came over on the slave ship.
There were earlier names than that, Garfield. There were earlier years than that. You going back to the 1800s.
Hold on.
That's bro. That's bias. That's bias, Garfield.
Let me say this, Darius. Let me say this. Do you want to put $100 on the line right now? All right, look at this. I'm gonna give you an example. Look at this right here. You see that name Enya? Look at the name Enya right here. I'm gonna make it big so everybody at home could see it. Enya, E-N-Y-A-H. There's no word in the Hebrew dictionary for that. But look at what it says. As it appears in the registers, it's either Enya or Ena. Why is it two different ways? Let me prove to your point that my scholarship is no joke. Because what I did was I wrote slave voyages myself. And he said a bunch of people write this. I said, yo, why they got Hebrew names? Because your belief, you want your belief to be true. So let's look at this now.
That's way too convenient of an answer, Garfield. That's way too convenient. It ain't just because we want to. It's because we actually do research. But go ahead, bro.
All right. Let's look at this right here. I'm going to show you a letter. The name Yah in Slave Voyages database. I'm going to hold on. Let me see if I can find the email. Hold on 1 second. Let me find it right here.
Because my one main question that makes you contradict everything that you're saying about African this and African that is, then why did the Africans did what they did to their own people for us to end up where we are today? Because that's on record that they sold us out. That's on record. That's on record that they sold us out. That's on record.
The Europeans created a slave economy. They created
no. You telling me they didn't have nothing to do with us?
You asked the question,
they had nothing to do with that.
Yielding the answer.
Did they have anything to do with it? Yes or no?
Economy.
Did they have anything to do with it? Yes or no, brother? Did they have anything to do with it? Did the Africans have anything to do with it? Yes or no?
Of course.
They create the Spanish.
So what are you talking about?
So hold on. This is my point. This is my email. 1 second. I'm interested in knowing almost 900 names in the African.
You're trying to argue. I'm asking a logical question.
Hold on, guys.
That's not logical.
If they know we're the same damn people, then why they do what they did?
Illogical.
Then why they do what they did if it's illogical question? Why they do what they did?
Everybody in the world had some type of slave society. There's different levels of slavery in each society. You're trying to tell somebody to do something and you don't understand the logistics of it. There was a slave economy that people in West Africa grew to depend on for their natural resources and goods that they traded for. When you asked, why did they do something? You have to understand the logistics of the why. You don't want to understand the logistics of the why because out of ignorance, earlier on, they had no control over such. They didn't know. They didn't. So to sit here and act like they knew, no, they did not know earlier on. It was later on out of ignorance when things began to spiral out of control that they saw a need for more. This is alcohol. This is all the other resources that become more valuable to them than gold, salt, and every other resource that they regularly had. This took time. And then when they found out what it was, that goes back to your point. Okay, Negro, you know what was happening to us. Why the hell you didn't stop it? Well, guess what happened? A lot of them start stopping it. They start fighting against it. This is
very convenient that they didn't send a damn boat over here or anything to redeem their people. Very convenient.
Yes, they did. Hold on.
When?
The Kingdom of Congo. The Kingdom of Congo did that, brother.
What?
Yeah, they defeated in the 1654 or 1649. They defeated the Portuguese at home, and the Portuguese had to return slaves from Brazil back to Congo. That's
I'm talking about here, brother. I'm talking about here. Don't do that.
No.
Don't do that. Don't do the thing.
No. You see, hold on, Darius. In all fairness, Darius, you said this is the argument that a lot of Israelites, especially Captain Tazaryach, has repeated this lie all the time. Show me one time when the Africans ever came and tried to get us. I'm giving you an example of the overall slave trade, the people in Brazil, the Portuguese returned the people. They returned Africans, and guess what they based it on? The white man's Christianity, because the Congo had converted to Christianity. They say, why would you enslave other Christians? So they returned the Portuguese by force, returned the people back to Congo. That is true. That is true history. Then now when I'm giving the answer, what about the people in America? I'm not talking about the people in America. I'm talking about slaves. You just gave a blanket statement about slaves.
We have to. We have to talk about us in America.
They were not returning us in America.
We have to talk about us here.
Us in America.
That's fine. Hold on, Hugh Dixon. Do you want to come on stage and bet $100? Put some money where your mouth is. What about $500? Put some money where your mouth is.
Captain Tazaryach literally destroyed Malik Zulu Shabazz on that whole point. They did not come over here one time. They did not come over here one time to redeem
Why would
us.
they come to America to send us back, bro? They're not in America off of
Are we not they people?
They had a whole trade market.
Are we not they people? Are we not the same people that they still claim we not today? The
Who
motherfuckers
claimed
still
that
claim
we're
us
not
not
the
as the same
people?
people today.
Who's claiming
the
that?
Africans. The
Who's
Africans are
claiming
still.
it?
Do those Africans claim us as the same people?
What Africans are claiming that we're not the people? Which ones?
The whole damn continent.
Who?
You want me to name? You want me to name specific countries? You want me to name all the damn countries? You want me to name all the countries? Name one country. Name one country that. Okay, name one country. Name one country that came over here to redeem us. Name one African country.
Why would they come over here
name
to
one.
redeem when they ain't got the
name
means?
one.
Hold on. So Darius, what does that prove though? What does that
name
prove?
one? That we Africans. That we Africans. We supposed to be Africans, correct?
We are.
We're Africans, correct?
We are people of African descent.
This is so damn double-minded. This is so damn double-minded. So it's ridiculous.
Talking over each other. Stop it. Stop.
Darius, emotional, man.
You're being irrational, and I'm going to tell
you. You been yelling too, bro.
Darius, you ain't got to interrupt me, bro. It's not that serious.
Hey, Garfield, don't do that. I've been disciplined the whole time. Don't do that.
That's why you need to be who you are as a person. You continue to be that, which I appreciate.
I apologize. Go ahead.
What I'm saying to you, beloved, is this. You made a claim. I think what Israelites do is, you see, we call people Africans today, but people are really representing thousands of different tribes. So what happened is you have borders now. So the borders allow different tribes to be pulled into one name, like a Nigeria or a Ghana or a Senegal or Gambia or Cameroon. Those are geographic locations that didn't exist at the beginning of the slave trade. You did have the Mali Empire and the Ghana Empire and Songhai Empire, which had geographic regions that are surrounded, like probably 55% the same. But at the end of the day, there really wasn't no Africa like how we look at it today. So when you say, show me an African that came over here, I'm sure there are Africans who objected to it, to us being enslaved. I could point that out individually. But as far as a collective, the only people who did that I know of on record is the Kingdom of Congo. So now, when you look at different things in America now, you're saying, why didn't the Congo come for the people in America? I don't know why. I'm not trying to do that to perpetrate a fraud or lie to you. It's because there was a connection between the Portuguese and the Congo. They actually had a war in Congo. So they had an opportunity to fight these people, these slave traders, and defeat them. There was no situation where they could fight the English. The English weren't in the Congo. So the Congo had no reason to come over here. But the issue that I'm saying to you is, even if we don't find people doing it, it doesn't make them less African or not. Because remember, we're using African in a general sense. There's no collective. There's no 51 nations collectively. North Africans and West Africans are not the same people. Genetically, they're not even the same people linguistically. So at the end of the day, I'm saying to you, that question is a gotcha question that you're not getting anything from. You're not getting anything from that.
But they would deal with them amongst themselves before they deal with us. You can't tell me that's not true.
That's a very subjective conversation, and
that's subjective.
Yeah,
that's not true. That's not true.
You can't 100% say that all. You see, now you're generalizing that they'd rather deal with themselves than deal with other people. I'm a Jamaican. Hold on, I'm a Jamaican, right? I'm a Jamaican first. I'm a U.S. citizen second. But the bottom line is, if I'm doing anything and if you're the best at it, I'm going to come to you, Darius. Darius, if I need a service and it's the best service and a Jamaican has it and you have it, and your service is the best service, I'm going with you. I'm not going with the Jamaican. So you can't say that. That's a general, you're generalizing, which is not provable. That's why I said it's a subjective statement. You can't prove that. I'm not saying that some people aren't biased because of their old culture. Hell yeah, some Jamaicans gonna be like, I'm gonna fuck with Jamaicans only. Some Americans gonna say, I'm gonna fuck with America. Some people down south gonna be like, yo, you from down south? I'm gonna fuck with you only. They don't fuck with them northern niggas. Them northern niggas is crazy. Them New York niggas is whack. I'm not fucking with that nigga from Brooklyn. No many time I hear people say, oh, I'm not fucking with somebody from Atlanta. Them niggas is this, that niggas is that. So people have their preferences. I wouldn't put that on Africans. I wouldn't put it on Americans. I wouldn't put it on Jamaicans. We effed up, man. Anywhere we go, we effed up. What's the next topic?
No, because I want to stay on that because it's still a bloodline thing with them. That's not a bloodline thing with us. The reason why we beef. Bro, hey, dude, don't do that. Don't do that.
Not
dude.
Bloodline. Don't say bloodline.
Oh my God, dude. Stop. I'm talking.
I'm trying to help you.
It is a bloodline. No, you not.
No, it's not.
I'm kidding, bro. I can
bloodline.
Bro, I'm an eloquent speaker. I can speak for myself. I know what I'm saying. Bro. Bro. America, that's a whole different thing than Africans knowing that we're not the same people. Exactly. We don't have the same bloodline. We don't have the same lineage. They know we're not them.
Who says
that's
that
a big difference?
Have the same bloodline?
That's a big difference. Them.
Who says it? No, who?
Oh my God. Bro, you know how many
give you an example of what I'm talking about.
No. You know how many Africans I talk to that literally tell me to my damn face, you're not the same damn people?
What
you
Africans?
Don't know me. You don't know me.
What
I literally lived in Dallas, Texas for 2 years, and
you would be able to say a tribe because they're tribal. Africans are tribal, so you would be able to say the Akan or the Wolof or the Igbo. You would be the Yoruba. You would be able to say those things, and because you can't say those things, you're generalizing and trying to put it on everybody.
They literally told me. They literally told me to my damn face, I'm not them. And they didn't ask me my tribe. They didn't ask me my tribe. They didn't ask me my tribe, but they automatically knew I'm not them.
Books in Africa.
They didn't ask me where I was from or anything, but they automatically knew I wasn't the same as them. So what are you talking about? That's a moot point.
You're not being
That's a moot point, bro.
You don't even know who you're talking to. So
they don't know. You don't know who you're talking to. You came off mic talking to me, bro. Chill.
No, what you just said was wrong. You said bloodline. No, I said there's no bloodline.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
You never heard of lineage? You never heard of lineage?
Africans are tribal, bro. West Africans are tribal, bro. They're going to say their tribe.
Which is their bloodline.
Tribe first.
Which is their bloodline, dum-dum.
No, it's not their bloodline.
Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm on mute. You got it.
If you look at a DNA test, it doesn't say it doesn't say you're just West African. It breaks everything down. Like for instance, my dad took a DNA test. It says 8% Benin. So you can't be principally from Benin if you're 8% Benin and primarily Nigerian. You see what I'm saying? So you can't lump everything together and say Western Central African is one genome when there's clear and differentiated genetic markers between different West Africans.
What's the different?
That doesn't mean that bloodlines don't exist.
There's no bloodline. So
DNA test is not really dealing with a specific bloodline. This is just markers that are indicative of a certain area.
Yeah, that's a good point by Chris. I gotta agree with Chris on that part. See, Chris, I could agree with you. Hey, let me ask a question right here, right? A lot of people with the Hebrew Israelite doctrine, you have ancient Israelites. Let me ask Darius and Chris Isaac this. I don't know. Do both of you guys believe in Second Esdras? I'm not going to talk about Second Esdras. I just want to know if you guys believe in Second Esdras.
I don't believe in it like the rest of how I believe in the Bible. I mean, I believe it's I don't believe that it was just written and made up for just to prove our point.
Darius, do you believe in Second Esdras?
Yes, I do believe.
All right, cool. All right. Hey, Hugh Dixon, you could come on, man, if you could control your emotions. All right. And that was, thank you, Darius, for your answer. I don't know why Chris gave me a soliloquy, but it's all good though. All right. The reason why I asked that is this. If we look at the Assyrian exile, right? Because there's two different Assyrian exiles. There's an Assyrian exile with the northern tribes, and there's Assyrian exile with the southern tribes. Now, in the southern tribes, one of the issues that I came across recently is that when the Assyrians take you from a spot, they replace you with other cultures. Now, with the Assyrian exile with Sennacherib, I'm going to actually look up those notes right now too, so I'm actually on point. When Sennacherib replaced the tribes in southern Israel, which is Judah, were those tribes, did they mix with the Israelites and continue to live there? Like, were they a part of Judea at that point? Because the other tribes who were in who he took them from Ekron and other surrounding areas of Judah, near Judah, like the Philistines area, and put them in Judah as plants.
I'm not
So
getting
they
into that
were part
mixing
of
argument.
Judah.
I don't believe in mixing. I'm not getting into that.
I didn't ask if you believe in mixing. I'm just asking you.
You're gonna have to ask it a different way.
But if you notice, all the people that argue against it, they like to try to lock you into 1492. And you know what I'm
I'm not
saying?
talking about 1492. I'm talking about.
I wasn't talking about
Sennacherib.
1492.
Why are we
just
talking
cut
about
me
something
off.
else?
So what I'm saying is people try to lock Native Americans being linked to Israelites is only being in 1492. But
I don't do that.
after 1492,
I don't do that.
After 1492, these people are mixing with people who have a lot of Sephardic ancestry. So, you know, that's undeniable right there. Even so, if you take away 1492,
are you talking about the Jesuits? You're saying they're mixing with the Jesuits?
Jesuits are not Sephardic ancestry.
Okay, so who are they mixing with? The Native Americans. Who has Sephardic ancestry or would be deemed Sephardic that they're mixing with? Are you
A lot of these Spaniards are conversos. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm gonna stay out of that. I'm gonna stay out of that.
And so so if you want to lock into 1492, that's why you guys lock into 1492.
Before y'all get into that, I was trying to ask a question. Like, all right, say for example, you believe in second Esdras, right, Darius? How do you think the people came over to Azareth? Did they leave? Did they leave at the same time? When do you think they left to go to Azareth?
I honestly can't give you a specific answer on that. Talking about when, I can't give you like this. Like at the same time, I don't believe that. I believe it was over a period of time.
No, I'm saying the Assyrian exile happened in the 8th century BC. What time period do you think that they left to go to Azareth? You don't have any idea?
Oh, I have some idea, but I want to give you a definitive answer.
You don't want to give me an estimated date? Darius, don't run. I'm not a wicked guy. Come on,
No,
I'm not wicked. I'm not trying
I'm
to
not
embarrass
running.
you.
I've been cool this whole time. I ain't no coward.
Okay.
I'm just.
Hey, by the way, Darius, what camp are you a part of? If you don't mind sharing.
You said what?
What camp are you a part of?
I ain't really a part of no camp right now.
Oh, okay. So you want to join the Dagger Squad then? Because I got my own camp. You want to join the Dagger
Squad? No.
Why not?
Love you,
Chris,
man.
Chris is a part of Dagger Squad.
Love you, man. Love you, Garfield. Love you, brother. But you know, we believe what we believe. You believe what you believe. So you know, we just
I'm
gonna leave it
saying
at that. Keep it
my camp.
respectful.
I got a study group camp. Chris is a part of my camp.
No, I'm good, brother. I'm good. I'm
He's
good
an
on that. I'm good.
honorary member. His job is to troll me in the chat every Sunday.
I'm not here for troll. I'm here for building. You know, just exchanging information or just receiving information so I can sharpen up.
All right. Say for
It's not
example,
to troll you though, Garfield. It's just you don't want an echo chamber. If you don't want to be too overly biased one way.
100%.
You know what I'm saying? It's good to have other perspectives.
100%, bro. You know what it is. Hey, by the way, man, big shout out to my Knicks, man. I got to give a shout out to my Knicks. I love my Knicks. My Buffalo Bills is getting their ass whooped today by the Patriots. But shout out to the Knicks, man. Got any Knicks fans in the building? Let me tell y'all, man, the Knicks are going to win. Last year was all hype, but this year we're actually putting in the work. But anyway, let's talk about 70 AD. How you feel about 70 AD, Darius? Do you go by Babylon the Timbuktu, Hebrewisms in West Africa? Hey, somebody block Mongo Slade in the chat for talking about the Knicks is trash. Block him right here. This guy right here. Make sure y'all block him, man. Damn Jamaicans. I can't stand it. Damn Jamaicans.
No, but yeah. I definitely stand by Babylon the Timbuktu source. You know, I use that on the daily. I quote from it, read from it on the daily.
You do know that he did an interview and said that he got to rewrite that book, right? Because he said, you know that, right?
Rewrite it for what?
Because he was wrong on a lot of things in that book.
Give me one specific thing.
All right. By the way,
if you could give me,
he quoted. I'm gonna tell you what he did right now.
4 or 5 years behind.
He quoted a guy. He actually y'all know. You see, y'all don't study y'all sources like me. That's what's so dangerous about Garfield. I study y'all sources. Hebrewism in West Africa, Babylon and Timbuktu, the one about the valley. I study all the books that you guys turn to. The Khazars, the 13th tribe. I study all because for me to have a conversation with y'all, I got to know what y'all read. Now, let me say this. Look at this guy in the chat. He's a one Wester like you guys. Look at this. Look in the chat. Now look what I put on the screen. He says Artaxerxes was in the Assyrian Empire. Common sense will tell you it takes longer than a year to walk from Assyria to America. So Artaxerxes was in the Assyrian Empire. You don't believe like you, Darius. I tell you that. Well, let me get to Babylon and Timbuktu.
we don't. I don't want to you might want to chill on that. Push back 5 years because we're not going to go into the timeline of like ancient Kemet or like what y'all believe in all the dates and that BS. We're not.
Why do you think we believe?
So don't do that.
Hold on. Why do you think we believe in Kemet?
Garfield, don't play them games, bro. Don't
I'm not
play
no
them games.
Why do you believe? Why do you think we believe in Kemet?
Garfield.
No.
Do that.
Be honest. Go ahead. Tell me why.
You know what? I ain't gonna bear false witness like that. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
There you go. I like that.
Go ahead. But you do. Don't tell me you don't be. You don't tell me you don't be amongst brother. Don't tell me you don't be amongst brother Unk and RBG the Armor Rock Squad. Don't tell me you don't be amongst them and you agree. You agree with a lot of their
a big bro in the chat right here. Sorry, Motet from Amira Squad days.
See what I'm saying?
In Africa, I defend Africa 100% because you guys say Africans are Hamites, which I don't believe. And then y'all talk about the culture and disrespect it, but you wouldn't have a language. You wouldn't have not a language. You wouldn't have a script if it wasn't for the damn Hamites that you call Hamites. We gave y'all the script. We gave you that script that you got today. The Proto-Sinaitic comes out of the hieroglyphics. And from the Proto-Sinaitic, then you develop the Phoenician script to the Paleo-Hebrew, then you get to other Aramaic, then you get to the other language, other scripts. But the script, y'all owe, not the language. Don't get me wrong, not the language. The script, y'all owe Egypt for that. Here comes a master teacher right here. It's over for y'all now. Y'all better be on y'all best behavior.
So we owe them for what they did to us. We owe them. That's what you're saying? We owe them. Okay, I'm gonna go on mute.
All right. What's up, Bakwash? What's in your mind?
Hey, Shalom. Can you hear me?
Nah, don't lose the Timbuktu shit, bro.
We're gonna get to that in a second. What's the writer's name again? Rudolph Windsor, right?
Yeah.
Well, who is he referring to? Me or?
Nah. We're talking
Go
about.
ahead, Bakwash. You want to break something down? What's up?
Yeah, I have a question for you, man. I've been listening to you off and on. What should man follow as far as spirituality? If we shouldn't follow the Bible or the teachings of the Hebrew Israelites? And I ask this question periodically, and I never get a straight answer. And I'm going to keep asking the same question over and over again until I get a adequate.
Get a straight answer from me.
I'm asking you.
I'm gonna answer right now. Can I
didn't finish the question.
Can I answer on my own show?
I didn't finish the question though. It's your show, but you don't want me to ask the question specifically. I want to be a bit more specific. Can I ask a question? Garfield.
I'm muted up because I didn't want to interrupt you. Go ahead, my brother.
Okay, all right.
I'm gonna give you the floor. You got 2 minutes.
My question is this: historically, all nationalities and people had some form of spirituality, whether it was of the devil, whether it was negative or positive. I'm simply asking you, what form of knowledge should we seek and follow as far as growing spiritually? Because we talk about history and this land and that land and this people conquered this people, but we were once spiritual people. No one can doubt that. So what form of spirituality should we follow, and where should we get this source of spirituality from? Simple question.
We should follow whatever you think you want to follow. I'll follow.
Here we go.
I'll follow. Guess what I'll follow? The flying spaghetti monster.
Okay, so
now we being comical. Now we being carnal. We being carnal now.
Time out. Everybody mute up. Everybody mute up. Everybody mute up. Bakwash asked a simple question. He basically said, what form of knowledge should we seek and follow as far as growing spiritually? Because according to him, we talk about history, and we're from this land and that land, and his people conquered these people. We were on one spiritual people. So what should we follow as whatever? Now, I'm going to tell you what I do, all right, so that we could follow. You don't have to follow what I follow, because I've been in all forms of walks of life. If you heard my show at the beginning, I talked about the God of the land. The God of this land is the Most High, or Jesus, or the religion of Christianity. And the God of the land is Yahweh, Yahuwah, Yahweh Shai, whatever way you want to pronounce it. That's the God of the land today. But before the Europeans got here, the God of the land was several different gods that the native indigenous people believed in. So because this land has been conquered, we really are part of that conquering history. So that's why we believe and gravitate to the biblical text. Now, I personally did almost 10 different DNA tests. And this is what I did, my journey, all right, without anybody interrupting me. Let me rant for a little bit. I decided to check my roots, my Jamaican roots, through anthropology, through genealogy, through genetics, through linguistics, and try to get a cultural connection to who I am personally. Now, if you have the funds to do DNA tests to see where the consistency is as far as where you're coming from, and you have the funds to do a genealogy test up until the actual the slave ship, if you have the research capabilities to do that, you can have an idea of which tribal area or region you may come from. I have a lot of Igbo in me, and I'll have a lot of Ashanti in me. Now, those are two cultures I've been studying for over 10 years. Akan is very complicated. It's a very complicated culture. One person can't say they know all of the Akan or the Ashanti people or whatever. But that's where my roots is. Now, if I choose to follow the culture and the religion, that's my job. That's my own personal business. But what I believe and practice is really nobody else's business. Really and truly, whatever you believe in, you shouldn't even come out in the public and say it, because you're now advertising. So if I like your character and how you move, Bakash, and I say, why are you telling me what you believe in? Because you're looking for a follower. I'm not looking for a follower. I'm just saying what I do. Because technically, I can't come out and say this is right or this is wrong. I do believe in my heart, though, that we should try to figure out our root is, and this tradition that we developed under the slave trading system, we shouldn't follow it. I don't think we should follow the Bible at all. I don't think the Bible, because if we truly want salvation, right? And I study Ahura Mazda, I study Taoism, I study Taoism, I study multiple religions because I'm in search of truth. And what I do is I find a common thread in all the religions in the world, all the cultural practices in the world. And what I notice is most of them have prayer or meditation. Most of them have tithing. Most of them have charity. Most of them have fasting. And most of them have salvation. If not all of them have some sort of salvation. So what I do is look at the common thread in all the religions and look at the practices that they have. Like in African cultures, you talk about the Leviticus laws in Deuteronomy or Leviticus or Numbers or whatever. And you see, if you try African tradition, they have something called the personhood, where you go through like a rites of passage and all that different things. And the same laws that you see in the Bible, you see some of them, they're not worded the same way, but it's a pretty similar laws you find in almost every culture. So what I say to you, my brother, since you want to be impatient.
You doing all that long ass talking, man. You just should have told him deify his ancestors and treat them like his spiritual.
But here's the thing. You mentioned Garfield.
Let me finish.
But
what I will say is one principle we all could live by is treat people the way we want to be treated. That's one principle we could always live by. You want to be an asshole? I'll be an asshole too. You want to be respectful? I could be respectful too. And that's a principle we could live. It doesn't matter what religion you teach, because no God, no African right now can say, no black person in America could say right now that their God has answered their prayers, because every black person in America is praying for progress for themselves and their culture and their people, and that white folks pray for white folks' downfall. And that shit is not happening anytime soon.
Okay, but Garfield, hear me out. You said a lot, and you circled right back to confusion, and people basically can do what they want to do. I said within my question, historically, all nationalities, which you agree with because it was somewhat in your word salad, all nationalities had some form of a religion or a spirituality. I'm simply asking, if we were to turn away from the Bible and dig into history, what is the best form of spirituality for us as a people? You mentioned prayer. I wrote it down, prayer and meditation. Who would we be praying to for the most part if we sought after spirituality? What book of prayer or spirituality? It don't have to be. If it's not a book,
then your ancestors, your grandmother, your grandfather, your mother, your father.
He just mentioned, do like what's in our book, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. I wouldn't talk over you in the middle of you talking, and it should be vice versa, so we can connect as adults and spiritually, and things would just get out. So I'm simply saying, the brother mentioned Ashanti, and you kind of gravitated to that, but then you circled back and you said you would be into all different religions, and you study different religions, and it still lands back into just confusion. So I'm just saying, be specific. If you don't know the answer, you're talking about DNA and you're going all over the place. If you don't have a solid answer, just say you don't have it. I'm just saying, if I was to close the book, and I ask this same question all the time, if I close the Bible and said, all right, give me something better than the Bible that will make me more spiritual and powerful as a man to see things from a spiritual perspective, what would that be?
Because it's for damn sure they trying to be the same people that
Hey,
literally not trying to be us
are
or
you
not trying
trying
to
to?
claim us a part of them.
Are you trying to be spiritually in tune to deal with the natural world, or are you trying to be spiritually in tune to deal with something outside of your natural world?
Y'all are the same people trying to cling
No,
on
no,
to the
no.
same people that don't claim
I'm
you.
asking the brother. I'm asking the brother that asked Garfield a question, not you, Darius. So I'm asking. I'm gonna rephrase it one more time. Are you asking the question to be more spiritually in tune with your natural world or outside of your natural world?
Well, define natural world, because I don't think there's
everything that you can see, hear,
brother,
taste, smell, and
you have
sense.
to let me finish. You have to let me finish what I'm saying. You understand? And then let's be like men. Let's talk like men. You would have to define spiritual world, and what is it to be spiritual in a spiritual world? Can you so I understand what you're talking about?
Okay, so you're asking me to now define things that you just asked Garfield.
I don't know what spiritual world means.
You didn't define anything for Garfield. You just asked him. I'm going back to your question.
You mentioned a spiritual world. I don't know what you mean by that. You said, am I trying to find my spiritual world? And I'm asking you, what is a spiritual world? I don't know what you mean.
The unnatural. Something outside of our natural world. Something that we can't see.
Meaning spiritual, to be spiritual. Right? Am I right?
So I'm talking about things we can't see. Like you said, your book, your God, your all of these things. So I'm asking, are you asking Garfield this question to deal with the natural world or an unnatural world?
Again, there's no such thing as far as gravitating on a positive plane as a natural world. There's no such thing as a natural world. What is, unless I'm misunderstanding you.
Okay, so for instance, when you look outside, you see other houses, right? You got bills. Your car need gas. You got to pay electricity. You got an internet bill. You might have a cable bill or whatever the case may be as it pertains to your entertainment. You may have children. They have needs. You need food. All of those things. I'm talking about dealing with all of those things. That's your natural world.
We call that the carnal world or the physical world. So I'm going back to my question. It's to me, and I'm sure you brothers will agree, it's beneficial to grow as a person and to be above the carnal or the regular world if you're walking in a spiritual world. I believe that let me just finish my point. I believe that our people once had that, and I'm going to assume that you brothers, everybody on the panel, believe that as well. I'm simply saying, if I were to close the book, the Bible, which I believe is spiritual, and inquire of a higher level of spirituality and learning spirituality, where would I get that source of spirituality from? Would it be from a book? Would it be from a plant? Would it be from the sun? Where would I get that if I would look for another alternative higher and better than the Bible? That's all I'm saying.
Hold on, John. Hold on. This is the retardedness of our people and slavery, right? This is what we do, right?
Oh, here we go.
If I give up the Bible, what should I do? Would you rather a nigga lie to you or somebody tell you the truth?
Well, here's the thing, Garfield.
Bakwash, that's a rhetorical. Relax.
No,
this is what I'm going to say to you and all Bible believers. There is nothing in your Bible that can save black people. Not one thing. It's a belief.
So my question to you, Garfield,
I don't need more questions. I am talking. You see, this is not your congregation. This is an open panel where anybody could talk. I listened to you. Actually went upstairs because I'm going to dig out some snow because it snowed in Connecticut last night. So I got to go dig out some snow in a few. But let me say this before I go dig out the snow. There is nothing in your Bible that can save you. It's only a feel-good moment. Once the issue of the curse of Ham is not solved, which is a psychological issue because you can't stop white supremacy with the Bible. There's nothing in your Bible can stop that evil white man. I'm not saying all white people are evil, but that evil white man from harassing you, beating you up, or even killing you, the Bible can't stop it. He can't say, hey, I'm a Christian, don't kill me. I'm a Muslim, I'm a Hebrew. God is watching over me. Black folks are the most persecuted set of group of people in the entire world. You go to the Saidi people in Pakistan, or the Jidi people in India, who descend from Portuguese who transported Africans from East Africa to those areas while we were being taken to the Atlantic area at the same time. Those people were traveling on ships and went there, and they were treated worse than how black people was treated, or Jamaicans or anybody in the West was treated. Do they fit the prophecies? You would never say it because you're not in Pakistan or you're not in India. You're in America. So you want to see yourself in the book. The truth
are they
is,
not their own people doing it to them?
Darius, hold on, Darius. Let me run. Let me run.
I'm gonna rebuttal that, but go ahead.
Darius, let me run for a second, bro. This is what I'm saying. The reason why Darius got off the mic, because I talked about ships. And everybody want to connect themselves to Deuteronomy 28:68 and ships. So it has to be us. It can't be them. It has to be us. The issue is this, family. The Bible can't save us. And what happened is, if you don't get in tune, this is why I study all religion, because I'm like, what is the end game for all these religions? There's no guarantee. So for us to go on a street corner and say, hey, we're the people of the book, you're actually doing a disservice. You're not doing anything to reverse the curse of Ham. You can't stop white supremacy. If your belief or system can't stop white supremacy, it serves absolutely no purpose. So you running around saying, I'm the people. So what? Because you're waiting for 20 million angels to come out the sky, or somebody waiting for a mothership to come destroy America, because America is modern day Rome. It's a wait and see program. None of it can help us. So whether you believe in Islam, whether you believe in the Bible, whether you believe in the Injil, whether you believe in the Quran, it's a belief. You are hoping what you believe come true. And so is 8 other billion people in the world. If it don't happen for them, why would it happen to you? What makes you so special? Because you feel your interpretation is better than the other man. Don't know where the Bible come from. Don't know who wrote it, when, why, where, why it happened. But you believe it wholeheartedly is relating to you in North America today. Can't prove it. Garfield said, prove you come from 70 AD. Can't prove it. Prove Assyrian exile, you come from there. The people of Native America, can't prove it. Can't prove none of what y'all believe. But you want us to say, this is the book. No. You need to look at your surroundings, build a foundation for your family, and for the rest, and to carry on as a legacy. That's what I'm doing. That's definite. Your belief is not definite. My legacy is definite. Nobody could stop my legacy. Home ownership, passing on home ownership to my children, passing on to their children. That's a legacy. I'm not worried about no heaven coming. I'm going to live forever to my children. I'm not hoping to come back in a different body. Hold on. I'm not hoping to come back, die and come back in a different body as the same person. I'm not coming to be reincarnated. I'm not going to be resurrected. I don't believe none of that. You want black people to gravitate to that as a hope to defeat white supremacy. And it's not a definite, it's not a guarantee, it's a flim-flam.
Yeah, but Garfield, I'm not talking about my belief. You see what you did? You totally went back to square one as though.
All right. This is what I'm gonna do, right? Because I gotta go dig up ice, dig up whatever. What I'm gonna say is this, family. Nobody in the audience can guarantee their belief. Nobody. And if you say you can, come on the audience and show and prove.
Including you?
Including me.
But you're not doing that, Garfield. My question was not for you to believe.
Backwash. Let me finish doing what I'm doing, and then you could do, because I got to get out of here.
All right, because I want to get off.
Before I go, let me say this carefully to everybody. Your belief is your belief. It is not for you to advertise your belief so other people could join you. If you're doing it for a competition or you're saving people, what if you are wrong? You're leading people down the wrong path. Black Hebrew Israelism, the problem with Black Hebrew Israelism is this. There is nothing in anthropology, history, genetics, linguistics, nothing at all in science or archaeology that backs what you believe.
That's a lie.
If you hold on, that's fine. I'm glad you interrupted me. That's fine. All I'm going to say is, if you really want to get down to it, Bakwash, I will never tell anyone to follow anything. I'm not doing that. I would refuse to do it. I could just tell you what my job on earth is. My job on earth is to leave a legacy for my children and my grandchildren and so forth, and leave that legacy so it carries on forever. That's it. I'm not telling nobody to gravitate to no belief and then end up saying, I remember this boxer. I'm going to give a quick example. I used to hang out at Allerton and White Plains Road, and I was a part of the Nation of Islam. And of course, we have a legacy of Muhammad Ali and this guy named Bent, who was the heavyweight champion for 2 minutes. They were a part of the Nation of Islam. So when I told him, I said, boxer, you need to hook up with the nation, man, so that, once you become champion. And he says to me, Garfield, I don't want no religion in what I'm doing, because what if I'm worshiping the wrong deity? I'm sure Ali felt he was following the right God. I'm sure Mike Tyson, when he became a Muslim, thought he was worshiping the right God. I'm sure Holyfield, when Holyfield fought Tyson, I don't know if y'all realize it became I follow Jesus versus Allah. That's what all the fight was about. So nobody could know whose is right. But if you're about just living a righteous life, you might as well become a Buddhist. Ain't nobody living a righteous life more than a Buddhist or somebody that follow Hinduism or follow any religion, any African spirituality. But the bottom line is there's no guarantee for you for following it. That's your choice. So if you want to be a Hebrew Israelite, remember, that's a choice. But don't follow it because you have a hope of something in the future is going to happen, that you're going to get a certain blessing when there's no blessing coming. Black folks been waiting over 500 years in the West. Nobody prays more than black people, in my opinion. I can't be wrong. There's nothing that has reflected in the world of black America that said that religion has made us better. Maybe the Christian church can come out and say something, but I don't see anything can come out better than the black church. I say that has progressed for black people in the whole. But I'll leave by this. I wanted to get into something with Darius about the 70 AD. I'm going to let Bakwash respond. And Sonny Santos, you just came on the panel. You want to say something real quick?
I just wanted to say peace. I'm listening right now. I don't want to just jump to conclusions.
All right, cool. Darius, you had a comment about something real quick before Bakwash, because Bakwash going to talk forever.
No, I'm going to jump off. You said you had to go and shovel snow, and I was going to make
You could respond, because I'm going to get into something.
I want Brother Bakwash to respond. Let him go ahead and do his thing.
Yeah, I'm not going to be long, like less than a minute probably. All I was saying is you don't have to believe or follow what I follow. I was simply saying if I decided to leave what I believe and follow, and something could be put on the table in front of me better, that's more spiritual and substantiate a higher level of spirituality, what would that be, considering that we were once spiritual people? My conclusion is all of you don't know who you are. You're saying the brothers who believe they're Israelites are not Israelites. It could be a lie. We're praying to the wrong God. We could make a mistake. But at the same time, you don't know who you are as a people. You don't know culturally what to follow. You don't have any spirituality. All you have is DNA, history, and attacking the Hebrew Israelites and throwing word salads. So what I'm saying at the end of the day is the same way you ask us to prove who we are, so on and so forth, the same thing falls on you. Now, again, I'm leaning more to the spiritual side. I see a lack of spirituality, which would open the doors to righteousness, and you can't grasp anything historically or any proof of anything spiritual in that link.
Has God ever answered your prayers?
What's that?
Has God ever talked back to you when you pray?
Somebody's got the mic up. Has God ever answered
has your God ever talked to you before?
Yes. Talks to me all the time.
What he says to you?
He tells me to avoid walking in the footsteps of my brothers and sisters who are outside of the fold.
So he spoke to you in English.
And then what I do, let me make my point.
He spoke to you in English or Hebrew?
He spoke to me
in English or Hebrew?
See, this is what you do, Garfield.
I'm asking a simple question. Did your God?
I'm trying to answer you, but you want me to answer. I'm trying to answer.
Did he speak to you in English?
I'm trying to answer.
Did he speak to you in English or Hebrew?
I'm trying to answer you.
Did he speak to you in English or Hebrew?
He spoke to me.
I love this Garfield.
Listen, Did he
spoke
speak
to me? Because he knows everything. He spoke to me in a way that I could understand him. And what he told me is that you need.
How is he gonna tell you something, and he don't tell me what language he's speaking in? So this is the same thing that Jabari did. So how am I gonna bonafide upon Jabari and don't bonafide upon him? That don't make no sense. How am I gonna bonafide upon Jabari? Said Jabari got mommy's talking to him, but this guy saying that God spoke to him and told him not to do X, Y. He can't tell me what language the God spoke to him in.
Spirit. It's the
So
spirit.
we believe every flipping thing. Reason you're not gonna come on my show. You're not gonna come in my show and run my show. Now, what
Hey
is
man, say what's up first, man. Don't just start ordering me around, bro. Just say hi first.
What? No, you harassing me in the chat. So
Nah, bro, I ain't harassing you none. I'm just commenting like everybody else. I'm just commenting. Pull your skirt down, bro. Pull your skirt down, bro. I'm commenting like everybody else. Pull your skirt down, bro. Pull your skirt down, bro.
How you telling me to pull my skirt down?
No, I'm commenting like everybody else. Chill out with your emotional little self, bro. If you're gonna be a man, have a conversation. Stop crying. Stop crying.
What is your point?
Stop crying. Now, I was the one that made the point earlier about the Asaroff stuff. I looked into that, and a year's journey didn't mean like how that could be in the Syrian Empire too.
Reason, we're not talking about that right now. We're talking about.
I mean, I'm just saying that was the point I was making. You know, man. But I'm just listening, bro. I'm just listening.
Saying, all right, so let me get that point right. Are you saying that Arzareth is a literal place?
It was like it was.
A spiritual place.
It's a real place. I looked it up. It's like it was in the Assyrian, like you know how Assyrian Empire. They was vast. They had a big empire.
Where was it located? Where was it located?
A year's journey could have been anywhere. Could you let me finish?
Do you want
a year's journey, bro? Bro, was you raised by a female man? If we talking, let's have a talk.
I'm asking you.
You know what I'm saying? If you don't let me answer, I can't answer with you talking.
Everything is skirt and female. You got issues with women?
Because all of y'all dudes do that. You, Tazaryach, all y'all do just get emotional. If y'all gonna have a conversation, have a conversation. It ain't just about hearing y'all. It ain't just about hearing y'all talk. If you're gonna have a conversation, let's have a conversation like men.
I said, do you want me to put an Assyrian stuff on the map?
No, we don't have to do that.
All this
bro. But listen, man.
Does nothing.
It don't matter, man.
Do you want me to put a map on the screen? I'm gonna put a map on the screen. Where is
we don't have to do that. We don't have to do that.
Where is Arzareth on the map?
You can look it up yourself. All I came to do is say was just like some of them dudes believe Arzareth is America. That's not true. Azaroth was in because we all know it from Assyria to America, man. We know it's gonna take longer than a year. We all got common sense to know that. By foot, you mean to tell me on foot you gonna walk from Assyria to America by foot in a year? I mean, I think everybody in here got enough common sense. I think everybody in here got enough common sense to know that ain't true.
Reason. Can you see the screen?
Come on, man.
You see? Where is Arzareth on the map?
Hey, somewhere in the Syrian Empire, wherever them people went, it was in the Syrian Empire, wherever it was.
All right, cool. You see,
that was my point. That was my point. That was my point to say if you to let me see what I'm saying. If you let me finish, a year's journey it wasn't a sense of distance. How they try to put it in the ancient times, how they did. How they doing it? How they try to word that to make it seem like it's America a year's journey? That could have been anywhere in the Syrian Empire. So we all know that it takes longer than a year. That's all I wanted to say, man. I ain't mean no harm.
Can I ask a question real quick? When you say a year's journey, you're not saying that you have a specific location for where they went, right?
Yeah, that year's journey could have been anywhere in the Syrian Empire. You know what I mean? That's what I was trying to say.
That's what Garfield is asking, because he's saying if it's a real place, that even if you have a year's journey, there will be a location where they located. Because if they have a year's journey, they located. It was a year. It took them a year to get wherever they located at. So it would have a specific location, and so that's why he keeps asking, where are they located at?
I get what you're saying, and my point where I kept saying was I didn't know exactly where it was, but it was somewhere in their empire. That's what I kept replying. I don't know specifically where it was. All I know it was not in America, like how people try to, how some camps try to say, "Oh, Azeroth was in America." No, it was not. It was somewhere in the Syrian Empire.
What would convince you that? Hold on a second. I mean to cut you off.
Go ahead.
What would convince you that it's in America? What would convince you that it's in America?
Because nothing could convince me, man. Like, I just know common sensely wise, bro. By foot, it's gonna take somebody longer than a year to walk from America, to walk from Assyria to America, bro. By foot, that's just common sense. Come on, bro. Even I'm talking about
I agree with you in a sense because I don't believe Arzareth is a proper noun.
Think about that though, Garfield. Think about that, Garfield. With no kind of modern help,
and the person made it a proper noun by transliterating it from Hebrew into Greek into Latin. It became Arzareth. The whole linguistic argument.
Yeah, but think about that, Garfield.
My whole thing is this.
Yeah.
Both of you guys believe the Bible the same way, pretty much. Outside of
I believe it's 100% true.
I'm saying you and Chris believe the Bible the same way. But I think this issue right here, I don't think it's a major issue because this is one of the issues of the brothers saying that they came to America, into the Americas. They trying to pull the tribes in instead of
right.
the Native Americans. Let me ask y'all this question, right? If the Assyrian second Esdras is in Assyria, and it's not Arzareth is in Assyria and it's not in America, what difference would it make for you, Chris?
Well, I would like to say there's the Buddhist monks walking across America, and it's supposed to take them under a year. So this is 1.5 years.
It took the Buddhists to walk from where to America?
The Buddhist monks are walking across America. There's Buddhist monks walking across America.
Hold on, Chris. Listen to what you're saying. You're saying Buddhists walk across America from where? Where are they coming from?
There's Buddhist monks right now walking across America.
I know, but walking from where though?
From California to the East Coast.
So that's in America. We're talking from, bro. Do you know how?
We talk about from overseas. We talk about from overseas to America, bro.
Yeah, but the Assyrian Empire did not stretch that long. He's saying it's going to be
bro.
It's going to take a year. The verse says a year and a half.
Bro. Listening is an art, bro. I gotta say, like I had to steal Tazaryach for it. It is art, bro. You tell it. We talk about from Assyria. You talk about we talk from.
It says a year and a half.
I do, bro. I'm not arguing with you, bro.
Saying a year,
bro. Because it does say a year's journey.
It's taking the Buddhist monks less than a year to walk across America.
I don't know the verse, but I'm quoting what the verse said. But now I don't know what it's saying because I don't agree with your stance, bro. It's not going from Assyria, from Assyria to America, bro. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about from California to New York. We're talking about from the Middle East somewhere all the way to America.
I'm using that as a comparative. The distance it takes.
You can't compare that. You can't compare that. You can't compare that. No, you cannot. You cannot. You cannot compare. You cannot compare walking from here. You cannot, bro. You cannot compare
whether.
No.
Can I ask you a question and I'll let you have it?
You got a weather difference.
Can I ask you a question? I'll let you have it. Has anybody heard of
a difference, bro? You talk about a difference in not just the weather. It's a difference in length and distance.
Have you heard?
Come on, bro. That's all the way from Assyria. Come on, bro. Y'all, that sound crazy.
Hold on. Everybody, time out. Time out 1 second. Chris, before you ask your question,
can I ask my question real quick?
Before you ask your question, what time period do you think the people left Assyria? Do you have a time period? I know Darius said he don't really have a time period. Do you have a time period?
I would say maybe in the time of Ezra.
All right. So let me do this. So what time period was Ezra for the audience so that they could know what you're talking about?
Let's say like 500 BC or whatever, 600 BC maybe.
And
I don't know the exact.
who is leaving according to Ezra? Who do you think is leaving? Which one of the tribes and what time period?
That would be the 10 lost tribes, not Judah, not excluding Judah.
All right, cool. Let me do this. For
Can I ask you a quick question though?
Hold on. Before you do that, because before I want you to ask your question clean with nobody talking. Hold on. Where is this shit at? Ah, here we go. I've shown this many times on the channel before. All right. Shout out to BK Apologist in the building. I ain't watched your video yet. I can't wait to watch it so I could add to my collection. So this is the 12 tribe chart, right? So if Simeon is down here, where did Simeon end up? If Simeon is down here, this is a general question for everybody on the panel, because I want Chris to ask his question clean. I don't want nobody to talk while Chris is talking. If Simeon is down here at the bottom, right here in Judah, if you read Joshua, if you read the entire Old Testament, the only time Simeon is outside of this region here is Second Kings 15:9, where it talk about Ephraim and Manasseh and Simeon coming down to help Judah. But it wasn't the tribe; it was just remnants. But the tribe of Judah, tribe of Simeon, how did they end up in the Assyrian exile if they're in Judah? Because that's what the Bible says. From Joshua, they came out of the land, came out of Egypt. This is one of the daggers for the 12 tribe chart.
Can I answer?
There's no way Simeon could have entered. But go ahead, my brother. Go ahead, beloved.
Who is Simeon on the 12 tribes chart?
The Dominicans.
But so we know that island was mostly repopulated after the transatlantic slave trade.
The Dominicans was the Dominicans. You mean the
Haitians? Is that on the same island as Haiti, or
the same island as Haiti, not Dominica.
Same island as Haiti, but one was like the Spanish side and one was the French side.
It was pretty much all black people and native people, and then the Spanish people mix when that's why most of them are black today.
But the Dominicans would come after. We're not saying that they're the native.
They did not come after, bro. The same people. They mix the same people as the Haitian people.
I'm saying they were not making a point that they're the native Dominican or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
What is the purpose of Simeon?
They were populated after the slave trade.
We got to defend the One West chart. But what is the purpose of Simeon? Is Simeon couldn't have been taken by
some sources show different.
Every
maps that you show, not all maps are the same.
Hold on. Every Simeon, which maps? You talking about the map of Israel?
Yeah, there's different ones. There's like, you know what I'm saying? They're not all the same.
Let's no. Listen, one thing I do, whether I disagree with the chart or not, I have to be honest to you guys about what the Bible says and what the chart says on the maps, because then you won't listen to me at all. You're going to picture me as a liar. All I'm going to say to you is, if you look in the history of Simeon, bro, Simeon has always been in the location of Judah, the entire Bible, ever since they came out of Egypt. You read Joshua, it says you're going to be in the geographic location of Judah. It's always been the same place. The only time
nobody is saying that they're connected to the natives, though.
Oh, you're talking about as far as
nobody is making that point that they're the natives.
No. I'm saying to you that
so they're right where they should be.
Hold on, I'm asking a question. I'm saying to you they couldn't have gone on the Assyrian exile or to Tazaryach because they didn't go in the first place. That is my point.
So then you could just say excluding Simeon.
That's my point, bro. I ain't mean try to shout at you or nothing, bro. I'm just trying to make a point. That's all, bro. Relax. This is my point, right? So Simeon is not there. This person is not on the chart right here. It's Ephraim where Dan is, because remember Dan moved all the way up top here. Because remember when it split, the 10 tribes split. He went to Dan. He set up Jeroboam set up these temples that worshiping idols in Dan. Dan was one of the locations, and then we have a primary source outside the Bible where the areas where Dan is, the Assyrians are documenting that they're taking the people of that region. So we have evidence that they took Dan. So if Dan should be with Second Esdras and going to the Americas, Dan should have been on the chart. Because if you go to Ezekiel 48, at the end of the time, I know Dan is not in Revelations. Don't get me wrong. Just to give both sides of the argument, he's not in Revelations, but Dan is in Ezekiel 48:1 as the first tribe mentioned.
But notice you have Ephraim and Manasseh, not Joseph.
Yeah, no. That's different.
Why you not mention Joseph? You have Ephraim and Manasseh. You don't have Joseph.
Because
Joseph is his son, not Ephraim and Manasseh, right?
Joseph is like another word for Ephraim.
That's
anyway.
his double portion. Ephraim and Manasseh.
Ephraim and Manasseh is on the chart. Yeah.
Right, but Joseph is not on that list either.
He shouldn't be on it if Ephraim and Manasseh is there because they replace
him.
But I'm saying for Dan should be on the chart because Dan was in the exile. He was exiled.
Dan was disbanded before the exile. Dan and dispersed into the other tribes. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Not Dan, bro. Levi, I mean. Not Dan. Levi, this is a genealogical chart. This is what's wrong with this chart. Levi shouldn't be on the chart. Dan should be on the chart, but because they're actually following the British Israelites.
Well, you can make that case because Levi didn't have the land inheritance. You can make that case. But that's amazing.
If Levi is on it, that means it's a genealogical chart. That means Joseph.
And where's Levi today?
They're saying Levi are Haitians.
And what is the other part of the island?
Dominican Republic. That is Dominicans.
Okay, so it means, you know what I'm saying? You can look at it through a different lens and see what you see, why you see today. Can I ask that question though?
Yeah, go ahead, my brother.
Have you heard of a place called Ashkelon?
Spell it.
Aztlan.
Astala. Why that sound so familiar? Hold on one second. Let me put it in.
He's talking about the Ashkelon map, I think.
That is the mythological homeland of the Aztecs. Guess where Ashkelon is? The Pacific Northwest. I mean, the Pacific West Coast. Let me see. No, southwestern United States.
Okay.
And I just like to show how the parallel with Arzareth and Ashkelon that both start with the AZ.
Oh boy, Chris, you're not pseudo, Chris. One thing about you're not pseudo.
And so basically they refer to that as some sort of like a promised land. So there's some parallels between Ashkelon and Arzareth. I just wanted to point that out.
When was it built?
So are they the same as Arizona since it become his trip?
No, Ashkelon is not.
That was funny. Go ahead, my brother. Say what you're saying.
Please don't do this. Please stop.
That's all that. I'm done.
Please stop trying to force people.
Was that your question, Chris?
Land.
Right. I just wanted to point that out. That in case
Chris,
you didn't know,
there's 100 on that though, right? You just a theory you're putting out. You're not saying that 100%, right?
No, I'm just throwing out there food for thought. I wasn't hard set on it or nothing. I recently learned about it.
Shit, nobody.
But I recently learned about that about 2 weeks ago, and I was looking into it, and there's some parallels. That's all I wanted to point out.
Can I ask a question? Why y'all only deal with like the Western Hemisphere when it's like dealing with the chart? Like what about the Eastern Hemisphere? The Most High said He's gonna bring Israel from the four corners on the earth, not just like one half.
Not
of the
Israel.
earth.
You're gonna bring Judah, not Israel. Judah.
I'm just talking about, but just talking about all of Israel, bro. You said all of Israel from the four corners.
Where Israel is in Isaiah 11. It tells us where they're coming from.
You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to figure out. I'm just trying to figure that out. They got the whole 12 chart. They got the whole tribes. They ain't just got you.
Hold on. Breathe it. Sonny, hold on, Sonny. I got something for Chris right here. You said that Ezra took them around that time period, right? This is what I wanted to show you, and I showed you this before.
I didn't say Ezra took them. I said maybe around that time period of it.
Before Ezra. You said before Ezra. Am I correct?
Maybe around the time period of Ezra, not necessarily Ezra took them.
So what about this time period? And the God of Israel stirred up the spirit of Pul, king of Assyria, and the spirit of Tiglath-Pileser, and he carried them away, even the Reubenites and the Gadites and the half tribe of Manasseh, and brought them unto Halah, Habor, and Hara, unto the river Gozan, unto this day. So how is Chronicles saying unto this day, which is way after Ezra, like 200 years after Ezra? They're still there. So how could they be gone to Arzareth? Because scripture have to align with scripture. Second
Well,
Ezra.
can I answer?
Let me finish. Second Ezra is allegedly written by Ezra in the 5th century. I say it's written in the 1st century, but most of you believers believe it was Ezra's time period that he wrote it. So let's say he wrote it. How is another writer of the Bible?
Can I answer?
Go ahead, beloved.
Because if you read the verse, it said they separated from the main group. So they left the multitude of the heathen. So that small group separated and branched off, and there was still leftover people there.
Okay, let's say I agree with you. But remember, it specifically pointing out that Tiglath-Pileser took these tribes to these areas. It's saying that the same tribes are there. Those 2.5 tribes or 3 tribes are there until that day. So that means the Reuben, Gad, and Manasseh, or East Manasseh, did not go to Arzareth, because they're saying that they're at the same places where they are up until to this day. So I understand what you're saying about they split off, because the Bible does say, Second Ezra does say that some of them were left behind. But this is saying, this is referring to all of them in a general sense.
But you can't make the point that nobody existed, like it was just in perfect order, that only these people only lived in that place. They often intermarried. There was people that could have a Reuben mother and a Judah father. It wasn't just in perfect order where only these people can reside in that area. That was just known for their inheritance. That, you know what I'm saying? But anybody could live anywhere they wanted to. So it could be, you know what I'm saying, very possible that, especially within the Northern Kingdom. So we can't really make the point that it was just in perfect order. It will be hard to make that point, is what I'm trying to say.
I can't believe the Buffalo Bills came back from 21 zip down and leading the game 27-24. Shout out to the Bills, man. I was about to cut them off today, man. I'm about to cut them off. The point I'm making is Second Ezra is being contradicted by 1 Chronicles 5:26. Hence, Second Ezra should be thrown in the garbage, because now you find out. You see, this is what belief does. This is why when doctrine is superseded. Bro, Chris, are you gonna cut me off?
But you have to remember, though, Gad is the Native American.
Chris.
Not all those other tribes. Gad and Issachar and Reuben.
God is not the Native American. That's what the one.
On the 12 tribes chart, Gad is the Native American.
Now you got me agreeing with Breezen now. Why are we so focused over here and not on the eastern side like there's nobody else?
Come on, the point of the 12 tribes chart is that Gad is specifically the Native American, sir.
That's based on One West doctrine. That's
what I'm saying, though. It's not.
And the One West doctrine.
Hold on. Let me see.
Your point is new.
Let me see if you believe in the Bible.
Invalidating your point.
I don't think you believe in the Bible, bro. Because if the Bible says you should not follow a false prophet or his words, if he comes out and says it's from God, don't listen to that prophet. So how is
changing the goalpost? You're shifting.
Why are you?
You've been cut and you're changing the goalpost.
Why are you talking while I'm talking, though? That don't make no sense.
Garfield funny.
That don't make no sense, though, bro. I'm like, yo, I just made you talk.
Bro, this is diversion. You've been cut.
And you're still talking. Now watch this, family. Watch this. He said God is the Native Americans, right? Now watch this. How is God there when God should have been gone through Arzareth, but he's talked about in 1 Chronicles 5:26? How is that possible? Because Second Ezra is a book just like the book of Joshua. It's a fake book. It's a
real book. It's a real book.
Watch this now.
But you're basing that on the assumption that it was written at a certain.
This is my point. My point is this: if Arya told a false prophecy, why are we taking his charge serious?
Here we go.
Because it's a fruit of the poisonous tree. Because he did prophesy. Didn't the Bible say in Deuteronomy 18-22 that if you listen to a false prophet, you shouldn't listen to his words? So the Arya predicted, he prophesied the year 2000. How are you guys even listening to Arya after that if you believe in the Bible? So hold on, before
Who's listening to Arya? Who's listening to him?
What do you say to that, Breezen? Because you familiar with it. You don't follow it.
Who's listening to him? No. We
Hold
got
on,
to
let
correct that.
Breezen,
Who's
let me call
listening
the
to
Breezen
RER?
first. Hold on,
Let him finish first, Garfield. I'll answer. Let him finish.
Darius, don't you believe in the 12 tribe chart?
Who's RER created the chart alone?
Yes.
What? He created the chart alone, bro. What kind of research you been doing? RER created the 12 tribe chart alone.
So even
That's
if
what
he
you're
did,
saying?
even if he
No.
yes,
He's
he's the one that said he had the dream.
No, we're
Who
gonna
had the
stick with
dream?
that.
Who had the dream about the chart? Who had the dream
Garfield.
about the chart? Who had the
I
dream
love
about
you,
the chart?
Garfield. But
Darius,
no.
Darius,
I
you
ain't finna
calm
let
down,
you.
bro.
I ain't finna let you. I ain't finna let you go. I ain't finna let you off the leash on that one. I ain't finna let you off the leash on that one. You telling me RER created the 12 tribe
Yes, the
chart
12
alone?
tribe chart. Yes, he did.
Alone.
Yes.
No sweat. All right. Hold on.
Let me call Yawasap if he ain't listening. Yawasap, I'm about to call you live. Let me call Yawasap right now.
But yeah, but if I got time to interject while y'all doing that, y'all don't believe that 12 tribe chart at all. Like, period.
Hold
I
on
just
a
know it.
second.
Go ahead.
Let me see if Yawasap pick up. Yawasap probably listen like, I don't want to get involved with this shit. Let me not even answer. Let me call Deacon right now. Hold on. Let me call Deacon.
Because they know they got to deal with the Eastern Hemisphere. A lot of them dudes don't want to deal with that part.
Hell no! Don't you dare get Deacon involved in this. Don't you dare. He Christian now. We ain't finna get him involved in this. We ain't finna do that. We ain't finna do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. No. No. We ain't doing that, bro.
He said,
Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't get him involved in this shit.
Israelite hater on the panel.
No.
He said,
Deacon, can I ask you an honest question, bro? Did Arya create the 12 tribe chart?
Did he create it?
Yeah.
Not create like made up. He seen the sequence of how the tribe fit in the Bible, and he has some information of the certain indigenous tribes claiming to be an exact tribe of the 12. And so
this is what I'm talking about. So I don't throw you in a fire that you don't know about. As far as the chart, didn't he said he had a vision, a dream or something like that? And then he used the Bible, Genesis 49, to interpret which tribe belongs to which area?
Yes.
And then he did he create that chart? Yes or no? That's what I'm talking about.
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much, my brother. I appreciate you. Peace and love.
Shalom.
Shalom, my brother. There you have it. So if now I'm gonna bring you back up, Darius. Darius,
my
mad
God.
Darius mad as hell.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not mad because I know that's not true. I don't know where he. I don't know what he follows. I don't know where. I don't know what he follow either. But I know for damn sure, like that part is true. But he did not create that chart alone. He did not do that.
Bro, I don't know. Listen, Darius, you can get off mic. You could talk over me. I don't care. Even Chris would admit that. Arya is the one that created that chart, bro. He had a vision.
Yo.
Go ahead. No, Chris. Go ahead, Chris. Chris, go agree with me right now. That's the joke. Go ahead, Chris.
First of all, the chart is not a prophecy.
I never said it was a prophecy. That's wrong. Never said it was a prophecy, brother.
So if you're saying it's a false prophecy, you're wrong in that it's not
that. Oh, get out of here. Man.
But why would you
stop that? I'm talking about the 2,000-year prophecy. He's the one that came out with the 2,000-year prophecy. I'm going to repeat that again. He came out with the 2,000-year prophecy. 2,000-year prophecy. Arya. That's what I'm talking about, not the chart. I'm saying that it's just because he made a false prophecy, it makes him a false prophet. Based off of Deuteronomy 18-22, we should not listen to false prophets. That's my argument.
What is the prophecy?
The prophecy is the year 2000, the world will be destroyed. That's
not what he prophesied.
He never prophesied that?
He didn't prophesy that the world would be destroyed.
Who prophesied it then? Who prophesied it?
He said that, I believe he said the U.S. specifically.
All right, let's do this. I'm gonna play the prophecy, right? By the brothers repeating it, right?
Here we go. Here we go. Go ahead, Garfield.
DMS and Tahar and all of them who was following it. I mean, everybody was teaching it. Even I promised today that I wasn't going. Now I'm gonna break my promise, man. Damn. I said I wasn't going to.
America has like the largest nuclear arsenal in the world. How is it just?
Hold up.
He didn't say world.
You're not making sense right now. You said that it only included America. So all right. So maybe
he didn't say the world. You stand corrected?
I said the world. I'm incorrect. It is America. It is America.
Thank you, sir.
Let me not. But it was America. See, this was based on so-called Chief Ariel's final faulty interpretation of Hosea 6:2, which was regurgitated by all parties involved. So he's the one that predicted this.
You're gonna take down the white.
So somebody said he had a dream?
No. Chris, I'm gonna ask you for the last time, bro. I promise you, I'll never let you come on my panel again. You hear something and you talk something completely different. Nobody said he had a dream about. Nobody said nobody. I can't chill out because you do it every time.
Bro, I just asked a question. That's all I did.
He had a dream about the 12 tribe chart.
That's what I asked. So he had a dream.
That's what he asked. He asked that. Okay.
My bad. I take that back. My bad.
So if you have a dream,
now the stupid Bills let them score on a big touchdown. Ah, man. I'm hating y'all. I like the Bills. The next minute they're giving me a heart attack. Shit.
That's what Garfield problem is. He watching the game. They're trying to do this. He taking it out on you at the game, bro. It ain't you. It's the game.
It's a game, bro. It's a game. Hold on. Listen to this now. It is America. It's not the world. But nothing happened to America.
America's going to be wiped off the face of the planet Earth. That's going to take place before the year 2000. That's right. That's going to take place before the year 2000. That's right. That's going to take place before the year 2000.
Who's that talking?
America has less than
Who is that talking?
628 days.
Hold on, Fox.
America
Who's
has
saying
less than
this?
628 days. America has less than 628 days before this country is taken out.
Isn't that the guy from DMS?
Kingdom, America is going to be destroyed before the year 2000.
Evil kingdom that God spoke of in the Bible.
Who is
and
this?
all you so-called white people, your condemnation, you are condemned to what? Hell. And you're going to be in hell. You're going to be oppressed before the year 2000. Christ is going to come back.
Museum America is going to be destroyed
Who's that?
before the year 2000 by thermonuclear destruction.
Who's that? It's not just one camp. As a matter of fact, we have Priest Daniela, who you respect. He said that he had to stop teaching it because he said, "Yo, like the world ain't going, America ain't not going to be destroyed." So the point is, I'm saying, even in my debate with Gorilla Hebrew on the 12 tribe charts, you remember what he said in the debate, right? He said everybody knows Ariah is a false prophet. He said that live during our debate. I know y'all mad with him right now, but he said that, and he's a top chief priest in the One West movement.
No, the hell he ain't. No, the hell he ain't. No, he ain't.
So Darius,
we don't claim him. We don't claim him.
Darius.
I don't claim him.
Okay, Darius, let me ask you this. What are you supposed to do with false prophets in Deuteronomy 18:22? 18 verse.
Did I list any of those as my Israelite master scholars? Did I list any of them?
So hold on. Aren't you a One Wester? Don't you believe in the
Did
12
I list any of them? Did I list any of them?
Don't you believe in the 12 tribe chart?
Did I list any of them?
I'm asking you. Okay, so you don't listen. You listen to Hashar. Hashar is a One Wester. He believed in that chart and the 2000. He must believe in it because Ariel said it, and it was teaching it. It's a
none of my teachers never recited any of those prophecies.
All right. Do you believe in the 12 tribe chart?
Captain Tazaryach, Captain Qadash, Priest Daniela, General Hashar, Divine Prospect. Those are my main Israelite teachers.
Priest Daniela used to teach about the 2000-year prophecy.
When? Pull up the video.
Back in the night. Okay.
No. Pull it up.
Back in the night. No. In an interview.
No. I need a video.
Hold on. Listen, I'm gonna explain to you.
Oh, now it's just words. There ain't no video no more.
Hold on, Darius. Hold on.
It ain't no video no more, huh?
Darius, slow down, bro. Slow down.
All right.
Pull up the video, but I'm gonna have to find the time mark and all that stuff. But just to save time.
No, I want to see this.
Hold on. You could ask him yourself. I would call him on the phone and ask him. The point I'm making is that in an interview with me and him, we were talking about King James. And then we talked about the 2,000-year prophecy. And he said, Garfield, I'm gonna be honest. He said, yo, when we was out there teaching this prophecy, but we had to stop. Because he's like, America is not gonna, it don't look like America is gonna be defeated or destroyed. He admits it on the tape. So if you want me to find that tape and play it for you with his voice, I could do it. It's on his channel. So when you say your teacher don't do it, don't say that, because Priest Daniela was one of them that taught it. ISUPK, Sakawar got into it when Sankofa brought it up. What about the 2000? The people didn't believe right. That's why the Most High had to move the prophecy. So ISUPK was teaching it.
Bro,
Sakawar on
Oh my
video.
God.
Sakawar on video. He's a part of ISUPK, a big teacher in ISUPK. Captain
Tazaryach destroyed that whole argument in the polite debate. He was talking about the teachers that taught wrong, that taught prophecies that separated from the seven heads or whatever. He spoke about that. None of us is letting anything slide, bro. Don't do that to us. We're not letting anything slide.
Darius, let me ask you a question. Did ISUPK teach the 2,000-year prophecy?
At a certain point in time, yes.
Okay, now why did I have to Shabar, come on here, Shabar, press the link at the top. The point I'm making is that all these camps at some point in time taught the 2,000-year prophecy based off of Ariah's prophecy. Ariah is now considered a false prophet because of that prophecy. Hence, hold on, let me finish. Hence, 12 tribe chart is created by the false prophet. So what are you supposed to do with a false prophet and his words and his works? That's all I'm saying. If you believe in the Bible, what are you saying? You see, this is where doctrine rules over scriptures. I'm using scriptures and I'm not even a believer like you. That's crazy.
Bro, Captain Tazaryach already. This is crazy.
So Captain Tazaryach already did what though?
He literally said in the debate with Polite, you go against what it don't matter who you are. It don't matter no matter how long you've been in the truth. Let me finish. It don't matter. Captain Tazaryach said in Polite debate, it don't matter how long you've been in the truth. You go against what the Lord laid down. You will pay for
the
that.
bill scored.
You don't go.
31 bills. Yes. Go ahead, bro. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry.
I told y'all.
You didn't know what time it is. You know, I want you to get a rap, yo.
Hey, didn't General Johanna teach that too?
Yes, he did. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All of them.
Bro,
this is what I'm saying.
Can I give you some rationale behind it?
Oh my God.
Chris, before you give a rationale, this is what I'm saying. Your doctrine can't be over scripture at no point. If I'm an Israelite, I'm going by scripture. Now, if you teach, listen.
And that's fact. And that's facts.
I'm not a Bible believer like you, bro. And I'm telling you, you can't have a doctrine that supersedes scripture at any tape. But anytime that happens, you on the wrong path. This is why certain brothers, I don't listen to them. Because now they say they're not respecters of men, but you're respecters of Ariah. Because Ariah is the one that said that the prophecy of 2000 would happen, or before America would be destroyed. Now, all these people, he went out and repeated what Ariah said. Even if they broke off into different camps, they still taught it. And then at the end of the day, he's the one that created the 12 tribe chart. So
They stopped
because 2000 already passed.
No, that was funny. That was a good one. That was funny. That was a good one.
Can I chime in real quick without interrupting nobody?
Yo,
go ahead, brother. Go ahead. No, I'm gonna mute up.
So if you look at throughout history, what brought the Roman Empire, the Spanish empires, Babylon to an end was constant state of war and the costliness behind wars. And so that if you parallel that to America, it's essentially the same thing with how we end up with $40 trillion in debt due to continuous and perpetual state of war. And so the Roman Empire fell decades before anybody really recognized that the empire had actually failed. So we're just in a constant state of this is such a large empire, it takes a while for it to actually topple. But if they don't fix this debt situation, that will spell the end to America as an empire.
All they got to do is get rid of the central bank, but that's never going to happen.
Right. So it's not necessarily literal as far as, I mean, if he had a dream and you know what I'm saying, that could be interpreted certain ways. There was 9/11. It's kind of hard to know from a dream the difference between a 9/11 type event and you know, a war is war. So I mean, there's different ways to look at how he came about that. But I wouldn't say that the 12 tribes chart is actually a prophecy.
Nor is it false. But I wanted to make another point.
If somebody said it wasn't false, it is though, because like
No,
I said
it's
again,
not.
how aren't y'all dealing? How aren't y'all dealing with the Eastern Hemisphere? The Most High said He gonna bring us from the four corners of the earth, man, not just one corner, not just two corners.
Who said they're
He
only in
said
the
four
Western?
corners.
Who said they're only in the Western?
The whole chart. That chart just only deals with Western Hemisphere. Everybody on that chart is in the Western Hemisphere.
No, it
Everybody
don't.
that's
We're
on that
scattered
chart.
everywhere. We are everywhere. What?
Are Israelites in North Korea?
But on that chart,
we're everywhere.
but on that chart,
Hold on, you Dixon. Yo,
hold on, Garfield. No, we got to be honest. You telling me ain't no Israelites in North Korea? None. None.
Show me.
I believe we're everywhere in Korea, everywhere. Like Troy Polamalu, them type, all of them, we everywhere.
Garfield, you crazy as hell, Garfield. I ain't gonna lie to you. You
We
crazy
everywhere,
as hell.
bro.
Show me North Korea then. Show me North Korea.
They got a black contingency of people over there. This little young kid showed that when he was.
Black people are Israelites?
Don't mean they're not either.
We didn't say that.
Show me
I'm not gonna do the semantics with you. I'm not gonna do that with you, Garfield. I'm not doing it.
North Koreans that are Israelites, bro.
Hey man, we around the world. That's what I believe. We everywhere. When you scatter something, it just don't, like you drop some glass on the ground, it just don't go on one. It goes everywhere. So he said he got to bring us from everywhere, the islands, everywhere. He said we everywhere. So until he come and get us and gather us, like I said, I'm not here to debate if the Bible is real. We'll all see when that time comes. But what I'm just saying, he said we scatter everywhere. So that's why I said I don't rock. That's why I don't rock with this. Go ahead, sir.
We all gonna see when the end come and when.
That's not a threat. That's just the truth. That's not a threat. I didn't say, you know what I'm saying? That's not a threat.
Hey, listen. The one thing that all these people have done.
Third and 12. Let's go, Bills. 3rd and 12. Let's see what's popping. Y'all. 3rd and 12. Let's go. 14 yard. No, that's not that. Let's see.
The one thing that these religions have done very well.
4th and 12. Oh, they got a bunch. 4th and 12, baby. Yeah.
It's got people to believe that they're gonna go into some magical place after they die.
But see, one thing about me, I don't believe in no magical place. I don't believe in religion. I don't believe in religion. Israel ain't a magical place. That's a real place. We got a homeland. That ain't no fairy tale place. When our Savior come back, we're going home. We're going home. We're going home. That's a real place. That's a real place.
You mean to tell me that the place over in the Levant, Israel, is where your ancestors came from because of a book?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So you think you're a descendant of Abraham?
Yes, sir.
You really came from a rib woman?
A what?
A what?
A rib woman. Because Eve came from the rib of Adam, nigga.
All of us come from that. What is she talking about?
And then what is literal
all of us come from a woman.
You think it's a literal rib?
Man. Hey, man, these dudes. These dudes learn all that.
Get out of here, man. Now you saying it's a literal rib? You don't even know the Israelite spiritual breakdown of that.
Hey, man, I believe she was a rib.
Listen, y'all out of here, man. Hey, Sonny, you got something to say, Sonny? Or you ain't talked the whole time?
Nah, I'm listening. It's been a while. I just wanted to have your back on a few things, that I was hearing. And peace to you, peace to everybody on the chat, and go Bills.
Hey, Darius. Hey, thank you, bro. Darius, can you come back next week so we could go over Rudolph Windsor? I got all the sources ready for you.
Yeah. I'm matter of fact, am I subscribed to you?
I'm gonna put it in the topic. 70 AD. I'm gonna put it in the topic, and we talk about it. What happened is he used the source, but he misused the source. He didn't write exactly what the source says. So that's what I'm gonna bring out. All right. So
Okay. All right. I'll be back.
All right. Cool. Later. Hey, boss lady Mika, what's up? You got something else to say before we get out of here? You tired of me now? All right. Let me go watch the end of my game, man. Peace and love to y'all. I gotta go dig up ice. I don't know where this snow. Boy, you can move, but you can't. But boy, you can move, but you can't get away from this damn snow, boy. I tell you, boy. I tell you. All right, family. Peace and love to y'all. Much respect, and I appreciate y'all tuning in. Send the show to 10 of your friends, man. Tell them to check Brother Garfield out every Sunday from 10 a.m. And sometimes I stay till 2, 3 if the game is hype, and I'm good. Shout out to the Knicks, because we in the finals of the NBA Cup. Boy, I hope they win. And if they win, you know how it goes. New York or LA got to be in the finals, man, for the ratings' sake. So certain things is planned in sport. That's where you could start a conspiracy. Maurice Travis, I love you, man. I love you, bro. When is the finance bill? Usually, Mo is on Wednesdays. So if you want to check out Mo on Wednesdays, that's that. All right, peace and love, y'all. I'm out.